Pavelski for about 20 or 30 minutes. I was told it was a very good meeting. Now, Shane Wright, when he walked down the red carpet, I saw him, and the fans were chanting his name. They were asking for so many autographs. He was loving the support. He seems really confident. However, I've been told that he does have a draft party tonight with a lot of different food ordered, including some Montreal local cuisine, some Philly cheesesteaks, some Chicago deep dish pizza, because you never know what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Slavkovsky told me he should go number one for one reason only. He knows that the Montreal Canadiens need a big forward.
Well, he's a big forward for sure. 6'3", 218. The momentum is building that he'll be the first player chosen. Quick timeout. We come back. Gary Bettman kicks off the 2022 NHL Draft from Montreal.
Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network.
What up? Doing something a little different today.
Intuitive technology at the Lexus Gold.
Doing a draft reaction. I don't know if I should have the commercials mute. I don't even know if I'm allowed to have the draft audio, but we'll give it a go. Stream cuts out at some point. We all know why. So I guess while we're waiting, I won't have the actual draft up because I know that's not allowed. But so I'm a huge Sabres fan, if you couldn't tell. Obviously it's been an awful decade plus, but yeah, hoping for some good news. We've got some decent picks this year again. 3 in the first round, which we're going to be reacting to today. So hopefully that goes well. Hopefully we get some guys that are... I'm not a draft expert, so there are guys that I feel like I want, but, you know, I'm not paid the big bucks to be a scout or anything. So when I get disappointed by whoever the Sabres end up picking, because it's bound to happen, yeah. But, so... I don't know what's going on with my screen capture. The color is off by a little bit for some reason. I don't understand why, but it is what it is. But yeah, so this is kind of what I'm wanting as a Sabres fan. So right now they've got the 9th, the 16th, and the 28th pick in the draft. So obviously all these depend on how all the picks before them go. But I just have this at 9, I think... If Joaquin Kamel is available, I think that's the guy the Sabres are going to pick, but I really want them to pick Matthew Savoie. Kind of brings that offensive firepower, more creative. But, I mean, I don't know. I honestly, all the guys that I have on here that I think the Sabres are going to end up picking, I don't mind the picks. It's not that I hate them, so that's nice. But, yeah, so I really want Matthew Savoie. That's the one guy I really, really am wanting and I'm hoping they pick. Last year I really wanted Marco Rossi, or was that 2 years ago? 2 years ago I wanted Marco Rossi, and they ended up going with Jack Quinn. But I was disappointed by that pick at the time. But obviously that ended up looking, so far it looks like it's been a great pick. So... yeah, it looks like the draft is back on, so we'll probably hear some introductions, blah, blah, blah. Thank you for Montreal for hosting the draft, da-da-da-da-da. Montreal's also got the first pick in the draft. get some boo birds for Gary Bettman. Oh, he's even going to speak some French. I don't know if he speaks French normally.
Bienvenue au repêchage de la Ligue nationale du hockey Upper Deck 2022. Commencions son plus tard. I am delighted to be conducting a draft in person again, and thank you for that welcome.
Amen.
It is a return to normalcy. We are thrilled that the draft is in the city that has played host to the first NHL draft back in 1963 and has been home to the most NHL drafts.
So I've got a few mock drafts up. Obviously, Bobby Margarita is kind of the go-to. These aren't. I don't think this is necessarily a mock draft. This is just his rankings. But yeah, see, look at how this window is captured. It's like super bright. You can't read it. So I don't know why it does that. But where was that? So, yeah, okay.
Obviously, our condolences, the
So
condolences of the entire NHL family go out to Brian's family and friends, and I'd ask everybody to stand for a moment of silence in Brian's memory.
we'll give Brian Marchman a moment of silence.
Thank you.
It was pretty good for the most part. A couple bozos speaking when they shouldn't, but it is what it is. But yeah, so if you're looking at, I mean, I know you guys can't really see it, but
Wait a minute. I'm now honored to be accompanied tonight by Tanya Bossi and Martin Lafleur.
Good on them.
Within a span of 8 days in April, the NHL lost two of its most legendary players, and Montreal lost two of its most beloved sons, and most important, Tanya and Martin lost their cherished fathers. We still and always will feel their losses deeply. But tonight, we celebrate their lives.
well said.
And we recall
Can't tell what they're
that
chanting.
the remarkable careers of both Guy Lafleur and Mike Bossy began on nights such as this at NHL drafts held in Montreal.
Mon père a grandi dans un village qui s'appelait Tursault. Un jour, il rêvait, comme son idole, Jean Béliveau, de faire la Ligue nationale.
Yeah, so I'm going to mute this for a little bit.
1971,
So I know the big thing that popped up that people kind of pointed out was that Yuri Slavkovsky is ranked number 1 on Bob McKenzie's list. And I think it has something to do, he compiled like a bunch of other top scouts like rankings, and then I think he just went off averages of where everyone picked or had them. Obviously Shane Wright's been the consensus number 1 for many years, it seems like, since whenever he was whatever it's granted or deemed exceptional status in the junior level in Canada. But yeah, so that was kind of a big deal. But I'm kind of thinking it's going to be I think the top 5 is pretty overall pretty cut and dry. I think it's going to Wright will be first, Slavkovsky will go to Jersey at 2, Cooley will go to Arizona at 3, and then I think it'll probably be Simone Nemets at 4, and then this is in people think Philly's going to pick Cutter Gauthier, which wouldn't be a bad pick, obviously. I hope he falls to the Sabres. If they're not going to pick Matthew Savoie, that's who I want them to get if he's there, but I don't think he's there at 9. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, I think so. I think Gauthier or Juracek's going to end up being 5th, and then flip-flop for 6th. I think the top 6 are probably pretty much cemented in as the top 6, unless someone decides to go off the board. But then from 7 on is where it kind of gets interesting. I think. Man, let's have to look at the. I don't remember where everyone picks now. Okay, oh that's right. So Chicago, who was Ottawa, so Chicago at 7. Let's split these so I can actually. Where was that? This one, I think. Yeah, so Chicago at 7. A lot of people are liking Kamel, who I'm not against. I think Chicago kind of needs a whole lot of things at that point. You know, they've got some decent prospects, nothing great though. You know, they've got some young guys and some veterans on the team, but they're in this kind of weird spot where, yes, it's the last year on Taves and Kane's contracts, so there's that, but they also, I mean, I don't know. They have some prospects that are kind of interesting. Reichel and a few other guys I don't really know. I don't know them off the top of my head. But I don't know. But, yeah, so basically at 9, I'm thinking I've seen some people say Lekara-Mackey's going to be the Sabres pick. Matthew Savoie's who I want. If Kamel's there, I see them taking him. Connor Geekie, some Sabres fans want. I guess a lot of people kind of want him because he's a big center, but we'll see. Let's see. Are you going to tell me Montreal's on the clock so we can unmute the broadcast? It would be pretty crazy if they went completely off the board and went Logan Cooley. All right, what are you saying, Batman?
Coach Martin St. Louis.
Marty St. Louis. Man, it's crazy how gray he's gotten. I guess he was pretty gray when he retired too, but there's a dude with a Kingston jersey on.
Merci. Merci.
I don't speak French at all, but I think merci is thank you, maybe.
Merci.
Should I look up the translation? French
Martin,
to
Tanya,
English.
content que vous êtes ici.
I think French is the same as French Canadian.
Ton père il a passé
I
beaucoup de temps
assume.
à Laval. Il a inspiré beaucoup de jeunes lavallois comme moi quand on était jeunes. Martin,
Merci.
ton père,
Oh, I was right.
c'est l'idole de la province.
Pretty easy to pick up on that,
OK?
but
Il nous a fait vivre des moments inoubliables comme fans du
why isn't he on the
Canadien.
main stage?
Merci d'être ici. Bienvenue au repêchage. Bienvenue à tous les fans du hockey, mais spécialement à nos fans des Canadiens.
What he said.
Encore une fois, à guichet fermé. Vous êtes vraiment extraordinaire. Merci. "47 years. Took me 47 years to finally be at my first draft. And it was worth the wait. The last 2
Crazy to
days,
think.
the energy in this city's been awesome. Merci, Montréal.
St. Louis in the Hall of Fame?
Congratulations to all the
Is
players that are gonna get their
Martin
names
St.
in the
Louis
next 2 days.
a Hall of Famer?
Understand
He
it's
was.
just the beginning. It's probably the easy part. What's ahead of you is going to be much harder. And for the guys that don't hear your name,
Interesting. I know he's good. I didn't realize he'd be first ballot, though.
you just
I
keep
know he had a cup,
pushing,
but
you you match work ethic with will, you can accomplish anything.
Man, it'd be so. This place would riot if they go with Slavkovsky, I think.
Encore une fois, merci beaucoup. Amusez-vous ce soir. Et go Habs, go!
Go, Habs, go! Hey, look at that. Well, okay, you guys can kind of see it. This window is normal colored. This window's super bright for some reason. And I tried messing with the display capture and outputs and inputs and all that. I don't know why it does that. Like, the bottom's the right color. It's just this window. Weird.
My thanks as well to Mayor Valerie Plante and the City of Montreal for the warm welcome you have extended to most of the NHL family this week. Congratulations to all of the draft-eligible prospects who are here in the Bell Center and on your hockey journey.
Something I didn't realize before yesterday. I didn't realize Logan Cooley committed to the University of Minnesota.
Over the next 2 days.
I'll have to go see him live at Mariucci, or 3M at Mariucci, or whatever the hell they call the arena now.
Whose support was essential to every one of these hockey journeys. Finally, welcome to those watching on TVR Sports, Sportsnet, ESPN, and the NHL Network.
NHL Network.
La première sélection.
Here we go.
Au Canadien du Montréal.
All right. I'm assuming that means they're on the clock.
The first selection in the 2022 NHL Draft belongs to the Montreal Canadiens.
I thought he was going to make...
Montreal, you are on the clock.
There it is. They're on the clock. 3 minutes. How long is it going to take them to make the pick?
Will it be Slavkovsky? We will find out next. The first player chosen will happen after this.
Dude, Slavkovsky's huge, though. I do think it's kind of funny how the knock on Wright is that he's a nice guy. So he might not go first overall because he's too nice. He doesn't have a mean streak to his game. I think that's very interesting. But okay, back to kind of what we were going over. So we kind of went over my wants and thinks and whatever for 9. 16, I think if Danila Yurov is available, I think the Sabres are going with them. There's all this kind of chit-chat about how the Sabres are more interested in the Russian prospects than a lot of other teams with everything that's going on, understandably. I'm not opposed to it. I guess my only concern is the Russian factor. You know, if they're going to draft him 16th, obviously I don't know if that even would mean he's on next year's roster, but I would assume he's, you know, fighting for a spot at that point. It's still pretty high, and I think this draft is looked at. It's pretty deep. Maybe not the greatest draft, but not awful either. But yeah, I mean, I've heard he has some pretty good upside, and the Sabres are wanting him. So, but if it's up to me, I think I'd rather have, I'm going to butcher this, but Miroshnichenko. If they're going to pick one of them, that's kind of the guy I want them to go with, just because he seems like, even though, yeah, he has Hodgkin's lymphoma or got diagnosed with it or whatever, seems to be recovering well, seems to be kind of back on track. And from everything I was reading and hearing and watching and all that, is that he was pretty high-end, pretty highly touted prospect before all that happened. And all of a sudden now he could potentially fall out of the first round, which I guess in the Sabres outlook kind of helps them if he does end up getting back to 100%, which obviously his health is the most important part. But if you're talking hockey, what a steal that would be if you get a guy who's projected to be in the top 5, top 10 at the latest at the end of the first round, and he ends up panning out that way. That'd be great. So yeah, I think it depends on which Russian the Sabres want to go with. But yeah, so those are kind of who I want at 16 or at 28. If Frank Nazar is available at 16, that's who I want. Brad Lambert, I'm hoping he falls to 28 in that 28 range, and they can pick him up if they do go with Yurov at 16. But yeah, it all kind of just depends. But got a little montage going to the last handful of number ones overall.
This year, number 1 overall for the Canadians. Haven't had one since 1980. Doug Wickenheiser. This year with the first pick and hosting the draft as well.
The pick is in. Okay.
From their horrendous season last year, starting from scratch.
Yeah, they
as they try to
crazy.
make the
Like
decision
some people
now.
would say they tanked, but like I just don't.
Again, the betting favorite
Was
is
it a
somebody that
tanking
thinks
season, or were they just
But again, Megan Chaika, in your mind, they should announce
completely
Shane Wright.
overperforming the season prior? It's kind of crazy.
He has goal scoring,
Oh
but he
man, I
also
hope
has
they
defensive
pick Slavkovsky just
responsibility.
because
One
then the
knock
building
be
would
that
go
he's not the
insane.
flash that the usual #1 pick is.
Right.
Oh
and
man.
Slavkovsky is. But I'm still sticking with the guy from Kingston, played down the road from Montreal.
And he's a
think he'll be
rocket
one.
too.
That's him
Dude's
on the
good
right.
looking.
That's Juraj Slavkovsky, the big Slovakian who had the big Olympic Games, World Championships. Will he hear his name first? Rest
Yeah, he's
assured
one of
they
those-
both want this badly. You only get one
He could be
chance to
really
the
good, but I
number
feel
one
like he kind of
overall
came out of
draft pick.
nowhere.
You really include yourself in quite the class. Who will it be? Let's find out right now.
All right, who is it? Drum roll.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir à nos partisans. Merci beaucoup pour votre soutien incroyable. Je veux aussi souhaiter bienvenue aux espoirs et leurs familles. I would like to thank and welcome all the prospects and their families to Montreal. On behalf of the
What if he
Montreal
picked his son?
Canadiens organization, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchman family and to the San Jose Sharks for the untimely passing of Brian. Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche.
He's gonna drag it out as long as he can.
Avec notre premier choix au repêchage with our first pick in the 2022 NHL Draft, les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de repêcher from the Slovakian national team and TPS.
Oh my God, they did pick Slavkovsky. Holy shit! Oh my God, they didn't go Shane Wright. Oh man, that makes it so much more interesting in the next few picks. Does Jersey want Cooley? Does Jersey want Shane Wright? I mean,
First ever Olympic medal in ice hockey, and he was a big reason why. He's a big dude, Megan Chaika. Why is he
Holy
#1 overall?
cow.
What does Montreal like best about him?
Well, I'm not shocked, but I am surprised.
Yeah.
He is described as often as a senior body on a junior hockey
this would
player.
be like
He's physically ready for the NHL.
the Austin
Looking at his
Matthews
stats,
draft
he's a
and the
high
Leafs
involvement
going with
player,
Patrick
can
Laine,
generate
even though
offense on
Laine
the
is a
rush or
stud
off the
too. But like
cycle.
just because like
He has high stick on puck
that's
possession
crazy.
time,
Obviously, I don't know if
will
Shane
hold
Wright will
on
ever,
plays
ever
the
end
puck
up
to
being
make these
on the level that
highlight reel plays, so
Austin Matthews
great
is.
pick by
But
Montreal,
holy
but
cow.
definitely
Now
not,
Jersey's
who
got
I think everyone thought going into the
potentially
season.
the likes of Jack Hughes, Nico Heischer, and Shane Wright down the middle. That's crazy.
First rounder last year, Brian Boucher, to play more than 10 games. Just one first rounder. Do you think he will this year play more than 10 games?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's already got an NHL body. He's well over 200
Crazy.
pounds.
That's
He's
cool,
played
though.
against
You don't
men for the
usually
last
see
couple
that
of
very
seasons
often.
in Finland.
Not with the
I have
first
not seen
pick,
a
at
ton
least.
of him, other than what we saw at the Olympics and at the World Juniors, which was a brief stay at the World Juniors. And from what I saw, this is
Well,
a guy
Jersey-
that can play at the top
With Jersey
level.
at 2, there
Montreal
might be a
obviously
trade
is,
because
is
they don't
fit,
really need either of those
up front,
guys.
and they're going to need a guy like him.
And I don't think
A
it's
bit
worth
surprising
picking
that they didn't take the
Juracek
center,
or
but this is a guy that's
Nemets at
flashy.
2.
He's got personality. We wanted some excitement in Montreal. They certainly got it by taking this.
Man, oh
Montreal's
man,
had
this
a
is
long
wild.
history of
Okay.
European players as well. Players that have flourished
Oh, Bob
playing in
McKenzie strikes
Montreal
again.
of European
Slavkovsky's
descent. I think it's
first
huge.
overall. I think
Slovakian
it's like
player going first overall is great for the
a
game,
very
as you
long time
mentioned.
since he's
Trained in
missed on
Finland
the
as well,
first
between
pick.
Finland and Montreal. This guy brings a lot of pizzazz and a lot of productivity to the table. Congrats to him.
Got a good personality. Montreal has another pick in the first round. They picked
I'll have to watch some of
26th overall.
his highlights. I haven't seen much outside of the Olympic stuff. Apparently he's a stud, though. Oh, they had Nick Suzuki there.
This is a guy, huge body, can become. He is the second
Here's some- oh.
Slovakian-born player selected in the top 5. He joins Marian Gaborik, who went 3rd overall in 2000. And he just kind of exploded on the scene, Brian, really unexpectedly at the Olympics. His regular season stats not all that, dominating.
Well, look, I mean, when you're playing against men in a normal league, it's
That's my
difficult, but when
concern
he got
with
to the
him.
Olympics, playing for
He
his
had a
country,
great Olympics. I think he had a good World
situations to
Championship as well, but
and he did that. I thought
like
he got to areas
before
where he
this
could
year,
score
before the
goals.
Olympics,
He's a
I'd
big
never heard of
body,
this guy.
unafraid to get to the middle of the ice.
That
you're not
worries
playing
me.
against, the world's
Good thing I'm not a
best,
Montreal
at the
fan.
Olympics, because it wasn't best on best, but still you're playing against men, and he excelled in that environment. I think this is a good pick for Montreal.
Oh man, what if Jersey picks Cooley, man? He's got. I feel like he's. What if Shane Wright falls out of the top 2? That'd be insane.
Had up front that had size. Yeah. That was able to impose their size, impose their will, be creative, generate offense. I love what Josh Anderson can bring when he's on his A game. But in somebody that's a winger that has this size, I've got to almost probably go back to Alex
Big
Kovalev.
stinker boy.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe John LeClaire back in '93. Johnny LeClaire exploded in Philadelphia.
Yes.
But,
Wow, Brian Boucher's got his tan on.
Absolutely.
Emily Kaplan with the man who made the selection in the end. Maybe not the second and third rounders, but the GMs, Emily. It's on his shoulders.
So, Ken, why Slavkovsky?
Let's hear it.
Well, we went through a heck of a exhaustive preparation and review of the players, and listen, there were a lot of good hockey players. We felt he was the best player for us and for what we were trying to accomplish.
When did you guys ultimately make this decision?
We debated a lot the last 3 days. I think we were starting to turn in a certain direction probably Wednesday morning, but we met with him again today to make sure that this was what we felt was the right pick.
And when you met with him, why were you convinced?
He has listen, we're speaking to him in a second language. He has despite that, he has a confidence to him. He has
Jersey's on the clock.
A very, I don't know how to say it. Like his character and personality is very engaging. And
Hopeful thinking. What if Buffalo traded up to 2 and got Shane Wright?
What are your expectations?
I really think Jersey might move this pick, though.
I think we're going to play that one by ear, and we're not going to be set on any one particular thing. We'll make the right decision for his development.
Thanks so much, Ken. Gucci?
Thank you, Emily. First Slovakian ever to go #1 overall. And that, I don't
Probably
know
just
how
throw
much
this up
engaging
now.
personality matters in scouting, Megan. But
it's an entertainment business, so it's not just stats.
But how you engage with you inspire your teammates, right? How you fit in the room.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, and role playing has something to do with that. Although I've heard that Shane Wright is a leader on one of his teams when he was underage, he was named captain. So I think if you're New Jersey and looking for the best available player, you're pretty happy to see him slide.
Yeah, maybe that. I don't know. I don't know if he really needs a fire lit under him, but maybe being that guy that was known as a consensus.
Siraj, what are you feeling right
isn't.
now?
It's unbelievable. I still cannot believe that this actually happened. When I heard from Slovakia, what is happening? And yeah, it's just a special moment in my life.
When did you first realize that going #1 could be a possibility?
I think sometime after the World Champs, when the combine was, we had the talks, and yeah, somewhere around that time.
And what do you think this means for hockey in Slovakia?
Oh, I think that is just some special night for Slovak hockey, also for me, also, and I think it means really, really a lot.
Ďakujem.
Ďakujem.
Bucci.
Thanks so much, Emily. And so now that really puts an interesting.
All right, got a minute left on the clock, Jersey.
Right. They got plenty of centers up the middle. They probably don't need Shane Wright. They probably wanted that winger to put with Jack.
Yeah,
now
but
he's not there. Again, Megan,
I'm not sold on that.
Well, it's a tough one.
Ooh, we have Nick Suzuki. We don't need another two-way center.
So it made sense
what do you
for
mean?
Jersey to nab him, but now that he's gone, we're only looking at those 2 centers. So possibly they go back to Nemist or Juracek.
Dude, they're loaded, man.
2 great defensemen, kind of jump ahead a little bit.
Mukamadulin.
But, maybe solves the issue of too many centers.
Yeah, Simon Nemeth is a right-hand shooting.
Oh, I didn't realize they had 3 in 2020. Mercer was a stud last year.
Who had a dynamite year. Historical freshman year.
Holtz is supposed to be pretty good. My uncle's a huge Devils fan, so obviously they've got Hughes and Heischer already. They've got Ty Smith on the D, which I read rumors that they were trying to move him, which would be insane because his rookie year he was really good.
Because he was so highly thought of for years, right? And we've talked about it.
Yeah, I mean Logan Cooley's super flashy. It'd be pretty wild if he went too. I doubt it, but okay, so they are picking. They're not trading.
Frame of development, you're at the point where I think you don't have to take the best player. You can actually pick for position of need, and I think right now defense is what they need. They would have loved Slavkovsky.
True, but they could probably move back if they want Nemets or Juracek.
I think for the Devils, there's a plethora of forwards that they have that are productive, that are skilled, that are talented. They also have to get Jesper Bratt signed, so let's keep an eye
True,
on that as
true.
that progresses. But right now, I look at their back end. Hughes is he's ready to play now.
He could.
He's ready to play. But as you mentioned, going back for his sophomore season.
Really? I
all
didn't even
that to
realize
say,
that.
I would
Might be
definitely
good
go
development-wise,
with Harvey
though.
in this one if I was
He'll
the
probably be
Bills.
the number one defenseman. I think he was
People
probably their
expect him to
standout
trade
in the
this quickly. His GMs don't like
Frozen
to
Four
make these
tournament.
kinds of moves.
I think it's tough early on, especially for that 1 to 10 pick.
Over Owen
unless it's
Power,
something that makes
which
the GM
maybe
jump and
mildly
say yes
disappointing for me
immediately.
if
Way easier to
Hughes
pick up
somehow
the
ends
phone
up
and say no.
Hey, here we go. This could be a
better.
1-2 Slovak pick here.
But we'll
This
see.
is unbelievable.
Exactly.
The Slovakian
Wow,
hockey, they
history.
pick Nemec.
History already.
Yeah, that'd be
Could double
wild.
history here.
So here comes the Devil front
All right,
office. Gary Bettman
picks in.
gets them
Here
all
they come.
situated, and then Tom Fitzgerald, he's their GM. We assume he'll make the selection. Who will it be? Will it
If
be
this is
another
Juracek and the Mets, it'd
Slovak
be
at number 2?
insane.
Here come the Devils with the second pick.
Arizona gets Shane Wright. They'd be happy with that. Oh, Marty.
Bonsoir, Montréal. J'aimerais remercier la ville de Montréal, Jeffrey Molson et le Canadien de Montréal pour la belle hospitalité pour toute la semaine. Merci beaucoup. Also, I'd like to say hi to all our fans back in New Jersey at the Stone Pony at our draft party.
Stone Pony, is that what they call? I thought it was The Rock.
Notre sélection, de nouvelle assistante gérante, Kate Madigan.
Who are they gonna pick?
Avec le deuxième choix, the Devils du New Jersey. With the second selection, the New Jersey Devils are proud to select from Nitra, Simon Nemec.
Oh my God, they he slid to 3? Holy cow! Well, the Mets is off the board at 2.
Night for Slovakia.
Yeah.
To go 1-2
Dude,
in
Arizona's
NHL
gonna get Wright.
Simon Nemitz,
And
just a 6-foot,
Seattle's gonna get
190-pound,
Cooley.
sturdy,
Oh my
right-handed shooting
gosh.
defenseman.
What a
Spent the
nasty
entire
top
season in
2.
Slovakia's top professional league, where he registered a goal and
Cooley
25
and,
assists in the 39 regular season games.
Beniers?
How do these talent
That's pretty
evaluators
sick. They need
assess
that
this
too.
guy?
That's
They
really
essentially
good for
why do you
Seattle.
think he can be a number 1 or 2 NHL D-man?
Well, and I will also add that that pick gave me chills because imagine seeing a woman who's in an executive position have the second overall pick.
And dude, I mean,
and I
like,
love this defenseman. I think he's brilliant, has poison puck possession, and has good
that's
decision-making
crazy. I mean,
skills and not
I've never
forcing
seen
plays.
this in the
He
NHL
can
draft.
drive team
Given I've
transition,
only been
carry the
watching it
puck
for
into
the
the
last,
offensive zone,
10
and
years
he's
or so.
also a
But
high-involvement player that
I've
makes
never
plays
seen
on
someone
the
who's
puck
projected to go
in
number
all
1,
zones.
almost
So
consensusly,
we had him
not go
first for
top 2.
defenseman. New Jersey didn't need a center. This is a great pick.
When you think about Dougie Hamilton and Luke Hughes,
I wonder if they tried to move back,
maybe
though.
he needs another year or 2. Defensemen are like
Because they easily could have moved probably to 4.
Why do you like this pick, Kevin Weeks?
Now, I don't know what they would have
sample size of
wanted
what
from
he brings to the
Seattle.
table. Speaking of people there,
And Seattle probably wouldn't have been willing to move many picks, but I think Seattle only has 1 first.
maybe LeBron could have played in the NBA at 15, but aside from that, that's how rare this is. For him to play pro at 15 years old, that's a
Yeah, I
lot
don't
of
know.
sample size for them to see how he asserts himself, how confident he is in every situation. The
What's
one
that
redeeming
patch on
quality
their
I got from
shoulder?
speaking to people about
Is
him
that just a
is
draft
plays
patch?
in any and
Or does
every
Jersey have
situation
a...
in every matchup. That's
Is it
massive
Jersey?
for a young
Oh,
defenseman.
maybe it's
Very
Jersey's
rare.
30-year anniversary?
From what I
And
understand,
they have a patch?
his puck game is terrific. He's a
I'm gonna look
great
that up.
athlete as well. Rumor has it he was.
Because they were, what, 82? New Jersey Devils
in his teens as a serious
inaugural
scorer. So this kid's got
season.
serious
82, 83, I
athleticism.
think? Oh, I lied.
He's got a ton of
Oh, well, yeah, if
because
you're
he's
going
played at
Kansas
the
City.
international level, much
And then
like
Colorado.
Slavkovsky did,
When did they go to Jersey, though? It was
against men.
82, wasn't it?
And, and the one thing that I love about the Slovakian development
New
plan,
Jersey,
they
yeah,
got
okay,
Fred
82,
Ramsey, their head
83.
coach, a former NHL,
82, no, yeah.
coach,
So what was
is
that?
they
82,
put
83 is their
these kids
first
in positions
season
to
as a New
succeed.
Jersey?
And they
Yeah,
really
82,
want their
83.
young guys to develop. I don't know
So
that they're
this would be,
necessarily
yeah, so
concerned
that's
about
their
winning at the junior level,
40-year
as they are about making
anniversary.
sure these kids
And they have a
develop the right
patch.
way
I
so
might
that
have to
they
get
can
a
be impactful
Devils
NHL
jersey.
players. It's a big moment for Slovakian
Got to
hockey.
text my
It's
uncle.
been a lean decade for Slovakia, but tonight it's like Christmas morning. Last year was about Michigan 1-2. This year it's about Slovakia. Emily Kaplan in Montreal.
How did you land on this pick?
Well, you know what, this draft has been pretty unique. You know, with all the depth that we've all seen, the different positions, the projections that we all put on these kids. What we felt the other day, a puck-moving right-shot defenseman, for us, made the most sense. He's got great upside, and we're so excited.
When did Simon first get on your radar?
Well, he's been on the radar for quite some time because of his national, exposure, playing with the national team for the last, going back to the Olympics, his World Juniors, and obviously his.
That's insane. So, Shane Wright is going third overall.
It's tough to pass up on a right shot defenseman who can move pucks. I think our skill forwards are going to really like playing with this kid.
And what do you
so Shane Wright goes third.
Well, that's something we're going to
Cooley's
discuss.
fourth.
There's probably opportunity to come over.
Do I have the rest? Yeah, I do. Okay. I kind of want to see it. I'm brain farting on who's available. Because who's Philly going to pick at 5 then? They probably still go Cutter Gauthier, unless they want defense and they go David Juracek. But
this is really interesting now at number 3. I don't think the Coyotes thought that they'd have to make a decision between Wright and Cooley.
Dude, I wonder what the odds were to go with Slavkovsky first and Nemeth second. I know it's plus 2,000 to have Cooley in there.
It's definitely a unique spot, but I think you go with Shane Wright still. He kind of edges out, we were speaking earlier, a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe him going third overall, that really lights a fire under him. Maybe he turns into a dirty player. No, I'm just kidding.
Simon,
there he
when your
is.
name is called, what's going through your mind?
I was surprised, and it was amazing for me and for my family, and I think for all Slovakian.
Yeah, so tell me, what does this mean for Slovakian hockey? Because I just asked Jurov the same question, but number 1 and now number 2.
Is it Jurov or is it Yuri?
Say Yuri's name, I'm a little bit nervous because I feel like maybe.
Oh, I really like that 40th patch for the Devils.
What do you know about the state of New Jersey?
I know more because Tomáš Tatar.
Oh yeah, true.
And,
New Jersey Devils 40th.
And are there any players on the Devils you're excited to play with?
40th.
I think yes.
Who?
Everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah.
All right, Dekuyem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bucci.
All right, the Coyotes are next. Look, they're right behind each other. That's Shane Wright in the foreground. Logan Cooley in the background. Both centers.
I'd pee my pants if Logan Cooley went 3 still.
Kid up top.
If Shane Wright fell out of the top 3, I mean, why not at this point?
It's a pretty good position to be in. I don't, their styles.
Okay, here we go. There we go. Yeah, that's actually super cool. I really like that.
Well-rounded game of Shane Wright. He's basically fallen on your lap at this point. The Coyotes.
That's really good for Arizona,
to be
though.
honest with you, but
to have bad luck in the draft lottery for how long? They pretty much have the same luck as the Sabres, except for they haven't gotten no number 1, and the Sabres finally got a couple.
I thought Cooley would have been their guy all along, but now that Wright's there, I think they got to take.
Yeah, you got to go
I
right.
agree with that. And when you look at championship teams, which the Coyotes are nowhere near, but you're building your foundation. If you can get a young version of a Jonathan Taze or Patrice Bergeron, you take that version all day long. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take right here.
Well, geez, if Cooley goes here, Wright might fall to 6. I mean, this is something.
It's crazy. It's unpredictable.
What about Cutter Gauthier? I mean, this is a kid who grew up in Phoenix.
Dude, if he fell out, oh my God, there's no way. He's going 3.
I find it hard to pass on Wright, though.
Yeah. Let's find out. Arizona Coyotes on the clock. They got
I'm getting all giddy now because it's like, this is crazy. No trades yet. Other than obviously the Brinket going to Ottawa earlier, but what a mess. Not to talk down on Arizona that bad, but their whole situation's so bad. But Gary Bettman's in on him. He doesn't want to move him.
Bonjour. My name is Javier Gutierrez. I'm the president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes. On behalf of owner Alex Morello, the Morello family,
is that
and
considered
the
their
entire
GM?
Arizona Coyotes organization, we'd like to thank the Montreal Canadiens and the great city of Montreal for your hospitality this week. We'd also like to congratulate the Colorado Avalanche on winning the Stanley Cup. Congrats.
I have to look it up. It's bugging me.
And we'd also
Arizona
like to share
Coyotes
a moment of condolences to the family of Brian Marchment and the San Jose Sharks organization.
Bill, yeah, I didn't think he was the GM.
To our fans back in Arizona, many of whom are watching us.
Wait, who's Doug
at
Armstrong the
Wild
GM
Horse
for?
Pass Casino, Thank you for your quarter century of support, loyalty, and
Wait, were they
dedication.
both part of the Blues
To our
when?
corporate and community
Wait, whatever.
partners, thank you for being always part of the pack. To Arizona State University,
You better
we
thank them.
you for welcoming us into your family.
I'd hope so.
And we look forward to playing in Tempe, Arizona.
Yes, with our massive 2,000 fans in full capacity,
And building an
or whatever that is.
sports and
Oh, that's so annoying.
And with that,
we got a spoiler. Why is this not live?
I'd like to invite our GM, Bill Armstrong, to make
Okay,
our
we won't
selection.
spoil anymore. There's the GM.
Arizona selects from the U.S. National Development Program, Logan Cooley.
Oh my God! Holy guacamole!
The highest Pennsylvania born
What?
player ever selected
Shane
was
Wright isn't
RJ
even in the
number
top
60.
3?
Now it's Logan Cooley.
Ooh, this
Shane
is
Wright can only clap
that's
once
sad.
again. Shades of Aaron
Feel
Rodgers,
bad for the dude.
NFL draft back in the day. What is Logan Cooley, Megan Chaika?
Well, he has a bit of that wow factor, similar to Shane Wright in terms of like.
Okay, now
shot,
if I'm a
passing
Sabres fan, I'd
ability.
package
Adam Nightingale,
9
Logan's
and
coach, also told me that he has
16
that
for
hockey sense
4
that
to get
will
right.
translate at an
If I'm being
NHL
completely
level.
honest.
For Arizona to get him here.
I still don't think Thompson, Cousins, Middlestat, Krebs, I don't think any of those guys are a top-line center.
Play for the Minnesota Golden Gophers this year.
Golden Gophers.
Super fast. The puck is always on his stick. I mean, when this kid crosses the blue line, yeah, I mean, we've seen that a lot this year.
love
haven't
that.
we? Yeah, us goalies don't like that stuff, but he certainly is exciting. But I'll tell you, every time he crosses the blue line, you're going to jump out of your seat when this kid has the puck on his stick. And to he's the most dynamic player in this draft.
That's crazy.
And I thought maybe Arizona would go with the safe pick, but they're going to go with a little bit of flash. Nothing wrong with that. Cooley's certainly well deserving of the third overall.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Seattle might be able to get a haul if they trade 4.
He has the ability to manufacture offense with
But they
every
do. They
touch.
need centers. They don't have any centers on that team other
And
than
that really speaks to the creativity
Beniers.
that he has when he has the puck, his ability to improvise, manipulate defenders, and basically be a conductor on the ice offensively. So this is a really, really good pick. Great value for them having him here. He's an electrifying player, no doubt.
And also with our data, we're able to map out what these players look like in the NHL, and he's compared to Braden Point.
Wow. Interesting.
That's a good comparison to have.
Guy plays 100 miles an hour.
Braden Point's nasty.
It's always, you don't want to compare people to Patrick Kane. He's currently the best, probably American-born player ever. But again, 5'10", 174, and like you said, anything can happen when he touches.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the biggest guy, but he plays with pace. I think
You don't need to be big in the NHL anymore.
What stands out the most.
I mean, you still need to
and the
be
fact that he can
smart.
play at a
You
high
need.
level,
You don't have to be
high rate
6
of pace,
foot to
but
make
yet
it
still,
anymore.
Make plays. I think that's what stands out. This is a guy that,
Crazy.
when they went to the
Wright's gotta go
U18s last
4.
year, he played up with the U18 team as an underager and excelled in that environment. So he's really been on the radar for well over a year now as far as proving that he can play up a level. And I don't think it'll be too long before he's wearing that Coyotes jersey.
I don't know if you can hear it, but Max is
Arizona. They wait a while now. They have the 27th
snoring behind me.
and they have the 32nd pick. Before Cooley talks to Emily, we have a trade. Gary Bettman will announce a trade.
Oh my gosh. We've got a trade. Seattle's doing it.
You're losing some energy, but I have 2 trades to...
2?
That's good.
There it is.
You want to hear the 2 trades? They involve the Canadians.
Oh my God, what? Uh-oh.
Trade number 1. Montreal
Watch them be really boring.
Trade Alexander Romanov and pick number 98 in this year's draft to the New York Islanders in
For 13.
exchange for pick number 13
Okay.
in this year's draft.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty good for Montreal.
Trade number
I know Romanov's kind of looked at highly, but he hasn't done much.
Montreal trades picks number 13 and 66 in this year's
To
draft
Seattle
to the Chicago Blackhawks
for 7.
in exchange for Kirby Dach.
Oh! Holy cow! Okay. Wow. Holy shit.
The 4th selection selection in the 2022
Wowie zowie. That's insane.
belongs to the Seattle Kraken.
What a bad pick that was for Chicago, though. Trading a third overall pick for 13 and a 66. What's that?
Hey, Logan,
Third round?
You told me earlier you just wanted to go as high as possible. How's number 3?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, Arizona's a spot I wanted to go to. It's a team that, I felt comfortable with, had a really good connection with, and I couldn't be happier to be a part of their organization.
What else did you want to go there for, besides the connection that you had with their staff?
Yeah, I just think the up-and-coming team they'll have.
From
The future
Pennsylvania.
of the Coyotes is really bright, and I'm glad to be part of it. And, the warm weather,
What
too.
do they got?
Really looking forward
Logan
to that,
Cooley?
but, I'm just happy to be a part
Who's
of
the guy they got last year?
Tell me the emotions
Dylan Gunther?
as you were sitting in those stands right there.
I don't know, though. Like, those are literally really the only... Let's look up Arizona Coyotes
You're a college hockey kid. What are your
prospect
thoughts
pool.
of potentially playing at Arizona State University for home games?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool, too. I think, add the college atmosphere into the NHL rink is pretty special.
The top 10 prospects as of 2021. Josh Doan, nah.
All right, Emily, thank you so
I mean,
much.
obviously he
Again,
could pan
Logan
out, but I feel like that was just a gimme pick because of his dad. Farinacci, okay, I've heard that name a couple times. Liam Kirk, never heard of him. Matthias Michelli. Ivan, I don't even, none of these guys, like, look at this guy was selected 65th. That's a third round pick, which, hey, that's great if he's good, but like if he's only that high, oh man. Connor Timmins, I've heard of him. He's okay, part of the Darcy Kemper trade. Barrett Hayton is not a prospect at this point. He's not going to do anything.
But here come the Blackhawks again. They're
Soderstrom, and then Dylan Gunther, and now Logan Cooley. That's like the Sabres a few years ago, though. The Sabres prospect pool was awful, even though they were awful for years.
But for Montreal, that addresses the need of center that we had talked about. So there you go. When you don't
Seattle's
get what you
gotta
want
go with
for
Shane
number
Wright.
one, you figure it out a different way, and they certainly do that. But yeah,
Kirby
he'll keep
Docs and
playing with
Montreal
Top Hockey
Canadian.
next year. I mean, that is what a turn of events in Montreal. Kent Hughes and company really making a splash at home at the Bell Center.
Exactly, and in the
So they
case of
traded
Doc, a guy that was so highly
Romanov
projected, not only drafted,
and
but
a
projected
third
to be
round
an
pick
impactful two-way centerman,
for
an offensive
13.
centerman coming out of the Western
Was it
League.
just 13? I
He
don't
gets
even
an
remember. I think it was just
opportunity on another young
13.
club where he'll have the opportunity to play good minutes. They're
And then
Montreal as
13
well, with a younger
and
core.
not as a number one.
Not as a number one.
whatever
less
in the third
pressure.
round to
You
get
don't
Kirby
have
Doc.
the kind of Stanley Cup banners kind of hanging over you that Chicago's able to win with their 3. A new lease on life for him.
Yeah, I
from
mean
a hockey
that's
standpoint.
Chicago's
And so
full on
Chicago, they
rebuild.
continue
I
to add
mean,
some futures here.
that means Kane and Taves could be rentals at the deadline this year. Holy cow!
Today, and now they got 13th overall, and also
Because
have
there's
another
no
pick
way
in
either
the
of those
later
guys
rounds
want to stay
as a
there
result,
after that.
Kirby Doc, and so now next on the clock is the Kraken.
Yeah.
And they're walking now to, so this is going to be interesting.
Pick
I
is
know
in.
You want to take Shane Wright, right?
Gotta
I'd love
go
to
Shane
take
Wright.
Shane Wright. I also think, though, that, we have that Yuri. We have another great defenseman, right?
Juracek?
So Juracek.
Yeah, Juracek is there.
And,
If they want defense, I
Seattle's
mean, they need
very
everything.
athletically driven, so
They're.
I wouldn't be surprised
Oh.
to see them call his name too, and Shane keeps slipping.
Yeah, David Juracek's a big 6'3".
Dude,
one
Philly,
notch,
oh
probably
my
makes
God,
62,
that's
10
insane.
probably
This
at
is
some
crazy.
point. And that
This
kind
is
of
this is
playoff
probably the
run,
craziest
you
draft I've
want on that
watched.
side when the guy's coming down the left wing, he's a Czech player, or will they go get the center and Shane Wright? They go a number of ways. Let's see who the Seattle Kraken picked. It was Matty Beniers last year from Michigan. Here comes Ron Francis.
With the fourth selection, the Seattle Kraken are proud to select from the Kingston
There he
Frontline,
is.
Shane Wright.
4th overall.
The old center iceman can't resist the center iceman. Shane Wright falls to 4. He goes to Seattle. It's a tax-free state. Nothing wrong with that. So finally, Megan Chaika, your guy goes 4th overall.
And I think that's the best available.
Wow,
versus
I'm assuming
needs
that's his
type of
sister. She looks
debate.
just
He's
like him.
well-rounded, plays, including goal scoring ability, in which his quality shots allow
Man,
him
if
to
he
be
pans out to be
dangerous
really
from
good,
anywhere in the
all
offensive
3 of those
zone,
teams who didn't
has
pick
great
him are
vision
going to
to
be
find
really,
passing lanes,
really
and never
sad.
too far away
Unless
from
with
the
who
puck
they
and
pick
positioning.
end up being good
Great
too.
with his body, most comparable, as we had talked before, to Patrice Bergeron. I think he'll fit in
But yeah,
very nicely
I
in
can't
Seattle.
believe he slid to 4. I mean, not that the results have changed much. The top 4 are still the top 4 guys who I figured would go. But now, okay, so we're going.
That's not bad if you're Seattle.
Yeah, you want to
Gauthier, like we think Philly's gonna go. Juracek, Kamel, Marco Casper's been in there. Matthew Savoie was ranked really high earlier in the year. It's been insane. What if they go way off the board and they go Connor Geeky? He kind of fits the Philadelphia mold. Big boy, even though he doesn't really play that way. Size-wise, he fits their mold.
This season, you know, it's not like he had a bad year. So this is a very good player. As you mentioned, a 1-2 punch with Beniers and Shane Wright seems very, very good to me if you're the Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, exactly. You got potentially two really high-end centers. But they still, I mean, they don't have any real defensive prospects. I don't know. Seattle, it's going to be a few years before Seattle's good, I think. At least.
Coming from a great family. So
and they got Dave Haxtell as coach. People don't like that guy.
Francis, you asked me why I know. I played with the great Ron Francis, and I know how much he values those things.
Ronnie Francis.
This is going to be a really nice pick for them out there in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle's got to be ecstatic that they got Shane Wright.
A lot of value down the middle for that franchise.
And just going back quickly to that Islander trade again, they traded their 13th overall pick for Alex Romanov and a 4th rounder.
Is Romanov a defenseman or a forward?
I guess looking for a ready-made D-man, right?
Alex Romanov.
Now hold on a sec. If you're the Islanders, remember there was a guy for you Islander fans out there, because I know you right now on Jericho Turnpike. You're out there complaining in Long Island. I get it. Remember, they traded Devon Toews.
He's a defenseman. I mean, yeah, sure. That, like he's saying, they traded Devon Toews, but you've got Pelech, Pulak, Dobson.
I think he's going to be a nice piece out there on Long Island.
Montreal gets Kirby Dach. Blackhawks now have the 13th pick and a 3rd round pick. And the Islanders have Roman. I don't know how I feel about that.
And also they had a 4th rounder.
I mean, I don't know.
The 13th overall pick and the 3rd.
I don't know. I'm not an Islanders fan, so I'm not going to worry about it. I don't get that pick though. I don't get that trade, I should say.
Blackhawks are going to pick 7th.
Like sure, but like, and yeah, 13th isn't going to help you next year. Who the Islanders are still built to be good now, but
4 second-round picks tomorrow. You know, they could conceivably maybe try to get back in the 1st round if they wanted to. But for now, that's the trade that Gary Bettman just announced. Between these 3 teams, the Blackhawks will pick 7th and they'll pick 13th. Again, they are in full rebuild mode.
I mean,
what does it mean for Patrick Kane's future?
Yeah.
Jonathan Toews, obviously they got gigantic cap numbers. Hard for anybody to fit them in. But Kane or someone teams would make it. They would make him. They would fit him in somehow.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that phone is ringing like crazy right now, right? Find out where Patrick Kane could end up. New York Rangers have got some cap space, right? What are they going to do? I'm sure Chicago's going to have to eat a little bit of the salary going back, but yeah, it certainly makes it intriguing now with those guys out. What happens?
I still think it'd be so cool if Patrick Kane goes home next year, since his contract's up after next year.
Finally, Emily, Shane is a Kraken.
Shane, as you're standing on that stage putting on a Seattle Kraken sweater, what was going through your mind?
Dream come true. You know, this is what I worked for my whole life. This is what, you know, I've been grinding and working towards, you know, every second of my life since I was a kid, and, you know, finally have this goal achieved. It just feels so amazing.
I know that you set a goal to go #1 overall. What were you feeling as you started to hear names being called that weren't yours?
No, I think that, you know, it's just how it goes sometimes. I think that, you know, teams maybe they felt
humble dude.
Was better
I like
suited
that.
For their team, and you know, they wanted that choice. So can't hold anything against them. You know, they made their decision. So you know, I couldn't be happier being a Seattle Kraken though.
What do you want the Seattle Kraken to know about your mindset going into this opportunity?
Yeah, I'm someone who wants to win. I'm a guy who wants to win championships. I'm someone who, you know, is going to bring that competitive, hungry mindset every single day at the rink. And you know, I want to win here. I want to, you know, build something special here in Seattle, and you know, just super excited to be here.
Thanks, Shane.
Thank you very much.
Well said.
Bucci.
Say it.
Thanks, Emily. Kevin Weeks.
You know, it's always easy to be good when things are going your way, right? Things are going your way. The billboards.
That was very composed though for a 18-year-old.
How classy Shane Wright is. When he wasn't drafted 1st overall, you saw his reaction to Slavkovsky, which was great. You see the selflessness and just the presence of mind to be really
crazy.
Focused.
That's
in his
insane.
answers here with Emily, but also
I'm gonna keep saying that.
Composure. That's very, very exceptional for a player of his age.
Yeah,
and a young man of
I'd
that
say.
age.
Those are some of the attributes you were talking about.
Weeksy,
Yeah,
spitting
absolutely.
bars.
Everyone I talked to over and over again said he's a leader. He's someone you want in the locker room. He is what it takes to make it in the NHL mentally. So I think that's, you know, going to be an awesome.
I mean, yeah, I don't
future,
doubt
and
that
I'd like
he's.
to see a redraft of this in 10 years.
I love redrafts.
Yeah, I agree.
Enjoyed doing those back in the day.
All right, Philly's pick is in.
Philadelphia Flyers. There was talk maybe they might be in DeBrincat, but sounds like they really weren't in the DeBrincat sweepstakes. New coach John Tortorella. Are they a win-now team? They're not a
Wait, when did that happen?
Team. Are they somewhere in between, which usually is very difficult to operate?
I guess I'd completely missed
Johnny
that.
Gaudreau become a flyer?
Oh, no, I remember. Yeah.
Part of the secret plan.
I do remember that.
Yes, we're going yes on that.
Danny Briere.
So
they're going to pick my boy here, I have a feeling.
And there's some D out
Matthew
there.
Savoie.
What do the Flyers do? They are now picking 5th overall the 2022 NHL Draft.
Let's take off the board, Chuck
Philadelphia
Fletcher.
Flyers would like to welcome Jasmine Martinez from Ed Snyder Youth Hockey and Education to make our first pick.
Oh.
Hello. With the 5th overall pick, the Philadelphia Flyers are proud to pick Cutter Gauthier.
There's Cutter Gauthier. Off the board.
So there it is. He's Boston College bound.
So Columbus has got to go Juracek here.
6'2", 190. He can hit a golf
My boy actually might be on the board. We've only got 4 picks to go. Cutter Gauthier. Wow, dude's a
Yeah, and Coach Nightingale mentions his power
rocket.
and physical nature.
Wow, he's 6'2". I didn't realize he was that tall.
Skill. His strength are his scoring abilities with quality shots, allowing him to score on set goalies, which is actually rare. He's able to get to the slot and around the net consistently for puck recoveries, and he led the IHF Under-18 tournament in shot attempts.
All right, well,
with 17.
we're up to pick 6. Columbus, Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo.
With some of the other players, a lot more mature physically as well. Pretty mature physically. Yeah. You were talking about that athleticism that he has, the explosiveness that he has.
If I'm going to guess, it's going to go Juracek to Columbus.
The NDTP based on a lot of the other elite offensive players.
What does Chicago need? I mean, if Juracek, okay, so if, let's say Columbus goes Kamel, I think Chicago definitely picks Juracek, but I think Columbus definitely goes Juracek.
Either Nemitz or Juracek as well.
But I mean, I don't know. Columbus is going to need, now that they traded Kirby Dach especially, they're going to need some centers. So either they're probably going to go Savoie or Casper. Maybe Geeky, but
they had a heck of a time
I don't know.
Net, but I think the Flyers look at him as a center down the road for their hockey club. So
really,
a big guy.
I thought he was a winger.
Centers the Flyers do. They're in certainly in a retool situation, but a guy that plays hard and has a heck of a shot. I mean, his shot is what stands out.
He's headed to Boston College. Tears in mom's eyes, of course, as the Arizona product. Heading to Boston College first, and then he plays in the great hockey city of Philadelphia. Big news in Montreal. They have the first pick, and then they swing a deal for Kirby Dach. Emily Kaplan's with their GM.
Crazy.
Ken, when did Kirby Dach first come on your radar?
Well, we had talked to Chicago. I'm guessing like 2 weeks ago. Don't quote me on that. We had, through the rumor mill, heard that they might be willing to move him. So we had conversations that didn't really go anywhere based on what they were looking for to make that pick. And over the course of conversations internally, we tried to move up in the draft because that's what they were looking for. And we had tried to do it with picks, and we weren't able to get quite where we needed to. So unfortunately, we lose a good member of our team in Alexander Romanov, and we wish him the best. But in doing that, we were able to get where we needed to go to make this happen.
And you just told me that you made a lot of calls on Kirby Dach before acquiring him. What were said in those calls that made you feel confident?
Well, I think, you know, hockey players, especially young hockey players that come into the National Hockey League, it's not an easy league to play in at 18, and players come with certain level of expectation, certainly based on their draft status. So we just wanted to know, like, check with different people within the organization and around hockey that knew him before he got there and in Chicago to just try and understand where they thought his game was going.
I mean, if Kirby Dach can reach what he was supposed to reach, it's not a bad move. I mean, for them, it's not a bad move at all. I don't understand the Islanders' part in any of this, though.
So we'll see about Kirby Dach in Montreal. On the clock, the Columbus Blue Jackets via the Seth Jones trade. They pick next.
All right, we'll mute the commercials. Uncle texts me. Devils 40th anniversary patch. See if I can get a picture of it for him. Unveil 40th anniversary logo. Save image. Ooh, their 10th anniversary is pretty cool. Okay, so I'm gonna. Well, yeah, I don't want any. I don't want to see who Columbus is gonna pick. So they got to go Juracek, I think, unless they really want a forward. But I think they picked 2 forwards last year in the first round, so they probably don't need to go forward this year. And I think they also have more than 1 first round pick too. I think. Yeah, they've got 6, 12. They have 3 like Buffalo. No, they have 2. Okay. But okay, so they probably go defense for sure. I mean, unless they think they can get, unless they like one of the other defensemen who goes a little later, like Korchinski, Mintyukov. There's another defenseman I remember hearing the name for. Maybe I'm crazy.
Remember the
So
big
here's
Seth
last
Jones
year's big trade
made
on draft
last
day.
year on draft day, as the Blue Jackets.
Yeah, because I
picked
mean
up
they've got
Paul Sillinger,
Boquist.
who again we talked about the only first
Who
rounder
else is
last
on their
year,
blue
played more
line?
than 10 games.
Boquist.
Excellent first year in his 18-year-old
Oh,
season.
duh.
Now here
Werenski.
they pick 6th overall. There's another defenseman here.
I feel like they got a couple veteran guys in their blue line.
Megan, the defenseman, he's a big guy, not
Oh,
flashy,
wow.
but seems like that would be the pick here.
Well, and he's
Megan
still in that
Chaika
elite
says-
tier. He's compared to Nemeth a lot and slightly lower on some scouts list, but it could have been because of that.
Frank
elite
Nazar is the
International World
next
Juniors.
best available after
I think it's a
Juracek.
very solid
Crazy.
defenseman if they're able to, come and decide that they want him for this pick.
Yeah, they picked 6th and 12th. So they can take the best guy here if they want.
Yeah, I think they got to pick Juracek. They haven't picked a defenseman in the top 2 rounds since 2016. Andrew,
That's what I was
think they
saying.
got to pick a D-man.
Given,
Or
yeah.
McDonough badly, as they know he was available. John Davidson, make the pick.
Merci beaucoup à la belle ville de Montreal. Yes, you have a beautiful city. Thank you very much to the
What's her
Molson family
GM's name
for
again? I
putting on
forget.
And hosting a great time.
He's a European
We
guy,
would
I think.
like to say hello to our fans at Pins Easton. Thank you very much, Fifth Line, for being great supporters. With our first pick, I would like to introduce our general manager, Jarmo Kekalainen.
Kekalainen, that's his name.
With the 6th overall pick,
All right, who we got?
Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Czech,
David
Pilsen,
Juracek.
David Juracek.
6'3", 190, big, strong.
David.
offensive minded
Wonder if that's how it's
defenseman.
actually
Good
pronounced.
Vision, good hockey sense. It's a good pick, isn't it, Megan?
It's a no-brainer.
Solid.
He makes quick, decisive reads with the puck on his stick. He has the ability to create and transition with his skating or puck movement, and he uses skating to close gaps and
Okay.
put pressure
Juracek
on
at
opponents.
6.
I love
We got
him.
7
I
and
love
8.
his pick. I think he's an elite defenseman. I think Columbus.
Fingers
should be very
crossed.
happy.
Savoie doesn't go there. I think
Solid
Chicago
first
goes
pass, right?
Savoie
That's
here
what
at
we're
7
looking for
though.
a defenseman in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the size. He's wiry. It seems to me like in the video that I saw of him, just great reads. Like, I mean, he was able to step up in the neutral zone, pick off plays.
Dude, the Czech Republic logo is super
You
cool.
know, some people debated Juracek whether he was better than Nemeth. I mean, I think both a right shot defenseman. You can't go wrong with either one. We
Sabres
mentioned
also
Columbus.
needed
I
that.
think
Wonder if they were trying to
desperate
get
need of,
maybe trade in
defensemen
into the
in
top
their organization. I
5
think this is
after
a solid pickup and probably something that they
after the whole right
would be
thing.
there when they were picking.
And probably still in the market for a veteran D-man. Again, they want a McDonough because they can fit him in the cap. I'm sure someone, again, to complement these young guys.
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
Both
who
they got
is
last year in the Jones trade, of course.
Columbus?
Rowinski's an elite #1 guy.
Absolutely. We
True.
love Zach Werenski.
Blue Jackets
elite indeed, no question
roster.
about it. And Boquist has played really well there. I think for them,
Yeah, Adam Boquist was good for
adding
them
Juracek
last year, and they
to get
just
somebody
extended
that
him a
has
few years.
elite anticipation when he's
Okay, so
defending
we've got
or when he's
defenseman
attacking. 50-50 pucks in the
Jake
neutral zone, he's
Bean
outstanding
was a higher
in
pick.
making those reads. And also he shoots
Adam
rockets,
Boquist.
so this complements their group.
Werenski.
Fills the position of need, especially with the
Kukan.
departure of Seth Jones to Chicago.
Huh.
I think of him
Yeah,
on
they
the
don't
side,
really have a
like,
lot. It's a lot of guys I've never heard of
Vasiljev
before.
Gavrikov.
They're all young.
I love that Gavrikov.
For the most
I mean,
part.
He plays hard, he blocks shots, but this is a guy that maybe can roam a little bit more playing with a guy like that.
Given he might not play there for a couple of years, but Columbus probably isn't going to be that great for a couple of years either, so maybe that's a good thing.
So if he gives you a glowing review and he picks it, you know you've done something right.
Yeah, if Wright was there, I think they would have taken him for sure up the middle.
Absolutely.
But again, I think they knew they were
They don't
gonna
have
get one of
anybody
the two
down the
D-men,
middle.
and
I
get
mean, they
Sid
have
with this guy
centermen, but they're
strong
not.
on his skates
I mean,
and
Kent
good
Johnson's
size.
supposed to be
We'll see
pretty
how long
good,
it
but
takes for him to get to Columbus and the Blue
I don't know if
Jackets pick
he's.
again.
Top line
after
center.
After this, now we go Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, Anaheim,
Buffalo.
San Jose, Columbus again. So some really interesting teams coming up and interesting decisions coming up.
I don't need these mock drafts. I had them all up just in case I streamed a little earlier. But
trade is coming up next in the 2022 draft. Slivkovsky kicked it up. A big night for Slovakia. For the first time ever, they go 1-2.
okay. So this realistically for Chicago could be a ton of things. It could be Joachim Kamel. It could be Matthew Savoie, Marco Kasper. It could be, if they're wanting D-man, either Korchinski or Mintyukov could be good. If they're wanting size, Connor Geeky, but some people are high on him, some people aren't. Frank Nazar, according to Megan Chayka, I think that's her name. Oh, RDA fights this weekend. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I don't know what Chicago wants to do. Clearly, they liked somebody at 7. Either that or it was the best deal they were getting for DeBrincat.
The magic is calling you to stay at a Disney Resort hotel, where you're surrounded by the world's most magical celebration.
So far,
The fun never stops. Special friends
the top 6 have, according to Bob McKenzie, the top 6 are the top 6.
with extra time in any of the 4 theme parks every day. And Disney Plus subscribers save up to 25% on rooms.
All right, are we going to get another Marco Rossi situation for me where I'm going to be super, or Cole Perfetti for that matter, both available and the Sabres go with someone else, similar to me and how I want Matthew Savoie so badly? But even with, I mean, I don't know if Savoie is going to be a top line center either, I guess. I don't really know.
Hi, my name is Logan Cooley. This is Connor Geeky. This is Shane Wright. You're watching the NHL Draft on ESPN.
Chicago's on the clock,
Welcome
minute
back.
left.
Butcher Goss, Megan Chayka, Kevin Weeks, Brian Boucher on the clock. Chicago Blackhawks didn't have this pick when they woke up, but they trade Alex DeBrincat for this pick, the 7th overall pick. Also
People are crazy. I was just looking at to see how everyone else is streaming the reactions to the draft, and there's people drafting like the actual feed. I mean, I guess if you're not a big streamer, why not?
And certainly
Which, I mean, I could too, obviously, but
for next year, which looks to be a very strong draft, especially up 1 and 2. So the Blackhawks, it'll be a very dark season coming up in Chicago, as again they slowly.
yeah, I mean, maybe Chicago's tanking for Bedard.
Yeah, I think when I first look at the Blackhawks,
Or I think there's a Russian dude who plays
now that
center
they
as well,
traded
who's supposed to be really
Kirby
good
Dach,
next year.
I wonder if their mindset shifts to a potential center.
Matthew
Five-year
Savoie.
plan, you know, they're going to go best available.
Yeah, best available. Yeah, I mean, with
you said maybe Kevin.
Frank Nazar's a center too? I thought he was a
think
winger.
Kevin
Oh, he's a
Korchinski's
center
an
winger. Okay.
Offensive-minded defenseman they could go after on the back end, but then I also wonder if they go after a center like Marco Kasper, or Frank Nazar, or perhaps Geeky as well. Yeah. Good leadership in him, good skill.
What do you think, Meg?
Wow, Megan Chayka doesn't have Matthew Savoie in the top.
I do like Frank Nazar, but I think that
Wow,
the
crazy.
thing with him is his speed is so important. And looking at a Colorado and Tampa, you have to think some of these teams are looking to speed.
Who do we
in this
got?
draft, too.
Chicago Blackhawks.
Got you, Booch. I was just going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if they go with Korchinski here with the D.
Kevin Korchinski.
Out of
If
Seattle.
they're going for defense, that wouldn't be a bad choice.
Kyle Davison, the new GM. Here comes the pick for Chicago.
Merci Montréal pour votre accueil.
A new GM.
Thank you Montreal for the fantastic week, and
He's
a
looked
special
kinda
thank you
young.
to all the amazing fans here today who make this such a special event. We'd like to say hello to all of our fans back in Chicago, and specifically the Highland Park residents. Our hearts are with you. With the 7th overall
Amen.
pick, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Kevin Korchinski.
Wow, they did. Kevin Korchinski.
Good call.
Oh, this draft is all over the place.
6'2", 185. produced the most points by any defenseman in the 2022 WHL playoffs. He had 19
At
points.
7, though, they probably could have got him with their next pick at 13, honestly.
A big draft too, but he has a big variance in how scouts
I mean,
feel
who's
about him.
so you've got
One NHL scout noted to me he's highly skilled.
Detroit's not going to pick him. Buffalo's not going to pick him. Anaheim might. Yeah, I mean, there is a good amount of people between there, but I don't know.
And anticipation off the puck.
Okay, my boy is almost at least available at 9. Got one more pick, and from what I hear, Detroit is really high on Marco Kasper.
Saskatoon, 6'2", 185.
Yeah, exactly. And he really flourished in Seattle in the postseason, as you said, out in the dub.
Buffalo's going to pull a Buffalo. They'll trade 9 to move back to 20 to get
you see how he's really
3 third-round picks or something.
From going from Anaheim to Vegas. And in the case of Korchinski, the patience to look off the forecheck, one-man breakout, the head fakes at the blue line, and some of that offensive elite skill that we saw in the postseason from both Cale Makar, of course, Devontae's, and somebody like Victor Hedman. So that goes a long way, Bush.
I think there's some, yeah, it does. And I think there's some defensemen in this draft that probably play like Korchinski offensively, but Korchinski's the guy that has the size. I mean, he's almost 6'3", so he's got NHL size.
Yeah, I mean, he could be their next,
like he's gonna,
the start of their next dynasty.
Like
he's the next Brent Seabrook, because I think Duncan Keith was a second-rounder.
To have that type of poise and that
either that or maybe it was the other way around. I don't remember.
It's hard to find. So, hard to find guys from the back end that can generate offense. They don't grow on trees, and if you find one that's available for you, then you may as well grab it.
No question. And when you look at what Chicago needs right now,
Thunderbirds have kind of a cool jersey.
Where they're going, all the picks, the draft picks that they have, but when you think about their team and a big part of the championship clubs that they have, it was Duncan Keith and Seabrook on the back end. Yeah. It was Jarmelson and then the trade for Johnny Oduya. The best four really in the league for years.
Yeah.
So Korchinski's probably more in the offensive categories we
True.
talked about. He has the room to
especially come postseason time.
This is a really good pick.
I mean, there was that one run they went on where they won
Kyle Davidson. It's quite the task.
the Cup, and they basically only played the top 2 pairs. They didn't even play their third pair the whole run.
Kyle, how do you view this day for the Chicago Blackhawks?
You know what? It's an exciting day, but it's also a tough day as well. We moved on from some pretty special players and pretty important players in the Blackhawks organization, but we're looking ahead, and we're really excited with
dismantled their top 6.
Get, 2 picks in the top 15, and with the 7th overall pick, we got our guy. We truly got our guy, and that was one of the main things we wanted to do today was get Kevin Korchinski, and we got him. So
crazy.
Why?
Just the combination of size, skating, just the entire package. I think we were really, really sold on it, and we're just ecstatic.
What was the hardest part about trading DeBrincat and Doc?
That they are good players. They're good players, and DeBrincat's a little more established in his career, and he's a highly productive player. But you know what? In our rebuild, we need assets. We need young assets, and we need to build up that prospect base. And we thought that was the best way to go. And we've got our process. We're sticking to it, and we're happy with how today's going.
How much turnover do you expect more this summer on your roster?
Detroit's pick is
we'll
in.
See. We're always open, and I'm willing to listen, and we'll kind of take what comes to us and
sounds like
make
Kevin
the best
Adams
decision for the Blackhawks. But these were pretty big moves, and so we'll kind of settle in tonight, make some picks, add some really quality players to our team, and go from there.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Emily.
Bucci.
All right, Emily, great job there with Kyle Davidson. As you can see, Luke Richardson is the head coach. They trade both Kirby Dach and Alex DeBrincat, and I still just don't get the DeBrincat trade. 24-year-old guy. The cap's only going to go up. So, why not have one max guy in your team as you bring all these young players in?
It's true.
I just don't see any way we look back in history that this is going to be a good trade.
I don't understand why you would trade him, because he brings so much to the team as a goal scorer, not even a volume shooter, a one-shot guy, a lethal threat offensively. Yep. And you have the benefit of his youth as well.
Yeah,
and
he's not. He's. What did they say? He's 24. He'd be in his prime when they get through this rebuild.
Where does this
ideally?
For the great Patrick Kane,
and what does he want to do?
What does he want to do?
He wants to bring a cup home, baby.
Want to do as well, because Chicago clearly, if anything, has shown exactly where
Oh,
they're going.
DeBrincat's so sick,
yeah,
though.
To me, for Patrick Kane, I mean, I can't imagine why he would want to stay in Chicago. I know his legacy is there. They won 3 Stanley Cups, but he deserves a right to continue his legacy and try to win Stanley Cups the rest of his career.
Continue his legacy by bringing the Sabres back into relevancy.
I don't know
How
if
about
that's
that?
the case. I mean, I wonder how much longer he's going to play. And for DeBrincat, you figure if the road is going to be no Kane, no Taves, then maybe why keep DeBrincat in that scenario, right? He's going to have to get paid, so maybe you can understand why they'd move on from him at that point. But, yeah, there's no question that the Blackhawks are in a complete strip down. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where they go with their 2 stars after this.
All right.
Well, Steve Yzerman always is filled with surprises at a draft.
Who is he going to go with?
Folks here with an off-the-radar pick.
Marco Kasper?
Detroit selects from the SHL, Rogala
Karamaki?
Marco Kaspar.
Yeah, Marco Kasper, yeah.
So they get their center, Marco Kaspar. Tell us about him, Megan Chaika.
Yeah, his strengths include puck carrying and puck possession. He's a play driver with high stick-on puck possession time, and he's a strong decision maker.
Crazy, okay.
Well,
my boy's available.
And defensively, shows up well.
Oh, man. What if he's there at 16? That'd be great. I mean, the way this is going, he might be.
Austrian, 6'1", 183. Obviously, the Red Wings D centers, again, he's a young guy. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm sure this long-term organizational depth. You wonder if Stevie Y is going to start being bold here and look for a UFA or make a big deal. They still got to sign Dylan Larkin. You'll think that'll happen, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, he probably doesn't play for them for a couple years. I guess maybe they're fine with that. I mean, obviously, at this point, that's probably how it's going to be with everyone. But
responsible. He's not afraid to go to the high traffic areas. High hockey.
Oh, he's pretty tall. I didn't realize that.
One knock on him is
tall is
there a ton of offense in him?
6'1".
Maybe that's the one thing, but
maybe Gary Bettman's just super short.
He's not going to shy away from contact. He's not going to shy away from the hard areas. I think this is a really solid pick. I know some people may have had some centers rated a little bit higher, but I know a lot of people had the Marco Kasper rated very high as well. Be interesting to see what he does next year. You know, if you in Detroit. Not afraid to keep guys in Sweden, right? He is an Austrian guy playing in Sweden.
Right.
His junior rights are with the Ottawa 67s, but I suspect that he will go back to Sweden, play professional hockey for another year.
So?
Because he seems to be doing well over there.
Well, so I was just going to say quickly, our good buddy James Boyd, who's the GM of the Ottawa 67s, my former teammate there, and your son plays there, Boosh. Of course, they would love to get Kasper.
Red Wings are going to be really good, really quick here, especially if this is another hit. Given it's Steve Yzerman, it's going to be. So.
A little bit, the Florida Everblades as well. And in the case of Kasper, here's the thing: the Detroit Red Wings have had a long pipeline of Sweden and players that have played there. Of course, Lucas Raymond now. Also on the back end,
Edmondson.
You had Edmondson, who's a stud last year. They got at 6. Not to be outdone, Megan, too. I love the fact that Mo Seider played in Sweden, too.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is that they're going to be good, and they've picked, outside the top 5 the whole time.
Or back, or pick people that we didn't really think, and then they turn out.
Yeah.
So since 2019,
so I think Lucas Raymond was
I mean, I think this is
4th,
well within the realms.
maybe.
Like you said, he's
either that or he might have been a
focused on
6 or 7 too.
Patient. I think he got his guy.
Yeah.
Awesome. Again, Austrian-born. Talking about Marco Rossi, Andre Burakovsky, Michael Grabner, Thomas Vanek.
Steve
Yzerman, the legend. Always love to hear him talk hockey and why he took this fella. Emily?
Steve, what's the long-term projection for Marco Kasper?
Well,
all right, our boys are on the clock.
Probably can play all 3 forward positions, but we draft him as a centerman. We think he has underrated skill, and we think he has the ability to play in our top 6. One day, I can't tell you if it's next year or the year after, but we have high hopes from him. Very excited to pick him.
Where do you view the Detroit Red Wings in your rebuild?
Well, it's my 3rd year as the GM, so I think we're in year 3 of the rebuild.
How active do you expect to be
Good
this
answer.
summer?
Well, we got lots to do. I really can't predict. You know, we got the rest of the draft here to go. We'll explore the trade market if we can, but ultimately look at free agency and see if we can improve
Pick
our
is
team
in.
that way. So we got some roster spots to fill, and we'll look at all avenues to try and do that.
What's the biggest priority now?
Just don't go off the board, please.
Preparing, I guess, for the second round. We'll get through the first round tonight and get ready for the remainder of the draft. I think we got 9 more picks, and we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, Emily, thank you.
Gucci?
They do have 9 more picks, 2 in the second round tomorrow. So outside of Sebastian Cosa, their second first-round pick last year, the goalie, all outside North America for Stevie Y under him. Here come the Sabres. High hopes. He had the first overall pick last year. They took Owen Power, went back to Michigan, then showed up in the spring. And here come the Buffalo Sabres
He looked
at
good.
number 9. What do you think, Megan? Who should they take here?
I think they might jump to Yurov. I think they might go for
No.
a Russian who plays a puck possession style and wants to carry the
I'd be
puck.
so mad if they pick him.
Driven now with Sam Ventura,
At 9.
building up
He's
at
going to be there at
analytics
16
group.
more than
So
likely.
I think this could be their pick.
Sabres under Donnie Granado. What do you think, Weeksy?
I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they go him or if they go Pavel Mintyukov out of Saginaw.
Oh my gosh.
D-man.
Both
D-man
guys.
out of Saginaw.
They don't need another
I'm hedging
defenseman in the top 10.
between the two because I certainly like some of the young forwards, but for them, especially for a young team that's in a rebuild, Owen Power last year out of Michigan came in at the season's end, played exceptionally well.
Tage
Tage Thompson bursting on the scene last year with a massive year. So if I were them, I'd probably shade towards the D right now in Mintyukov.
They're deep in prospects.
What do you
right now. They've done a
mean?
great job of stockpiling. It's hard to say.
Oh
that they
my
need one
God.
particular
At least if
thing, but
Mintyukov is.
I wonder if they could, maybe go into the center position. You know, maybe do you go? Does Savoie? You know,
Please.
Somebody that
Boucher, speak some sense into these guys.
But they're in a good spot as far as their prospects are concerned. I think probably the biggest thing that they need is a goaltender, but there just isn't a goaltender in this draft.
Not at
So
9.
you just
Not in the
continue
first round.
to build from what you got. I'm gonna say.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna say they go for it. Also, I think maybe Lekermaki there from.
Lekermaki, I've heard that they like him.
They go after as well.
Again, they tried to get Matt Murray, but he had a no trade clause, no movement clause there. So he exercised that right. They could give Darcy Kemper probably the biggest contract he could get if they want to get that kind of a goalie. But it's kind of exciting time in Buffalo. The fan base, I think they're ready for the future, and I think some good things are happening. Kevin Adams.
The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from Winnipeg in the Western Hockey League, Matthew Savoie.
Yes! They did it! Oh my God! Thank you!
He's a skilled player. I mean,
Oh!
One of the best players in the Western Hockey League. He's fast. He's smart.
The best
he can
news.
shoot it.
Oh
You think about
my
what they got as a
Lord!
#1 center in Tage
Thank
Thompson,
you
the
for
guys that
not
the
doing
guys
something
the size of
crazy.
Eiffel Tower. This guy is a little bit smaller, but boy, is he dynamic. You watch him play. His hockey sense is there. His quickness. And that, to me, is something that I think could complement, maybe their top center in Tage Thompson, maybe a guy that has a little bit more of that water bug mentality to round out their top 6.
Yeah, I agree with that. And an offensive wizard, and also
Thank
playing with Geeky up
the
there.
Lord. I'm so happy right now.
I really like the fact that he seems very self-assured.
Thank you. I was so crazy. I was so nervous about that, especially when she said Yurov.
During the Stanley Cup final, been watching a lot of his clips, seeing his interviews, and from speaking to people in the dub, they just say on any game and any possession, he can bust a game open. And now, with Jack Eichel being in Vegas now, by adding Savoie to the mix, I think this is a playmaker.
Exactly.
Somebody that could drive offense.
Get a pretty big
their group going forward.
Yeah, and I think for a small player
offensive
to make
guy.
it in the NHL, you have to compete.
And I've been saying too, and I've heard a couple other people say that he's similar to Daniel Briere, which, man oh man, us Sabres fans would love to see Daniel Briere 2.0 and not screw it up this time.
You got to be cocky. Totally. Right? To make it, especially
100%.
in the NHL. So there it is. Buffalo Sabre fans, need you back this year in the rink, all right? You're getting there. You're building brick by brick.
True.
Matt Savoie is
Oh
the
my
latest.
gosh. Okay. I will be right back.
Big night for Slovakia, as we mentioned. They go 1-2. Nemitz and Slivkovsky. The Flyers looking for the future with Cutter Gauthier. We'll talk with Matt Savoie next from Montreal.
On July 15th.
I've always been an outsider. That's why I came here to be a samurai.
One little dream.
I'm a bad dog.
One giant adventure.
Hank, I am your father. What?
No, I'm not. Paws of Fury. Rated PG.
Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on. Like Manny, event planning with our best plan ever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
With 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on.
There's this guy that lives across the street, and he's always looking over here, staring right at me. What's happening?
They found a woman murdered in her apartment.
He's been following me.
I just look at people
I heard screaming. Open the door, please.
Rent now on Sling.
The thing that really changed my life was a hometown show. Seeing pictures after that show, so disappointed. Once you start eating right and you start following the program, it's going to come off quickly. It's not just about health. It's about how you feel about yourself. I spin, I run from one side of the stage to the other. I couldn't do that 53 pounds ago. The pounds start to come off, you start making improvement, the smile gets bigger, and life gets better.
Introducing Livia's new Simple Start plan for just $59. Call Livia today.
Our next UFC fight night is Saturday from the Apex in Vegas with our lightweight main event. The prelims start at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific, followed by the main card at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on ESPN, Deportes, and ESPN Plus, which you can get by going to espnplus.com/UFC or download the ESPN app. ESPN Plus, a great place for you UFC fans, and of course for you NHL fans. We loved year one of our package with the NHL. Here we go. Here's the recap of the first 9. The Ducks are on the clock next. We go Ducks, Sharks, Blue Jackets again, then Blackhawks again. 1-2 for the first time ever for Slovakia. The very latest pick, Buffalo. Emily, introduce Matt Savoie to the great American sports town of Buffalo, New York.
Matt, what excites you most about joining the Buffalo Sabres?
I think the opportunity there. Buffalo's a great city. Was obviously down there for the Combine and got to check it out a little bit. So honestly, just really ecstatic to be going down there.
I want to ask you about your fit choice because it looked like your vest was lined with something. Can you just tell us more about it?
Yeah, when I was designing the suit for the draft, they asked what I wanted on the inside. I saw like this nice little tiger portrait, so I decided to get that on the back of my vest, and just want to rock it tonight, yeah.
Why did a tiger speak to you?
I don't know. Just thought it was a pretty cool animal, honestly. Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you.
Ruchi?
Thanks, Emily. Ducks are cool animals, too. Pat Verbeek running his first draft. The new GM of the Anaheim Ducks, Beaker, arriving there mid-season. Took Mason McTavish last year. A lot of people thought that was a good pick. Went back for more seasoning. Jamie Drysdale looks like a high-end offensive guy. Zegras obviously was right there in the Rookie of the Year race as well. That's going to end up being probably a very high-value pick. Trevor's really got some high upside. So much fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And now who will Pat Verbeek as he continues to rebuild this team, trading Josh Manson, acquiring picks, and you can go a number of ways here.
Yeah, I think when they traded Manson and Lindholm at the deadline this year, I think they could add a defenseman.
Okay.
The guys I have my eye on, Pavel Mintyukov from Saginaw, and as Megan mentioned to us, Denton Mateychuk and Moose Jaw. So it'll be interesting.
Okay.
One's big, one's smaller. See what they do.
2 1s and 2 2s tonight for Beaker. Former Hartford Whaler legend. Look at him. Cleans up nice.
The Anaheim Ducks would like to wish Kim Marchment, the Marchment family, and the entire the San Jose Sharks our warmest sympathies. With the 10 selection, the Anaheim Ducks select Pavel Mintyukov from the Saginaw Spirit.
Turn your head and Mintyukov. You're on a roll, Brian Boucher.
I wish I was betting. Maybe I'd make some money here.
6'1", 200 Russian defenseman shoots left.
Yeah, listen, the Saginaw team was not very good, but this guy was lights out for them. Played in every situation, power play, penalty kill. What's interesting about this kid, too, is that the year that the OHL did not play, he came over from Russia, stayed in Saginaw to learn the language, to get acclimated. And, to me, that shows a willingness to want to make it to the National Hockey League. And if there's any concern about Russians right now as to whether you pick them or not, Mintyukov is staying in the United States. He's in North America.
Okay.
So there's no concern about whether he will be here or not.
All right.
He is here. This is a talented player. More size than Mateychuk, and I think maybe that's why in the end Anaheim went that route.
Ducks have selected 1 D-man in the first round of the last 6 drafts. Drysdale 6 overall.
Okay, kind of said this last night.
He has
Tweeted
great
this last
skating
night.
ability, which allows him to join the
Winnipeg
rush, improve skating
Ice
too after a
Shop.
growth spurt, and he has movement in the
Check
offensive
this
zone
out.
to improve shot quality.
And listen, the big thing for me, from speaking to a lot of people back in the O, is the fact that he competed on every shift. Even
93 is a good
they
number.
didn't have a good year. And the fact that
Oh, they don't have one that's
he's able to
2x
put up the
though.
points, third in the OHL in points scored by defensemen, but competing as hard as he did, never playing to where they were in the standings. but relishing the matchups against a lot of elite teams that he played against, and a lot of the one-on-one matches.
Maybe I lied too. You know, keep in mind their team was not very good, yet he still played inside a team structure. And you think about that, you're a young kid, you want to showcase your abilities.
A jersey customization for your cart, and your desired ice jersey in the size and color you want. Email info at 50below.ca with your personal name along with the name and number you would like on your jersey. Customizations take 2-3 weeks.
New GM of the San Jose Sharks will make his first selection as Shark GM. Next, when the draft continues from Montreal on ESPN.
Do you want some more? Do you want it? We need a hustle. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Yeah, you don't need fresh air. Yeah, let's go, let's go.
Matthew Savoie is a Sabre. That's exciting, man. Okay, well, pick is in, so you got a bunch of defensemen off the board, so that means
real luxury, real confidence. Enjoy advanced
we'll come back to this.
Golden Opportunity sales event.
Okay, so Korchinski's off the board, Mintyukov is off the board, Casper, Savoie, so Kamel is still up there. At, who are we at now? 10? So we're at 11?
Fast, reliable solutions nationwide. Find the perfect solution for your business from the network businesses rely on. The new brown
Kamel, Lekaramaki, probably go next. Who did Columbus pick? Juracek. So Columbus definitely going forward with their second pick.
That's double cool.
So that'll probably be Kamel unless San Jose picks Kamel. Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm hoping Frank Nazar is there at 16. But I think the Sabres are going to take a risk with 16, if I had to guess. And that tells me they're either going to go Brad Lambert or they're going to go Danila Yurov. Which, I mean, hey, if Yurov is... let's just look at his stats. So this year in the KHL, he didn't have any points. But that doesn't really mean much since he's 17 years old playing in a professional league.
Hi, this is Cutter Gauthier. This is Simon Nemec. This is Jimmy Snuggered. You're watching the NHL Draft on ESPN.
Oh, okay, so it is Simon Nemec, not Simone Nemetz.
Thank you for that, Jimmy. We mentioned Mike Greer, new GM of San Jose.
Mike Greer, my boy.
Looks like the Coyotes are going to move up to this 11th pick overall. So
really?
The Coyotes already have Logan Cooley. Who should they take here? Who's next on your high prospect?
It's not going to be a defenseman.
Well, 7th was Frank Nazar for me, so I think that's another pick. You know, another U.S.
Hey, the color got
player.
fixed.
He has speed. He's explosive, competitive, and he takes the puck to the slot. So
whatever.
I think you're
cool.
jumping up because you see that guy still on the
Frank
list.
Nazar,
and
yeah.
You want him.
So we'll see what the entire trade is, why the Sharks did this, whether perhaps adding a pick somewhere else, multiple picks probably, as the Coyotes.
Yeah, they're definitely not getting any players. So San Jose gets 27, 34, and 45 for pick 11.
That was the next Arizona pick.
It's not bad.
Doing that by sliding down 16 slots, they get a nice second round.
So Arizona's on the clock.
And really the 45th overall pick as well. So 2 seconds and a first by switching.
I'm going to guess they go. They're either going Kamel, Nazar, or Lekaramaki. Because they need, I mean, they need defensemen as well, but there isn't really a big defenseman left. Like the top 4D in the draft are all gone. The next highest ranked defenseman is in the mid-20s.
Is try to build organically with picks and accruing as many picks. I think that's the right strategy for them here.
And maybe for the Sharks, the person that they wanted, that they had slotted at number 11 is gone. So now they've fallen into a different tier of players that they're interested in. They probably figure he'll be there
Yeah, I mean,
later
I
in
don't,
the first round.
because Arizona did all that work to get all of those picks. I mean, I guess if you hit on this pick 11, maybe it doesn't matter, but
you know, there's no doubt that if the guy that they wanted 11 is not there, there's no reason to keep that pick.
And good for Arizona too.
Exactly.
Right? We want to see them.
That's
let's
right.
go. Let's,
Yeah.
you know,
It's a win-win.
It is.
Yeah, I'd
Let's
agree with
start
that.
Trying to win games and
Absolutely.
add good pieces.
Yes.
Of course, next year playing at a college campus is still very interesting. I still don't believe that's going to happen. I just can't believe it's going to happen. That they're going to play in 2000.
Oh, it's going to happen.
At Arizona State. But we'll see. Maybe it will.
Yeah.
And
well, you know it'll be a packed house. That's for sure.
No question. No question.
True. All right, pick is in.
So we'll see what happens with the Arizona Coyotes, what they decide to do as they look to build their organization as well. So again, Mike Guerrero is a big moment for you. You broke that news as the new GM of the San Jose Sharks. What does that mean to you and to the hockey community?
Thank you. I mean, it's massive for me. It's massive for a lot of girls and boys out there and people. I think this is like putting a man on the moon, really. First time in 105 years. These jobs were always very exclusive. congrats to Greerzy and the Sharks and making history. I saw your video.
Yeah, dude, I love Greer as a Buffalo Sabre.
Richly deserved. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the big thing that I take away, I always say this, is when we look and we're just at Stanley Cup Final, the champagne tastes the same when you win. You don't care who's from Rhode Island, who's from Oakville, who's from Dallas, who's from Russia. You don't care. That's what it's all about.
That's awesome. That's awesome stuff.
Amazing stuff.
And so Mike Greer, Boston University, national champion, 1995, won in Providence at the Old Providence Civic Center.
Yeah.
Who are they going to go with?
BU has 2 players from that team now.
There's clearly someone they like.
And Greer in San Jose.
If they wanted to move back up.
In San Jose.
Yes.
Right? I mean,
for sure.
You know, they've got some pieces that they got to move out. How they're going to do it.
Yeah.
It sounds like they don't want to do a complete strip down. Like that's not the mandate from ownership.
Right.
So
It'd be great if, because I know Buffalo said there's rumors that Buffalo wanted to flip stuff for Jacob Chikrin. Does Chikrin play the right side?
To potentially look to move on.
Jacob
So to see what they do in the next
Chikrin.
week, 2 3 weeks.
Yeah, Vlasic, Burns, and Carlson got some big numbers. And his teammate, Chris Drury, made a trade today.
He shoots left, though, so he probably plays left side.
The backup goalie, and it's the Colorado Avalanche who get him. What do you think about this goaltender consultant, Kevin Weeks, Brian Boucher, Kemper? He's going to have a new team. It's a bit of a risk, right?
So
it's a bit of a risk.
Colorado.
Avalanche only have a 6th and a 7th
pick.
pick.
That helped you get that Stanley Cup, of course. He'll now test the market. I'm told he's looking for in and around 6 times 6.
Okay. Do you like the new goalie if you're Colorado fans watching?
I like Georgiev. I've seen him play a lot up close in New York.
I don't know how I feel about that.
A lot of talent.
I don't know if
My one thing,
Kemper's
the one
worth
question
that.
Is can he handle that workload that he wants?
Okay.
We all know what it's
6
like
for 6.
to go from playing 25-30 to playing 50 to 60.
Okay, who's Arizona going with?
All right. I still want your opinion on him. But first, let's see who the Arizona Coyotes. They obviously identified somebody that they were willing to give up 3 pretty good assets to move up 16 slots to get perhaps somebody they see as a future starter. Arizona Coyotes on the clock, and now we'll make their
probably.
decision as they.
I think it's gonna be Kamel or Nazar.
Arizona Coyotes are proud to select from the Winnipeg Ice,
Connor Geekie.
All right, Morgan's brother.
Not the biggest fan of that pick, but at least I don't have to worry about the Sabres picking him.
Real rich flow.
The only thing that worries me about, the only reason why I even say that is because he's big, he doesn't use his size, and from what I've read, he's not the greatest skater.
Skating is maybe something that he has to work on, but that was Morgan too. Offensively creative, setting up teammates.
But I mean, hey, he racked up points.
Scoring chances. According to an NHL scout, there's a lot of upside. He's big and skilled. As I said, skating maybe one
He's
thing.
a big dude. Isn't he like
baseball
6'6" or
family.
6'5" or something like that?
Family in small town Manitoba, they actually had
6'4"?
the key to the rink. They were there so often.
Morgan was
Well, I mean, yeah, there's 2 centers right away. Cooley and Geeky.
200-ish, big boy.
Big boy, and a lot of people are mentioning they see some similarities between the great jumbo Joe Thornton and Geeky. So
Really?
They talk about offense. They talk about the ability to
That's
have a long
generous.
frame.
But hey, I mean, hell, good on him if he ends up.
Backhand, make them on the forehand.
Okay.
But here's something also. I love your point, Meg, about him and them having the key to the arena. They also, when the arenas were closed, were
So you
skating
got
outside.
What do we got? Where are we at? 12. So there's what, 4 picks
Winter
between now and
with
the
his
Sabres'
brother.
next pick.
Ice is thick.
Ice is thick in the air and under your feet, and that's a testament to the dedication that they have.
Okay, so let's change the title of this bad boy.
Well behind Cooley too, right?
Yes.
Right, yeah, because Cooley's the dynamic, quick player. You know, Megan mentioned the skating, maybe a knock against Connor Geeky, but the one thing I love, and I think we're getting away from it in hockey, which
I mean, realistically, who do we think is going to be there? I mean, I don't think Kamel drops to 16. There's no way. Like, here, Maggie probably isn't there, so it's either Frank Nazar is my next pick. Maybe Brad Lambert, unless they think he's going to fall.
To engage in that side of the game, because when it comes to playoff time, it's hard to win 50-50 pucks. You got to have the guts to go do it.
Nazar at
that can do it. And look,
16.
the skating you can always work on. The kid's an 18-year-old kid. He's not a finished product just yet, so there's still some development left to go. But he played on a Winnipeg Ice team that really their main focus was generating offense. They did a lot of that, and a kid that scores goals and creates offense, that's going to be a kid that has some confidence going to the next level. He can always work on the skating aspect.
Clayton Keller, of course, busted out last year. Finally, good year for the 7th overall.
I wouldn't say he busted out. He had a good rookie year.
For Keller, 63 points in 67 games. I wonder what's going on in Arizona there, Emily Kaplan.
I know. Bill, you traded up to get this player. Why?
Well, we had him high on the board, and he thought he was a piece of the Coyotes. Big. He's got
big.
some ability, some skills. He can score.
He's got some offensive prowess.
He also brings
He
an
just needs
element
to
of the
skate.
size and just how
That was the
hard
only
he
reason why I didn't
plays,
want the
and
Sabres
that's
to
hard
draft
find
him,
at
because he
center.
kind of his skating
Got a chance to be a number
reminds me of
2
Casey
center in the
Middlestat.
National Hockey
Middlestat's
League,
got all the
we're
offensive
excited about
tools,
getting
but
him,
he
and,
can't skate
we had
very
to give
well.
up some assets, but that was part of the game plan all along.
So Columbus is up next. You got to think they're probably going Kamel at this point. Dude, if Kamel fell to 16, whew, that would be something, man.
Any update on Jacob Chikrin?
No, not yet. But we plan to have him back and play, and he's going to have a big year with us.
And then I just have to ask, when you guys get up there on stage, it looks like you have a lot of matching suits in your organization. Was this planned?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of a culture thing for us in Arizona. We don't, I think when I came on board, it's probably my idea to get everybody to match, color coordinated, and get her going. So here we are.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Bucci.
Thanks so much, Emily. One more first-round pick for Arizona. Again, they moved up. Obviously, they felt that Connor Geekie was better than certainly where they picked him.
Well, Arizona's got another. So Arizona, well, with that trade, they had 3. I think the Sabres were the only one, the other team with 3 firsts, I think.
Number 2 draft picks, 34th and 43rd, but they still do have the 32nd overall pick. That is the Darcy Kemper trade pick they got from Colorado. And then
so we got Columbus, Chicago, Winnipeg, Vancouver.
More stuff, especially up front. They got to start acquiring talent, and they're having a good night so far, but they do need more.
They need a ton more, and they certainly have the picks to be able to do it in terms of an asset, draft capital, so to speak. But I will say this: that go ahead, Booch.
Yeah, Emily has the player, and let's talk to Connor Geekie. It's a healthy flow there, Emily.
Connor, as you hear your name called by the Arizona Coyotes, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, it's a pretty special moment. I'm pretty excited to be with this organization. You see a lot of great players go through it, and I like the hot weather too, so that's a plus.
When you were walking up on the stage, it looked like you might have taken a little slip, but you caught yourself?
Yeah, I was talking to the guys on Sportsnet, completely just clueless. I kind of just forgot to walk, I guess you could say. But again, pretty surreal moment, and I'm sure I'll be hearing a hard time from my girlfriend and my family from that one.
All right, well, redeem yourself because Bucci was complimenting your flow. How would you describe your flow?
One word, probably majestic is my name. But yeah, again, it's something cool. I'm trying to cut it, but Mom won't let me, so we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Connor.
Thank you.
Bucci.
He's a certified beautician. Way to go. You're getting a good one. And let's face it, Mom won't let him cut the flow. Sometimes it works both ways sometimes, doesn't it?
That's fair.
All right, good job.
Columbus pick is in.
Good stuff there. Up next,
I'm going to guess
on
Kamel.
the clock, the Columbus Blue Jackets again.
With the 12th pick, Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Western Hockey League Moose Jaw Warriors, Denton Matejchuk.
Wow, Matejchuk. Okay.
Matejchuk. Yeah. 5'11", 180, another defenseman. So Columbus doubles up on the D-man. He was 5th among WHL defensemen.
I did not see that.
Points in 65 games.
He was. I mean, there were some people who had him high though. Mackenzie has him in the 20s.
What's so good about this defenseman, Megan Chaika?
He has poise with the puck and
Look at that dude's
success
flow.
rates
Oh
when
man.
under pressure. His skating ability
What a
lets him create
goon.
offense on the rush.
Okay, well.
Second wave. He has great vision and can
So there goes Columbus. So now we've got 3 picks. Dude, if Kamel is there at 16, that'd be insane.
We heard.
Maybe I'll put that in the title too. Nazar at 16.
Now this is not the next Kill McCarth. I don't think any of them
Maybe Kamel possibly.
Now, but hey, listen, if you can get some shades of a McCarr, if you can get some shades of a Noah Dobson on the island, some of those young, skilled defensemen that can transition pucks, that can act as an extra forward in the offensive zone. Everybody loves playing with those types of players, Boosh.
Yeah, this guy's skill is off the charts from the people that I talk to, and his skating is well above NHL average.
Okay.
His size is not as big as some of the other D-men out there. Maybe that's why he slipped the tag.
Not quite a shrub, but not a tree.
You're right, not a shrub, but not a tree. So
Columbus goes with 2 defensemen in the first round. First 15 picks. First 12 picks.
Come on,
So who's Chicago going with? Because they traded Doc for this pick.
This kid is a talented kid, and he's also a leader. His character checks out. So this is, as we said earlier, Columbus coming in. The last time they picked.
Okay, so they need. Well, I mean, I don't know. They need a center too. But Yuri Kulich is still there. Frank Nazar is considered a center.
Good job by Jarmo Kekalainen and his staff to get another talented kid.
For sure.
I mean, they just need
6-12.
everything,
They
though.
wait
I mean, I
until
don't know what
tomorrow,
Chicago
the
does.
44th overall pick, third,
Because who'd they
fourth,
go
and
with?
then
That's
seventh. So the
that's
Columbus
7?
Blue Jackets, and again, they wanted
I
Ryan
already
McDonough.
forgot.
Will always be
Korchinski.
aggressive. Not sure what else they have up
So
their
they got a
sleeve,
defenseman. They're
for the
definitely
rest
going forward,
of
you
this
got to think.
Season. Up next again, well, the Chicago Blackhawks. The Islanders trade out of this spot, so the Blackhawks will add another piece to their future. When the 2022 draft on ESPN continues.
Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on. Like Manny, event planning with our best plan ever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
With 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Like I've been saying, though, I do think the Sabres are going to kind of go a little, maybe not off the board, but like, I think if Yurov is there at 16, I think the Sabres might pick him. And if he isn't there, or if they don't pick him, I have a feeling that they might go with Brad Lambert, which I'd be fine with. But I kind of hope Lambert slides down into the late 20s and they can get him at 28 if they're going to keep it. Because, I mean, I've seen him as high as, I mean, what's her name? Is it Megan? I always forget. Megan Shaker, whoever the lady is on the broadcast, she has him, Brad Lambert, up there now as one of the top guys available. But, you know, like Mackenzie's got him at 16. Some guys have him out of the first round. But from what you hear, I mean, the upside potential with him, I mean, I don't know. But I also I like the idea of taking Miroshnichenko. I don't know how to say it. Miroshnichenko. Let's see. Miroshnichenko. There we go. I also think the Sabres might go with him at 28 if he's there, which I wouldn't be opposed to. I also, I mean, I'm a homer, so all the American boys I'm definitely on board with, but...
It's Palomintsikov. This is Dan Matejchuk. This is Isaac Howard. You're watching the NHL Draft on ESPN.
Wow. Isn't Matejchuk from Russia?
For Columbus, couple of really high-end, high-level defensemen.
Denton Matejchuk. Oh, he's Canadian.
He's a good one, Emily.
I don't know why I thought Matejchuk was Russian for some
What are
reason.
you most excited about the Columbus Blue Jackets?
It's an awesome organization. My younger brother, it was his favorite team for the longest
Oh
time.
my God.
So
Columbus is deep. If these guys pan out, they're going to have a sick back end for a long time.
Why was he a Blue Jackets fan?
He really liked Jack Johnson. That was his favorite player growing up, and yeah,
Jackie.
he's always loved the team.
And I've heard that you were a pretty incredible baseball player. How did you choose hockey?
I think I got to give a huge kudo to my dad. He put me in both sports. I played baseball and hockey. Baseball in the summer, hockey in the winter, and just hockey was always my thing. But you know, I like playing baseball too.
How do you think being a two-sport athlete shaped you?
I think it really shaped me. I think it showed me you know, a lot of things in life.
Yeah, I mean, so Megan's got Brad Lambert as the fifth best option available.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So maybe he'll be there at 16. I don't know. Because if I remember right, like last year, he was really high for the, like during last year's draft, he was in like highly ranked before that. But he didn't produce this year. He had a bad year. But I think I heard someone said he's got speed that rivals Connor McDavid.
And when you talk in the
Basically, he's got all the tools. He
always
just doesn't
talk
have
here
the
about Denton Matejchuk,
hockey smarts.
Small-town Manitoba
Yep.
kid like Connor Geekie, athletic family. He's a bit of an undersized D-man, but he comes to play every night. Intelligent, strong,
So it's Matejchuk, not Mattychuk. Gotcha.
top prospect. So I think that
It's always
brought
better
a
to
lot
hear the
more
player say their own
eyeballs
name
on
so you
him
know
of the
exactly how
scouts
it's
that were
supposed to be
able get
said.
there. But there is that
Oh, Brad
concern
Lambert's a
about the
center. I
size.
thought he was a
That's
winger.
something
Okay.
he'll have to overcome to be a staple NHL player.
I also think of a small, undersized D-man, although he's injured in Philly right now, but he was excellent in Nashville as a number 2 in Ryan Ellis. Yeah. Right? An undersized D-man that shredded up junior, was great in Windsor.
All right, pick is in.
Played well in the National Hockey League, save for the injuries that he had in Philly.
I still can't believe Shane Wright slid to 4. That's still crazy.
The Islanders, but again, Kirby Doc traded to Montreal.
So who's Chicago going to pick with this? This is a Doc trade, so they've definitely got a hit on this.
They pick 13th overall here in the 2022 draft as they decide another piece on their slow rebuilding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. You've got Lambert, Lekaramaki, Kamel,
select for the United States National Development Team, Frank Nazar.
Nazar. Yeah, okay, there's so Nazar's off the board.
Good to see Rob Facca there. Louis, shout out to Louis. No bad days. But what about this player, Brian Boucher? As
Okay, so Nazar's off the board. which is a bummer because I really like him. I wanted him at 16. But that means Kamel is still available. I still don't think he's going to be there. But
it's almost like he gets like 2 breakaways a game. I mean, I don't know if it's his actual speed or his anticipation. He's always getting breaks. He's a fast player. He's got great hands. The one thing about him, though, he'd rather score than pass. This guy is a shooter. Make no mistake, he is an absolute shooter. He's explosive. So
I'll be right back.
Getting a guy that, I think, when they traded a center like Kirby Dach, right, you got to fill the center position somehow. And Nazar, look at this, another breakaway, great finish. A nice pickup for the Chicago Blackhawks. I mean, I think the U.S. national program, they had the potential coming into tonight to have 5 or 6 first-rounders. Yeah. This is the 3rd one to go off the board. A talented 04 birth year for the U.S. program. I think a nice pickup for the Blackhawks.
Head to Michigan, another Michigan Wolverine. We know what they did last year. Detroit, Michigan native.
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan native. Played his minor hockey for Little Caesars and Honey Baked. And one of those players that's equally adept at finishing as he is passing. He's really a double threat that way offensively. And what I like about the highlight package that we show, but in watching clips of him and speaking to people, is when he comes at you offensively, he can freeze goalies because you don't know if he's going to beat you with the shot or the D.
Yeah, and he was number 7 on my list, so I think this is an absolute steal for Chicago. In the U18 tournament, he had the lowest average shot distance with players over 10 shot attempts. And his coach also adds that he thinks the game well, which shows up in his analytics as he moves the puck in high danger areas in the offensive zone. He's most comparable to a Claude Giroux.
Wow, yeah, you got some nastiness to him, and a high motor as well. Just you can tell just how he walks. He's got a high motor, right?
Totally.
He is
on the toes. Yep.
Looks like he's got some size too. This isn't a slender kid.
Well, listen, those kids work hard at the U.S. program. Like, they're in the weight room a lot. They work at it. They work them hard their 17-year-old year. I mean, those kids are in there a lot more than any other junior player. They don't care if they lose games at the 17-year-old level. They're all about trying to get these kids stronger in preparation for their 18-year-old year, which is their draft year. But as Megan mentioned, he's a guy that was rated very high, and the fact that he slipped down to the Hawks here, this is a good pickup.
So Mike Nottigy, who runs the draft now for the first time with the Blackhawks, and Kyle Davidson, the GM, that's where he leans on the scouting staff now. Maybe those high picks, those GMs probably have a big say, but from here they really lean on the scouts and for guys like Frank.
And I was told in this draft, too, once it gets past about the 10th pick, it's wide open. Yeah. So it's not surprising to see all these players be picked in different areas. But, Nazar's a puck transporting ability, carries the puck with speed through the neutral zone.
In the 2022
awesome
NHL
player.
draft.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's a really nice add to them. I go back to Luke Richardson when he was coaching in Ottawa's organization. He had some small players, and I think this is going to be a nice fit for him as he joins our Emily Kaplan here for this interview.
Yeah, another USA-born product. Michigan Wolverine is with Emily Kaplan.
Frankie, you're a Chicago Blackhawk. How does it feel?
Oh my gosh, this is unreal. It's like you're in a dream and you're not going to end up waking up. It just keeps going. So this is amazing. Just spend the time with my family that came here. It's just awesome.
You said you're a kid from Detroit, so you're coming to Chicago. What do you need to know?
Honestly, not too much. I've been to Chicago a lot of times through hockey. I was asking for some food tips maybe a little earlier, but no, I'm so excited just to be able to go through the organization, and they've had so much success
the
past years, so I'm really excited.
You grew up with 3 sisters. How did that shape you?
No, I love it. Like, I want my family to have 3 daughters and a boy, and I think it made me the person I am today, and just to be able to recognize
his voice sounds familiar.
And they pushed me to be better and continue to be stronger with our family, so I love it.
Kind of sounds like Dylan Cousins a little bit, but not the. Dylan Cousins always sounds like he needs to clear his throat.
And so, yeah, they woke up this morning and the Blackhawks.
All right, 2 picks. Kamel, maybe.
I mean, they give up a big-time Alex DeBrincat in order to build the future. Kevin Korchinski, defenseman, and now Frank Nazar. Really looks like his great personality, high motor, and basically they traded him.
I really do have a sneaky suspicion they're going with Urov at 16, though.
Yeah, I think there's probably more offense in Nazar than perhaps Dach. More dynamic, probably in that regard. Yeah. So look, I mean, if you're in a stripped-down mode, I know DeBrincat is a tough loss. It's a 2-time 40.
I'm curious what they'll get for Patrick
you're looking
Kane
down the road,
at the trade deadline.
the Blackhawks need defense.
I don't think they'll be able to dump Taves unless he comes back and has a huge year. And then they'll still have to retain salary to even get anything.
It's going to be a couple of tough years for their hockey club. Yeah. But I do like the picks that they've made so far for the Blackhawks.
Good night.
Especially seeing
True.
the fact
Winnipeg's
that you
pick is
mentioned
in.
they didn't have a first-round pick coming into tonight.
Right. And so now up next is Winnipeg. Just got a text from Brian Engblom. Hey, take it easy on Winnipeg. I don't think we were doing too much Winnipeg. Just we were mentioning maybe there's.
I wanted Cole Perfetti so bad in 2020.
That's why they're named the Ice.
Okay, the Jets have 2 picks. They got one in the Cop trade. That's 30 overall. But here they are. Rick Bowness, the new coach. They were trying to find a coach. I think they probably wanted Barry Trotz. They don't get him. Yep. And now it's, they begin anew. They're kind of in a weird spot, aren't they, Weeksy?
They are in a weird spot because
dude, Winnipeg is weird. Like, I feel like overall they've kind of underachieved with what they've had. They shouldn't miss the playoffs with the guys they have in that team.
They could bounce back. Yeah. And those are some nice pieces that you just showed that they have in their system right now to complement.
But I feel like they're another one of those teams. They're kind of like Philly. They're bad one year, they're good one year. They're bad one year, they're good one year. Like a couple years ago, they were competing, trying to go to the Cup final.
I do. I think he wants to bring a group together. He's been around
smoked our Wild, that's for sure.
He understands the inner workings of a room. I think he'll do a good job with that.
All right, Canucks on deck, and then Sabres via the Eichel trade after that. But first, the Winnipeg Jets make the pick.
They got to go Kamel here.
Winnipeg Jets would like to thank the City of Montreal for their tremendous hospitality.
Chevy.
We'd like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchman family as a Jets 1.0 draft pick. I'd like to acknowledge our season ticket members who were at our draft party back in Winnipeg at the Rec Room. And with the 14th pick, the Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the U.S. National Development Program, Rutger McGroarty.
Wow, he went. That was a guy I was hoping the Sabres might get at 28, depending on who was on the board still.
He's a bit of a Tyler Boucher to his game, huh?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, well, if Kamel doesn't go at 15, maybe we get Kamel at 16.
18 team this year. Make no mistake, all the talented kids they had on their team.
Sick name though, Rutger McGroarty.
A tremendous personality.
Yeah, he's another guy similar to Geeky. If he could skate, I would definitely have wanted him on my team. But everything you hear is that he's got all the tools except for he's not a good skater. He's from Nebraska.
He can one-time the puck, and that's great. But if you watch where he goes, he's always around it, and that's what you want. If you want to score goals, make sure you're inside the house. That's where he was a lot of the year. He scored a lot of goals. He's on his way to Michigan, and the one thing about him too, his dad was
the only way I'd be
part of the Lincoln Stars organization when he was a kid, so he had access to ice when he was.
Depending on who the Sabres,
and then
if they move the 16th pick, I hope they get a roster player, which I don't think they'll do. I think they're still in a position to pick as many players as they can. But and I think whoever they get at 16 is probably going to be pretty good. I mean, you've got Kamel and Lekaramaki, who, according to Bob Kenzie, were 7 and 8. Still on the board. Yurov's on the board. Lambert's on the board. Snuggerud is on the board.
He's consistently in the scoring area.
It's going to be Yurov, though. I think that's a go-to or given.
And his coach Adam
Which he apparently has a lot of upside. So.
Is something that could translate for him at an NHL level. I don't know if you mentioned that as a GM in the USHL as well. But
I like his tie.
Yeah, he's GM.
Yeah, he's the 7th Nebraska-born player selected. Of course, Jake Gensel, one of those. Again, on his way to Michigan for the 22-23 season. Again, those big body forecheck and cycle guys, right? Again, a playoff kind of player.
Leader.
Yep.
As it was explained to me, space creator, there's a look at his mom, and you have to think of that sacrifice boost that you just mentioned. That's paramount in an instance like this and in an amazing life experience for the family.
I don't know how I feel about the draft hats having the snapback curve bill, but the clips are like big.
But here's the big part
looks weird.
As you said, going to the University of Michigan, which is a de facto NHL club right now in the last few years. And he's going to bring a different element to their group too. As a power skill.
I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, all of the mock drafts and stuff I watch, he's a late first-round pick at the best. So
really do.
going 14 is big.
didn't
But
get
he fits the
good
Winnipeg
experience.
Jets
I know your
mold.
son
Big
Tyler's
dude.
actually there tonight. Him and a couple buddies
lot of
drove there
offense.
just to kind of take it in.
Yeah, so
Crazy.
Jake Sanderson and Ridley Gregg, the two guys that were
His parents are
drafted in the
pumped.
last 2 years for the Ottawa Senators, all had different experiences in this. And Tyler did call me before we got on the air and said that this
Would be
is
kind
an
of sick as
amazing
if
environment.
at 16 the Sabres
they missed out on that, but for these kids,
put
they went through some tough years. As well. These last couple years have been
the
hard on
rumored
everybody,
red
and
and
it's
black
good for these
jersey, the
draft
goat
picks
head
to
back
be
on
back in person and be able to
whoever gets
experience
drafted
the
there.
draft in a normal setting.
Yeah, you get a sweater, you get a hat, and you get to talk to Emily Kaplan after you get drafted. Good night.
You said this is nuts.
He's like
when
disbelief.
you got drafted, it was one of the loudest cheers that I've heard in this building so far. Who was shouting the loudest?
The loudest? Man, I don't know. I got a lot of good family members, a lot of great friends up there, and it honestly means the world to me that all of them came to the draft and just showed out. It's awesome.
You grew up in Nebraska. How would you describe the Nebraska hockey community when you
A
were
lot of
growing up?
U.S. guys, honestly.
It's awesome. I mean, you got the ice box, home of the Lincoln. Hey, let's go. Home of the Lincoln Stars. It's a great rink, great atmosphere, and a lot of diehard fans there.
Yeah, Frankie just came up
So
to
Vancouver's on the clock. 2 minutes to go.
in this year's class.
We're a competitive group. I mean, we saw it every day.
Oh, I got to keep an eye on who Mini picks too.
And there's going to be a lot of
I thought
NHLers off
Mini
that
had
team.
18, but
there's a bunch of ball
from
players,
LA,
and
but
I loved every second of it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Means a lot.
Rucci?
Great kid, back-to-back Wolverines.
Rutger.
You saw Frank come over, and they'll play college hockey together in Michigan this year. And the draft continues. As
I don't know who
next
Vancouver
now
goes
is
with
the
either. They're another one of those teams where they're good
Maybe
on
JT
paper. They're
Miller's
good
gonna be missed.
enough.
We'll see what happens with him. We think he's going to be moved. It sounds like Jim Rutherford
Ooh.
And the player are far apart. And of course, when you're a new GM, of course, shout out Cami Granado, assistant GM as well. I'm sure she'll have a say in that room as well. So the Canucks in a weird spot. They have plenty of good assets. Good goalie. I know you love Thatcher.
They just signed Besser.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting to see what Vancouver does here.
Very interested to see what they do here because part of
And
this
they
plan,
signed
I'm
Quinn
wondering
Hughes
what
last year, I
of
think, to a
this is
huge
impacted by
extension.
the decision that they might
They're not
make
going to trade
move
Pettersson.
JT Miller. So I'm just curious to see how
JT
that
Miller's
factors
probably what they're talking about.
factors in rather to their board as they're looking at their board and
Yeah,
their pieces.
He's
But
good, but
a
I
lot of
don't.
good
People
value pieces
view
still
him so
available for
highly,
them
and I
right
don't
now.
think JT Miller's that good.
I totally agree. I think, Yurov, Lekaramaki, Kemmel, they have a ton of different options. And I will also say that I think they started part of that trend with Cami and Emily of having assistant GMs that are women. And now we see 5 this year.
Yeah.
We went from, few and far between of like owners as women. And now, it's amazing.
Yeah,
so I think the
absolutely.
tides are shifting. And thanks to Jim Rutherford and the Vancouver Canucks for
Yeah.
really stepping into that.
Yeah, I remember I was at the All-Star game this year with Ferraro, and he's like, Cammy's talking to Vancouver. I think she's going to get the job.
Right.
Don't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody.
Pick is
But,
in.
And again, that was just in February. And then we
I'm
see
kind of
the
hoping they go
avalanche,
off
the domino
a little
effect
off the radar.
of other
It's like
women
Mel's there
in
at
front
16.
offices.
Please.
And you'll see them
what
up on
a
the stage
first
every
round. I'd be
Cool,
ecstatic,
you're
regardless who they
right.
get at 28. If they get Kamel and Savoie.
15th overall, Sabre fans, you're on the clock. A Jack Eichel piece is next, then Predators,
This
Stars
pick,
and Wild.
in my opinion, they
So
have to hit
here
on this
come
pick.
the Vancouver
Regardless of how
Canucks.
good Krebs ends up
Hughes,
being, regardless of how good
Pettersson,
Tuck is
Besser
on the
just signed a
team,
new contract. Tough year for him with the
you
loss
need
of
to
his
hit
dad.
this.
Just kind of an overall, kind of an interesting year in Vancouver. They're trying to bounce back now this
All
year.
right.
And there's Jim Rutherford and the glasses, as you can see.
Who do the Canucks
Making a
pick? There's Gabby.
First one under
Bruce.
his tutelage as GM of the Vancouver Canucks. Picking
Go with
15th
Yurov. You guys pulled Kolskin or whatever his name is.
The Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from Sweden, the SHL,
Lekaramaki.
Jonathan Lekaramaki.
right winger, little fella.
Karamaki.
10, 165.
Apparently he's got a sick
4 goals,
shot.
can smooth hands, score a variety of ways.
Fires rockets.
Yeah.
Fires
Yep.
rockets. The Karamaki.
Blast
And,
BBs.
what I like about this too is you're getting the right hand shot, which I think is important. And again, as I mentioned with Detroit, you have to
All right,
also
well,
follow the trends.
Moment of truth. Do
Getting
they go with
somebody that played in
Kamel here at 16, or do they go off the board and pick Lambert or
good history of
Yurov?
Swedish players in Vancouver, from Naslund to Oland to the Sedin twins. I can go on and on. This just continues this trend, and Elias Pettersson most recently as well.
Well, and I had him as, a Steve Yzerman type of pick.
Right.
So I think this is a great one for the Vancouver Canucks. He's a shot-first player, always dangerous in the ozone, really fun to watch highlights of his goal-scoring ability. As he's a dangerous shooter with a great release on zone entries, he looks to carry the puck into the zone with speed.
Yeah, in his second half of the season, when he got called up to the pro team, pretty good numbers. I mean, he scored 7 goals playing for the top team there in Djurgården. So that's pretty impressive for a young kid. In that Djurgården program, they've got potentially 3
All right, our boys are on the clock again. Pick 16.
Liam Ogren and Noah Oslin. I think of the 3 guys.
I just have this, have like an anxious feeling that they're going to pick something weird here.
Some question if he
which I don't like.
too much on the
That's what they did last year. Isaac Rosine. Hopefully he's good, but
he gets inside, but there's no doubt
it was
he
off the board.
An NHL shot.
Yeah, he was a star at the U18 World Championships. Sweden won the gold medal. He led all players with 10 assists and 14 points in the 6 games. So he was a productive player. So the Vancouver Canucks adding more skill up front. There's Bruce Boudreau, of course, who came on the scene and really helped turn them around last year, and they'll try to continue it this year. The 2022 NHL draft
this year,
from Montreal continues here on ESPN. Buffalo, you're on the clock.
If they wouldn't have had a bad start last year, they probably made it.
And really the parents who've watched their young boys grow up into young men and now professional hockey players.
On the clock, here we go.
MLS Heineken Rivalry Week is on ESPN.
Then we can then the
LAFC versus LA Galaxy.
anxiety can chill out a little bit after they get this pick in. Hopefully it's a good pick.
On ESPN.
Or if somehow, like I said, if they can flip this with something for a solid roster player. Because this, I really think this pick is very important because it's part of the Jack Eichel trade.
Tomorrow on ESPN.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
But we'll find out. What do I know? Yeah, I mean, like I've been saying, I think Yurov is probably the pick they go with. I would prefer to see Kamel at this point since he's still on the board. But I think Yurov or Lambert's probably who they go with. But I mean, I don't know. Some people are really high on Lambert. Some people aren't. Like I've been saying, I hope if Lambert doesn't get picked here, I hope he falls to 28 and they go with him there. Unless they go with Miroshnichenko, who I would also like to see. So, I mean, yeah, it's tough to really say. But, yeah, I mean, if Lambert and the Russian are both off the board at 28, then I think who I want to see them go with is... okay, we're still on the clock.
Tonight, NBA 2K23 Summer League is back.
I'm having a total brain fart on his name, damn it.
In Las Vegas. We'll have a doubleheader of opening night games for you, likely starting on ESPNU. We're going to run a little heavy here. Our 10-day
It's got a super cool name. Why can't I think of it? And I don't see it, so that doesn't help.
July the 17th.
Oh, these are all...
If I could do one word, I'd say majestic. Long and luscious. The flow out of the back of the helmet, like the back here, just kind of sticking out. I guess I describe almost like the Patty Kane look, and he rocks it really nice. You know, I got a pretty good flow going. It's not something I groom all the time. It's something I just chuck some water in and make it look real good. It looks pretty
Pick
good.
is in. They're not moving it.
My goodness, these guys are feeling good about themselves. All right, Jack Eichel, the big
Here we
news
are.
last year. Vegas gives up a pretty good haul. Alex Tuck was good right away. Peyton Krebs looks like a pretty good keeper. Second round next year, and now this upcoming pick, 16th overall. I'm sure Vegas was hoping this pick would be in the high 20s or low 30s. They had high hopes when they made this trade, but instead, Buffalo, boy, they get it this set.
Lane Hudson, someone who I wouldn't mind seeing at 28. I need to scroll so I don't see a spoiler.
To be a pretty good trade. And they're going to make their way to the stage. Kevin Adams, of course, Miami University.
Oh, God.
Ohio, shot out.
Dude, I could, if they get Savoie and Kamel here, I would be
rely on his scouts here.
shocked. I can't believe Kamel's still on the board. And he's a right wing, which is something the Sabres need. But they're going Yurov here. I'm calling it Yurov.
Sinister release. Darlene made a step up last year. Owen Power, #1 overall.
This is like the most excited I've been about the Sabres in like 5 years.
If they'll go more D here or look for some sort of skill or character guy. I mean, you still need the third liners. If grinders, right? And when you're trying to build strong forward 12-man unit.
What the heck is that guy's name? It's
So
going
the
to bother
Buffalo
me.
Sabres will make their second pick of the first
Jagger
round. Second of three.
Furcus,
They got one more after this.
28. Here we
With
are.
the 16th pick, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from your garden in the Swedish Hockey League, Noah Östlund.
I don't like that pick.
All right, Bush, you were just talking about him, Megan, another Swede.
He's not bad.
You know, the Swedes they're seeing Finland starting to get a lot of shine these days, but now we get another Swede here.
And he's a silky player, a great puck transporter who uses.
This is similar to the Rosine pick last year,
Defenders
though.
off balance. He led all
I think I would have rather them with Urov instead of this guy.
per game at 233. He has good vision,
But
finding passing lanes, and was
what do I
also
know?
second in shot assists, meaning he's setting up people.
Did he play in
4
Sweden's
shots on
first
net
league?
And led all forwards and completed cross-ice passes
No.
in the offensive zone. Hard passes to make. He has puck management skills, limits turnovers, and makes smart plays. Who wouldn't want him?
Okay, well, we get a little bit of a break here.
So I assume he's got some growing to do, Bush.
Yeah, he probably does, but he's a pass-first guy. And,
Okay.
if you think about the U18 Worlds, the United States team was heavily favored, but Noah Östlund and Liam Ogren, I mean, these guys really carried their team. They were dynamic to watch together. They carried the offense, and a big reason why the Swedes upset the United States.
Well,
in that
hopefully this
tournament.
guy's
But,
pretty
he's got
solid.
an accurate shot, but it's not.
That's
but
the
he
guy
is
they
a
picked with the
pass-first guy.
Jack
Good
Eichel
hands.
trade.
He's smooth. Good pickup for the Sabres. I felt like they
Maybe
needed
they try and
centers,
package something to get
and they certainly have addressed it here tonight with Savoie
to move back up and get
now
another
Noah
guy
Östlund.
here.
Playmaker, playmaker, playmaker. And speed. And the ability to make those passes anywhere in the offensive zone. Short pass, forehand, backhand, the diagonal pass. I love your point, using the width of the rink, Meg, to your point, going for those kind of cross-ice and seam passes, keeping defenders off balance.
Sabres
A lot
have
of
any
Sabres
players
fans are
there?
Probably watching this right now.
Doesn't look
Lenovo
like
back
it.
in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Tuned in, getting some Lenovo pizza and wings. Why wouldn't they? But I like these type of intelligent players.
Donnie
He's a consummate
Granado, he's
Swedish
going to make
player.
these guys
He's an intelligent player that they can add to
studs.
a group that has a lot
Donnie
of high hockey
Meatballs.
right now.
Yeah, they seem to be really accumulating high-end offensive players.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Sabres.
No doubt.
They were really strong last year in Rochester, and this looks like another one. They can be, when you have that many, right? You can be patient with them too and make sure they're ready.
Yeah, look, I mean, will everybody be on their team? We'll find out, but yeah, they're certainly stockpiling, that's for sure.
Hey, you
Oh, I'm just glad they got Matthew Savoie.
Well, we're going to find out right now.
Long-time general manager and NHL executive Jim Gregory was perhaps one of the most beloved figures in the history of the National Hockey League. In his memory, the General Manager of the Year award is named. To present the Jim Gregory NHL GM of the Year is longtime Montreal Canadien, both as a player and a general manager, and a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame, Serge Savard.
Huh. All right, now we got to keep an eye out for Minnie's pick. If I'm Minnesota, I'm kind of leaning toward Isaac Howard. Kind of like that pick. But Bill Guerin went with Jesper Wallstedt last year, and there's a lot of questions around him, so maybe he goes with Brad Lambert if he's there.
Le commissaire a été applaudi ici à Montréal. C'est lorsqu'il nous a présenté la Coupe Stanley en 1993. Alors, c'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être ici ce soir pour vous présenter le trophée Jim Gregory qui est décerné au gérant général de l'année dans la Ligue nationale de hockey. It is
Maybe
a
Danila
great
Yurov,
pleasure.
get
It's
the
an honor for
Russian,
me to be here tonight
the next Fab Five.
To honor the General Manager of the Year in the National Hockey League. This is the Jim Gregory Trophy. When I think of Jim Gregory, I think of a hard-working guy. I think of honesty and integrity. Here's the three finalists.
York Rangers, Chris Drury.
Congratulations to Chris Drury, the GM that had to make some tough decisions. They got some real superstars on the team.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I didn't think of either. So Sabres draft 2 centers, which is kind of crazy because you've already got Thompson at a center, Cousins as a center, Middlestat as a center, Krebs as a center, which given I think Middlestat and Krebs could end up being wingers, but it's got to go. What's his name? Joe Sakic at this point, right? I mean, he made moves and they won the Cup.
Wow. Le gagnant, the winner is the great Joe Sakic.
You can see that one. Hopefully Kevin Adams is in that conversation at some point.
First of all, thank you very much to the fans. Merci beaucoup. À vous les partisans. And it's a huge honor, the Jim Gregory Award.
Maybe Miro.
Really grateful for this. I want to thank all my fellow general managers for this. It's just a pleasure being in the fraternity, and really proud of this award. I tell you what, I couldn't have done it. Obviously, this usually goes to winning teams, and I can't thank our coaching staff led by Jared Bednar, all of our players. I got to tell you, it was a pleasure watching them. I had the privilege of watching those guys day in, day out this year, show that commitment to one another and persevere and find a way to win the Stanley Cup. So we wouldn't be here without those guys. My staff, Chris McFarland, you're a huge part of this, big help. All of our scouts are pros, are amateurs. Everybody in the office. This award's really for you. It's an organizational award. I also want to thank ownership, Stan and Josh Kroenke. They're giving us that opportunity, sticking with us, and believing in the process. So I want to thank them. And most of all, my family, my wife Deb. I love her so much, being there supporting me and my kids, my 3 kids, Mitchell, Chase, and Cameron. Couldn't have done this without you. So
Nashville's on the clock.
Thanks again, and to all the young players.
Sorry,
here,
not the biggest Joe Sakic fan,
and
being that
best of
I'm also a Wild fan since I'm in Minnesota.
Like Debbie, his bride, he mentioned, they really are a wonderful couple. Just it doesn't get any better than Joe Sakic, who began his NHL career in that province as a member of the Northeast. Hey, Nashville, you're on the clock. Your pick next on ESPN.
I'm not paying right now.
We're not gonna argue. We're gonna settle this how we always did. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Yeah, with the assist.
Let's go mute this. No one wants to listen to commercials. Okay. Well, not too thrilled about the Ostlund pick, but maybe this is another Jack Quinn moment. That's what I'm going to keep referring to all of this as, especially if Jack Quinn ends up being a stud at the NHL level, because he's looked like it at the junior level and at the American League level at this point. But yeah, I mean, you got to think Nashville's got to go with. I mean, I don't know. I figured Kamel would definitely be gone by this point, and the fact he's still there, I mean, I don't know. Glad I'm not a GM. Nashville's pick is in.
For Imprint, this is Lisa.
And close this.
50 welcome wows and 300 customer. I love it.
Promotional products from 4 Imprint are certain to deliver.
I just
wow. I love it.
Now there's no shot Kamel is available at 28, but if he was, imagine.
Welcome back John Butchergoss, Megan Chaika, Kevin Weeks, Brian Boucher, the Nashville Predators.
Jagger Furcus. That's who I'm going with. 28, please. Either that or go with Miroshnichenko.
Let's face it, David Poyle has done a really good job there. They're always in the hunt. Had great years this year. Obviously, Matt Duchene. Philip Forsberg is a question mark. Seems like he's going to sign there. We saw Letang sign today with Pittsburgh. You would think that they're also on an avenue for Forsberg. I don't know how this would affect that pick at all. Probably not. They're a long-term organization that
maybe Lane Hudson.
Get assets.
What side of the D? What side D does Lane Hudson play?
And I think with this pick too, it's pretty wide open. But I still have 2 of my top 10 on the board: Kemmel and Urov. And Urov is most like Forsberg as an NHL comparable. So you're Nashville. You obviously understand his game. Maybe you're picking a player quite like him.
I think maybe I'm going to go defenseman. Okay. Maybe they, if you look at their picks in recent years, first-round picks, not a lot of D. So maybe.
Okay. Obviously, he's a D man.
Maybe.
Shoots left, so he's probably a left side.
For maybe you guys, but what about Ryan Chesley, U.S. national program? Plays hard.
I wish it labeled what side of the defense they played, right or left.
More of it in his 17 years.
Look, now that window's messed up.
But boy, he plays a real hard game. I wonder if they go the defenseman route.
I don't get it.
Paul, Minnesota kid who's going to be a gopher as well, with Cooley. So the Nashville Predators making their way up to the stage.
It's like when you have multiple tabs open, it messes with the color for some reason.
So they want to hit on this one.
That's
no
bizarre.
defenseman picked in the top 2 rounds on the last 4 drafts. For Nashville, so perhaps it's they need some depth there. They've done well, obviously, with
maybe a defenseman, but I don't know.
Just add Ryan McDonough, who's
I mean, Kamel was a top 10 pick, and he's at there at 17. This reminds me of the Wallstead pick last year for Mini.
Johansson and Duchene, and if they sign Forsberg and they bring McDonough, and they have a great goaltender. As well.
Yeah, do you really need? I mean, I guess I don't know. You've got Yossi, you've got McDonough.
What is Nashville thinking? Will they take
Fabro?
Will they take Ryan Chesley?
I think they have another guy I can't think of.
See David Poyle up there. See who will make the announcement for Nashville.
Dude, I think David Poyle's pretty old, and he doesn't look that old.
Say hello to our great fans in Nashville watching from Florida Ice tonight. With our first choice, Nashville Predators select from JYP in Finland, Joakim Kemmel.
There he is.
Tell me about the Finn, Megan.
Obviously, I love that. It's my highest ranked right now. So for a smaller size, he has high compete level and engages physically.
He's off the board.
Shot, quick and deceptive release.
All right, there we go. Lambert at 28.
Effectively
Miroshnichenko at 28.
And at the U18 tournament, he was 5th in shot attempts per game at 9.2.
Jagger Furcus, any of them.
Based on the data, he's comparable to David Pastrnak.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he did well in the Finnish Elite League at a young age, too.
It's a nice comparison.
At 17, and the youngest player to score a goal there in each of his first 2 career games. Led all Finnish Elite
still bummed the
with
Sabres didn't pick him
this past season.
Has a great release. Draws penalties.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact the Sabres picked 2 centers, they've got to be moving on from somebody. Which tells me, out of everyone that they have on the team, I'm going to guess Middlestad's on his way out. Maybe not. I'm assuming they're probably going to hope he has a good year this year, and then they're going to bounce him for something. What? I don't know.
That last highlight that we just saw of him, net front, reminded me of Victor Arvidsson, right? The ex-Nashville Predator, who had some good years there with the Preds. Not overly big, probably his only knock, but as you said, Weeksy, his shot is what stands out. That's his calling card. So this is a guy that I think we've been talking about him as we've gone to break a couple of times. Jimmy, late night with Jimmy, with Joakim Kemmel. Not so late now as he goes. He's off the board, but a guy that we thought would have gone a little bit before this. So for Nashville, I'm sure they're thrilled to get him.
And I like your comp to Arvidsson, because Arvidsson scored 30 there in Nashville twice. We know he's gone on a plane in
looks
LA.
like him too.
He does a little bit. Yeah, he totally does. I see what you're saying. I get it. I totally see it.
Of course, the Preds eliminated by Joe Sakic, and the Avalanche just announced the GM of the Year. He's with Emily Kaplan.
Yeah, Victor Arvidsson was sick for Nashville for a couple of years.
What was the biggest thing you learned about team building this year?
Just team effort, really. We had such a great staff, and
it's crazy you got a couple guys, Joe Sakic and Steve Yzerman, so good at as a player, and they both are just like wizards as GMs as well.
They let anything affect them, and they just believed in each other and had that commitment, and it was really
How
impressive
boring
to
as an
watch.
Islanders fan, too. You don't have a first-round draft pick.
What's your plan
And the
ahead
guy
for
you
next season?
traded it away for, I
Maybe
really
Powell
don't
Francouz will be our
understand that move.
We just felt, cap-wise, we felt we had to
Okay,
do something.
so according to Bobby Margarita, his top 13 are gone. His top
he can be a real good number one, and we're excited for it.
13 of his top 15 are gone.
How did you land on that decision?
Well, it was a tough decision. I mean, he helped us win a Stanley Cup, and it just came down to salary cap. We know we're going to be an expensive team, and we thought we're just trying to do the best thing for us, down the line. But Darcy was a huge part of our team.
Yeah, he's a Stanley Cup champ. He'll get paid somewhere.
This morning, I don't like making those calls, but I know he's going to do well wherever he goes.
And then your team, we've seen, especially through social media, the way that they've celebrated this championship and the way Denver celebrated with them. What's your opinion watching it all?
I mean, I'm curious. Kemper might go to Toronto depending on how much they're willing to pay him.
They're like the team. They had that excitement, and Ball Arena, it was
I don't know if they have the cap room for it, but the move makes sense if they're not going to keep Campbell.
How engaged they were, and it really was all year was like a party atmosphere. They were so excited for this team, and
Dallas pick is in.
It's a long time for them to see.
And at this point in the draft, I have no idea. I don't even have guesses as to who.
I've celebrated, maybe not as hard, but I'm glad we came to Montreal. Have some time. We'll get back to work.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, appreciate it.
Richie.
Yeah, not much work for Joe to do. Obviously, don't have to worry about the draft that much.
Seriously, he's got 2 picks.
Exactly. So they trade.
Literally, and they're at the end of the draft. Doesn't even have to show up at the draft until
salary cap. Can't fit him in. So
late tomorrow if he doesn't want to.
But what a job he did. The Taves trade really brought them to another level.
Yeah, I mean, dude.
Obviously taking McCarr 4th overall.
Their D's sick.
Home run pick as well.
McCarr, Devon Taves, Gerard. Then you've got like mixed in with a couple vets too. It's
really a well-deserved honor for Joe.
Good team.
Congrats to Joe. One of the classiest people in the game, always has been since he came in the league in that very province with the Quebec Nordiques. He's outstanding. He's done an amazing job. All class, all the time, all collaborative and collective, as you can see in what he had to say. And I love the way he handled that with Darcy Kemper, because they acquired Darcy Kemper. He came in, ultimately got the job done. They did not have to then go down the road of acquiring another goalie as a result of how well he played down the stretch.
It's interesting because isn't Georgiev an RFA?
The wherewithal to wish him well as he goes forward. He appreciates what he helped do for the club.
Yeah.
But a great opportunity for Kemper going forward.
Yeah, I mean, no ego, Joe Sack. So much integrity.
Yes.
He really has such a class to him. And Kemper, it'll be the first time a goalie has clinched
restricted free agents. That's what I thought.
Season,
now, obviously, they're not going to have to pay him that much, but yeah, I guess if Kemper's trying to get $6 million, they're not going to pay him. They won't pay Georgiev that much.
Couldn't fit him under the salary cap because of what's happening and what they have to do. They want to keep Nichushkin. We'll see if they'll be able to. Nazem Kadri. Assume they're not going to be able to keep him. You never know what a guy's.
I hope the Sabres go for Burakovsky this offseason. That'd be a big pickup.
Numbers, I don't know.
I'm him. I want to.
Because I think when does free agency start?
Yeah, plays winning. That's fun.
NHL free agency.
I want to win weeks.
Totally.
Dallas Stars. Look at all that green. They're up next. They're picking 18th overall. Wild next, then Capitals and Penguins. We got some
July 13th. So next Wednesday.
And the Wild.
At noon. 11 o'clock here.
We'd like to thank Jeff Molson, the Montreal Canadiens, and the wonderful city of Montreal. Also a shout out to our official draft watch party in Dallas at the owner's box. The Dallas Stars are pleased to select from Lexand, Lian Bixel.
Oh, Lian Bichelle.
Bruce, you're having a good night, man. You're picking them. You're nailing them.
You don't see me writing it down.
I think, if I remember right, Grav was pretty high on him.
Guy, 6'5".
Another big boy.
You just can't teach.
There's your potentially your
that's the one thing
Klingberg
that,
replacement.
We have a big guy at 18 years old.
And he's Swedish as well.
Clumsy, right?
I'm pretty sure Klingberg is Swedish.
He can skate for a big guy. Swiss kid who's playing in Sweden, so leaves home, To me, that's always something like from a character standpoint, when a kid is willing to leave his home country to go to another place to develop.
It's just that's where he plays as Sweden.
And he wants to win. So this is a good pickup for Dallas. You think Klingberg won't be back in Dallas, right? So they're building on the back end. I think it's a good pickup.
And we've seen
I sure hope that Buffalo doesn't go after John Klingberg. I've always thought he's overrated.
And we can go all the way back to Mark
He's not bad, but I don't think he's great either.
Mention Yannick Weber over the years, but this is a big, powerful man that plays a matchup game.
80-inch wingspan.
Totally.
Shout out Jay Billis.
Absolutely.
Sit back some Angels envy.
Yeah, he's a tall dude.
Exactly. And played exceptionally well. Look at the reaction from the family.
It's awesome.
But I really like the fact, your point, that he went and played Sweden, played exceptionally well in that league, and is a very hard.
All right, Minnie's on the clock.
And we know how
he needs centers.
To any team's success.
Yeah, and he's physically dominating. And I actually work a lot internationally, so I called up my Swiss contacts to get some background.
I think Minnie goes with Brad Lambert here. I think.
He's wise beyond his years. He takes care of his nutrition, his sleep, his health, his training.
Awesome.
And his favorite thing to cook is risotto. So he says it's
I'm gonna guess Brad Lambert or Isaac Howard.
25-year-old in like an 18-year-old's body.
And you got Washington and Pittsburgh right after.
And be in North America.
Don't really care about those picks much.
And he looks to carry the puck up the ice. So big body, great player, very mature.
What I liked about that, closes on guys, right? I mean, that to me is what stands out. And you're telling me that risotto is good for you?
I love it.
It is?
Once in a while.
That's a positive.
Once in a while.
Oh, it is.
Stick with Bucci.
Okay, let's go. I will be cooking risotto this weekend.
Yes, yes. But hey, it really is about Switzerland has an elite program.
How intimidating, though.
History.
In a sense,
Switzerland.
Standing next to the GM and the coach and the owner of the organization as a 18-year-old.
For me, have really always placed an emphasis on skating, on skill, and the points that you made, being really professional off the ice. You know what you're getting from Swiss players. There's always a consistency day-to-day at the rink and in their temperament as well. So I think this is a nice pick by the Dallas Stars for sure.
Up next, we'll have the Minnesota Wild. Hey, Jim Nill, why'd we take that guy? Emily Kaplan, you're with him.
Jim, what's your long-term projection for Leon?
Well, he's a big, strong defenseman, and he's the type of guy you need to win in the playoffs. He's got great size, he skates well, and he thinks the game well. So we think we got a real player here that we're excited about.
What can we expect from your team in free agency?
Well, we got making a lot of decisions. We got a couple guys that are restricted free agents I got to get signed. I got a couple of guys that are UFAs I got to get take a look, see if we can get them signed, and then it's going to be an interesting market. There's been lots of talk, and we'll see where it goes.
One of those UFAs is John Klingberg. Where do you stand with him?
We've had discussions. We'll see where it goes. We're about 10 days out here, and probably have more discussions, and we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Jim.
Pick is in. Who you got, Billy G?
All right, up next, Minnesota Wild making some news recently. Obviously, Kevin Weeks reported this morning Marc-Andre Fleury was going to re-sign with the Minnesota Wild. He has agreed to a 2-year deal, $3.5 million number.
Oh, it's official. I didn't know that.
Cam Talbot will stay. Billy Guerin said, good 1-2 punch there. Full no movement clause. He deserves that at this stage of his career. Wild certainly are a Stanley Cup contender. As you can see, now the Wild are on the clock now as a result of that Kevin Fiala trade, just like Joe Sakic couldn't fit Kemper. They weren't going to fit Fiala.
So the Wild are pretty much done then. Moves wise.
Faber, really good.
Yeah.
I really like them getting Brock Faber in that deal on top of this pick they're getting.
Yeah, right-handed, almost think like a Ryan McDonough guy. Puck mover, physical, not a lot of points, but just really solid. And he gets this pick as well for Fiala. They got the big cap hit these next 2 years as a result of buying out Suter and Parise. So obviously they're going to go with some young guys, and now it's time to replenish with a pick like right now.
Yeah, I think they're in need of a center.
Okay.
So I wonder where they go with that.
Brad
Kulich
Lambert
is a guy that is available.
Yuri Kulich. I like that.
Nathan Gaucher is a guy that could go big.
For Patrick Wall.
There he is.
Thick guy. NHL
big boy
already.
Billy G.
Billy Guerin seemed to want to build a team that was hard to play against, right? With Foligno and Greenway and Eriksson Ek. So, I wonder if that fits the mold of what Billy Guerin's trying to do. He seemed to buy into that.
How big is
I thought they were
Yuri
a team that
Kulich?
could
I
go
thought he was
deep. Obviously,
undersized.
they had a tough first-round matchup with St. Louis.
Yeah.
Could have gone either way.
Yep.
You don't
Let's
abort
find out.
mission because, you lost in the first round. I think Billy Guerin's mindset is to have a team that is
Yuri
big and strong
Kulich.
and hard to play against, which I don't disagree with.
I couldn't agree more. I spoke to Billy Guerin this morning, and that's the way Billy played. We both played
6
against
foot.
hard to play against, power forward type player.
172
and adding more of that
pounds.
snarl and jam to their team, I think would go a long way because that could have tipped the balance against St. Louis in that round.
Billy's the best. Just a great rock on tour. Fun to be around. And we'll see who he takes here. Here's Billy Guerin, Minnesota Wild selection. 19th overall of the first round. Take it away, Billy. Wilbraham, Massachusetts, Friendly's
We'd
Ice
like
Cream.
to thank the Montreal Canadiens, the city of Montreal, for being such gracious hosts. Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche. And our deepest condolences to the San Jose Sharks and the Marchment family. And with our first pick, we'd like to pick from Djurgården, Liam Ogren.
Wow, the other Swede.
You're allowed to do that, Billy. He's eligible. Here come the Swedes. Maybe they're on a run. Tell me about this player.
I had him at 17, so I think this is a great pick too.
Yeah.
High controlled entry rate and attacks the line with speed. He has zone entry success with excellent decision making with his next pass. He plays a puck possession style, holds on to the puck, and allows the plays to develop. Pretty rare in a player his age. He doesn't force plays and limits giveaways.
Bigger dude.
I love all the points
6'1", 201, one of the bigger guys in the draft so far.
Compliment your point. How well he
I mean, Rutger McGroarty's looked at as a
to me
big boy, and he's 6'1", 204.
As a two-way offensive forward, but the ability to defend for a young kid isn't always necessarily there, right? Players always want to showcase their offensive skill set, their talent, ability boost. That shows a lot to me about the well-roundedness of this player.
Yeah, and the thing that stands out too
Not a
is
bad
shot.
pick
You talk about his
for
defense,
Mini.
and that's great that he's already got that in his game, but can he
And
score?
I think this kind of
He
shows
can
you with
score.
the
He's got a
Russian
great
too.
shot.
With the Russians,
He didn't do it at
how
the
teams
pro
feel
level.
about him.
You're
I mean, I guess
so far
Mintyukov
this
went
year, but
off
at the junior
or
level,
went off earlier,
he was
but
very, very productive. And as I mentioned before, he
But I
and,
think
Noah
it was
Austin during the U18s,
Mintyukov.
they really were big players.
Wasn't he the one who's
as to
already in the
why
United States? He played
they
junior
beat the
hockey,
United States.
so like he's not
I'm
really
sure
a concern about getting him
that
here.
sat well with a lot of scouts. When you look at that U.S. team, they were favored to win, yet the Swedes came away as winners. So Djurgården doing a good job of developing some NHL players this year as he's the third one to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, explosive skater. You can tell he's a strong kid.
Yeah.
As he makes his way across. the
All right,
field.
now we got to wait
Yeah,
4 more
balance,
picks before Mini
celebration.
goes again.
He's,
And then it's what,
so it
1,
looks
2,
like he's got that. And really a
3
good
more
night for
picks
Europe
after
on the
that
run
before
right now. The
Buffalo
Swedes
goes.
are on the run. We saw Slovakia 1-2, and the Finns a couple. Now Sweden starting to get some picks as well.
And one note, and Switzerland having one as well. One note, Meg, we were talking about this off camera, is the fact that no Russian-born and Russian-playing players have been selected so far. Look at a guy like Miroshnichenko, who's so talented and so skilled, among others. I know there are other real-life concerns that some clubs have. Will you be able to get the player?
Is that an issue, you think?
It's a challenge. But I really think that you also you have to weigh that with opportunity, right? And maybe for some clubs, have experts that are able to get in there and have relationships there that can help facilitate some of those players coming over. A great example of that is what happened with Kirill Kaprizov. Minnesota drafted him years ago. They couldn't get him. And full props to Billy Guerin and the people that worked on Kaprizov's behalf behind the scenes to get him over. He's transformed their franchise.
Sure
So
He literally
some
has.
good picks out there that are still on the table from
He's
Russia
so sick.
right now.
Please,
Speaking of
Miroshnichenko, we want you
He's
in
another straight
Buffalo.
Shooter like Joe Sakic. He's with Emily Kapp.
Who do we got? Billy G.
Bill, what was your long-term projection for Liam?
You know what? We probably see him over here in 2 years. He just comes, with a lot of great character. He competes really hard. He's a really good two-way player. So, our scouts really liked him a lot.
How did the Marc-Andre Fleury deal get done?
With a lot of patience. It was it was great. Alan Walsh's agent is wonderful to deal with, and Flower was always easy to deal with. So we're
Cap's pick
extremely
is
happy
in.
to have him back in the mix.
And there's been a lot of reports about Kirill Kaprizov and the situation in Russia right now. What can you update us?
I can't.
No.
Yeah, no.
nothing.
Is he
sorry.
okay?
No, I'm sorry. I'd like to tell you more, but I can't.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks a lot.
Guys.
I mean, that speaks to the sensitivity issue right now. We see it in the Brittany Griner situation.
Yes.
He can't even talk about his player.
Yeah,
to me, that's not good news.
But
that
that's
he
a
can't
wise
comment.
choice.
It is the wise choice, but that
that's
tells me it's not good news.
It's better news than he probably let off, and I know that firsthand. But out of respect for the situation, I won't divulge anything on here either. But all I can say is that's a wise choice by him, because you don't want to add any kerosene.
Yeah,
to
well,
any
exactly.
Flames. I think that's a
I mean,
wild
you don't
choice.
know what is going on over
Protecting
there.
the
You don't
player,
want to say anything or put
protecting
him
his
in
family
any.
members,
Yeah.
and also just doing right. So this is what, as we were just talking about, this is kind of the complexity around the issue and the challenge with perhaps drafting some of these super talented Russian players that are there and playing over in Russia right now. So I'm curious to see.
Yeah,
where
that's
this
the thing
goes,
with
'cause as I
Mirosh
mentioned, there's
Nechenko.
still several of them on the
It's the
board
biggest issue,
that I
and
think are
for
outstanding
me,
young players.
not
And now we
issue,
have Washington on the
but you know,
clock.
it's not
Exactly.
only are you
100%.
concerned about his
The most
health,
famous Russian
but the
athlete
fact
in
that he's
world.
Russian and he's in
He's
Russia.
on
I
the team,
mean,
Alexander Ovechkin, and of course his chase for Wayne Gretzky and what he went through last year and what he tried to say initially. And here are the Capitals' last 5 first-round picks. This is a team that's aging. They're getting up there. They need to replenish. We'll see what happens. With Backstrom,
do.
is he going to have a long? It looks like he's going to try to play next year. At first, they were wondering if he maybe even had to retire because of his injuries. And T.J. Oshie and John Carlson, they are getting up there. They really need to start hitting on picks. Really, they need to start hitting on picks they already made.
Yeah.
And here, as you see on your screen, and then even some of the
same,
second,
and it's literally
round
them
picks.
in
You gotta get
Pittsburgh
lucky
both,
if
same
you
exact
find those
position.
picks if you're trying to continue your success, your playoff run. What's the window for this team? Are they going in the wrong direction? Will they be replaced by the Devils? And of course, the Rangers already there.
Oh yeah.
But teams like that. So that's the concern. They need to hit.
Yeah, I mean, if the
these
Devils,
picks out of the
if
ballpark
Jack
if
Hughes
they
is
wanna
healthy all
continue
year
this
next year,
run with Alex Ovechkin at the center of the
you got to think the Devils are
Washington Capitals,
almost there.
Penguins on deck, picking 20th overall.
Washington Capitals select from Omsk, Russia, Ivan Reshnechenko.
Damn it!
Well, there you go. They figure they got a guy.
There he
they can
is.
get a player over here. They got someone named Alex Ovechkin that might have some, power. What's this player like?
Man, I was hoping he'd be there at
He's
28.
the most talented player in this draft class.
What?
Yes, yes. He is
Wow.
the most widely projected prospect, and definitely a dark horse. And part of that was he had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and missed a lot of this season. So we don't have a lot of data on him, but he excels in driving to the net in the offensive zone.
Damn, I'm so mad. I really wanted him at 28.
And his goal-scoring ability, puck recoveries, plays an aggressive style, causing turnovers. And he doesn't need many quality shots. He capitalizes. He scores.
We're at 21.
You want this
We've
player
got
on your team?
6 or 7 picks.
I will say now, I think he'll
Before
be a
20
superstar in the
or
NHL
so, what are you
in 5
getting?
years.
6, 1, 2,
This
3,
is a steal
4,
for
5,
Washington
6,
Capitals
7
right here.
picks
Okay.
between
It really
now.
is a
So
testament
maybe
to the
Brad
young man.
Lambert's there.
As you can tell,
But I think
he's
Mini
got
picks
the buzz
Lambert
cut,
if he's there at
having
24.
gone through the non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and working towards a full, complete recovery. I've spoken to a lot of people over in Russia. A good buddy of mine, Dave Nemirovsky, that coaches in the KHL, an outstanding young coach. Always had great things to say about him the last 2 years. This guy,
Good pick.
I think the Washington Capitals have got an absolute steal. Meg, I'm with you on this. This is a great pick by them.
You wonder,
Or we just go with my boy
when
at
a
28
kid
maybe.
goes through what he went through, the adversity of getting sick like that, what it does for somebody in their passion and their love for the game. And when they get through that, I mean, you're going to find a real focused, dialed-in player. I mean, you almost get a new lease on life and a new appreciation for the game.
Sure.
Obviously, the Capitals must feel very confident about the whole situation, not only health-wise, but also, Weeksy, that you mentioned about getting the Russian players over here. Obviously, with the big one, the grade 8, they probably feel very good about getting him over here, and he could be a great mentor for this kid. Powerful kid.
Yeah.
He looks like a tank to me right there. Tough to contain.
Yeah, muscles in his forehead. Captain Russia and the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. He had 4 goals in 5 games, and then silver at U18, 6 goals in 7 games.
That kid's going to be sick, I think.
Jose, can you see? Logan Cooley, first American off the board. Cutter Gauthier as well. America. Nice.
America. All right, let's get back on this train. Maybe I just get... No, I mean, I did tweet that I was going to buy one, but... definitely get him a black one if I got one. What we got in here? Is there any kind of merch instead? Yeah, because you got to think Savoie is probably going back to juniors, and Oslin's probably going back to Sweden, if I had to guess. Oh, I'm bummed that Miroshnichenko went off the board. Oh well, get over it, Drake. Maybe they got some hats. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I'd want a Winnipeg Ice hat. Okay, Pittsburgh's pick is in. Yeah, because it's, what did I say? I think it's 180 US dollar, no, Canadian dollars to US dollar. And you put, I think it's 220 after customization, so it's 170 bucks before shipping.
I think I'm a smart playmaker, vision IQ,
Connor
my shot are
Geeky.
probably my best traits. I'm a two-way power forward with lots of skill.
I'm a lead offensively. I think that I make plays, I drive play with my speed and my offense.
I'm a two-way centerman. I'm a playmaker, pass first guy.
I'm a two-way forward. I can score a goal just as easily as I can make a pass.
Frank Nazar, big confidence.
Welcome back to ESPN's 2022 NHL Draft coverage. First round recap, first time ever. A Slovak player goes number 1, and then they go 1-2, obviously, for the first
It's a
time.
bummer that,
Good night
I guess
for
it's the same
USA.
price, so I guess it's not really
National
doing
Team Development Program as 4 of the top 15. Blackhawks began today with no picks, but they're very happy with their 2 picks that they got, a D-man and a center iceman. And, of course, earlier today, the Avalanche pretty much saying goodbye to Darcy Kemper as they make a deal with Chris Drury and the Rangers. Kemper will be a free agent, and whether it's Toronto or Edmonton or a number of teams out there, the New Jersey Devils need a goaltender as well. Pittsburgh Penguins do not need a goaltender.
Look at that, Chris Letang. Is there at the draft?
So Chris Letang, obviously, with French-Canadian ties, just signed a 6-year, $36.6 million deal today. He'll finish his career in all likelihood in Pittsburgh. He'll play in his 1,000th game next season. He's got a chance for 1,000 points in his career.
Amazing.
And only 8 D-men have done that. He had a great year last year. This contract should time out well for both. Good early for the Penguins, good for Letang as he approaches 40. Here's the Penguins pick in the first round tonight as Chris Letang signs on the dotted line. Will Evgeny Malkin join him soon? We shall see.
That'll be
Here's
interesting.
Ron Hextall of the Penguins. You see Brian
Probably got to
Burke as
sign a
well.
matching
Chris Letang's
contract
also
at that point, you'd think.
3-time Stanley Cup champion and Montreal native Chris Letang.
I forgot Ron Hextall is their GM. So weird. I didn't know Letang was from Montreal. Dude's a rocket. My God.
Bonsoir Montréal. Merci beaucoup pour l'hospitalité. Les Penguins de Pittsburgh sont fiers de repêcher. The Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select Owen Pickering.
Look.
So a defenseman announces a defenseman. He's a lot bigger than Chris Letang. Big range.
Replacement for Chris Letang.
178. Manitoba, birth place. Good night for the province. Tell me more about Owen, Megan Jacob.
Well, he shows composure with the puck on his stick and high success rates when under pressure. His puck carrying and skating allows him to be involved in controlled zone exits to zone entries. He's going end to end. From the blue line, he can create space and avoid the initial shot blocker. We have him the most as Travis Sanheim, and he was actually drafted in the same spot as him in the WHL. And his hidden talent is he plays the violin.
Let's go.
Electric Light Orchestra.
Good pull. Jeff Lynne, lead singer, as you know, Bruce.
Nice. Well, if he's compared to Travis Sanheim, remember Ron Hextall and Chris Pryor were with the Philadelphia Flyers. They selected Travis Sanheim. So
here we're back here.
That is that you can understand why they like this guy. He's big. He
Promise has
keeps it
been
simple.
kept.
Seems to me
Now
like
I
he's
just
a
need to
projection
see
pick.
Yeah.
You know, like this is somebody that
what the
you're
directions
looking
were
down
on
the
this
road
game.
and a lot. I think this is we see a lot of this, right? You're trying to project what a kid is going to
Jersey,
be
size and
4
color,
years down the road. I think this is the perfect projection pick where he could be in 4 or 5 years and helping your club.
I spoke to
Your
one scout
personal
that had
name
an
along with the
opportunity to see him
name
play
and
about 5
number
times. If I'm accurate, 5 or 6 per
your
text.
personal name.
Up in Swift Current, and they
Oh,
said
whatever.
this is a projected top 2 pair.
All right, so we'll go here.
Exactly. And for Pittsburgh, they've had those long-range defensemen, like you mentioned. Be it him, be it Samuelson. I mean, we can go in any era. They've always, when they've been at their best, they've had a long-rangey defenseman that's mobile.
You know, maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like
that can handle the rush
before
defending.
with the draft, I felt like everyone in the first round had their name already on their jerseys. Maybe I'm crazy, but I could have swore that was the case.
But deep.
Yes, absolutely. So much premium placed on that, and so many available. So this is, I really like this selection.
Just placed
Mike Sullivan there,
order
of course, the head
for
coach. Stands next to Ron
custom
Hextall.
jersey.
And again, another kid with size, as you mentioned, we see they can skate. Yeah. Right. I mean,
Order
might be
number
able to skate nowadays,
is
right? Yeah. I mean,
blank.
it's just hard to find kids that size. It's amazing how they're able to develop and even with that size at a young age, still be able to put it together. Not an easy thing to do.
You're right. That coordination, that footwork, the agility. As you mentioned, a lot of these young kids are typically growing into that size and not necessarily comfortable with it yet. But you see him lead the rush
Jersey
here.
info.
Fade away, agility, gets to the spot.
Custom.
This is, again, as he was described to me, it's a lock to be a top 4D on any club in terms of projection for him. So that's really high praise. But once again, we just come fresh off the Stanley Cup final. We see the impact that D is.
Boy, let me make sure I'm spelling that right.
Honors in high school as well, so a good student, a good discipline as well. The man who chose him, Ron Hextall, with that one.
SEVOIE, number 93.
Ron, you just had Chris Letang announce his pick. Can you just tell us how that deal got done?
I told Tanger a week ago we get the deal, they can announce the pick in Montreal, so it worked out well.
What were the biggest challenges in those negotiations?
The home
they're
jersey,
always
right?
challenging.
Whatever, we'll say
Both
black
sides are
jersey.
trying to get a deal that they can live with, and in the end we did. We can't be more thrilled to have him in our lineup for the next few years.
And you just picked a defenseman. Tell us a little bit about where
Was
you
he a
project him into your
captain?
lineup.
Yeah, we really like Owen. We feel like he's a young kid. He's got a lot of kind of an immature kid, so to speak. So we're excited about that. We feel like there's a lot of upside. Obviously, he's a big kid. He's got good puck skills, and we feel like he's going to be a real good 200-foot player.
There's a big question mark of Evgeny Malkin and resigning him. Where do things stand there?
We're sure hoping we can get him done. He's been with the organization a long time, and we want to keep him, so hopefully we'll get it done.
What are the biggest challenges there?
They're all challenges. I mean, we have a challenge with our salary cap, so that's probably the biggest one.
Dude, that jersey's kind of sick, too.
Richie?
Yeah, we heard, 2 years, 12 million.
Oh, that's his United States hockey. I could probably get that one, too.
I don't know if he's looking for more term or a third year or
okay, Anaheim's pick is in.
Number, just for more guaranteed. Made a lot of money there and had great success. I'm sure I'd love to stay there with Crosby and with Letang, but it's a tough decision, right? When you obviously get some older players with high cap numbers, you got to be careful.
Okay, I'm gonna Google one last thing. Winnipeg.
But Owen Pickering, again, probably a long-term project, but a player that the Penguins like. He's
2021,
with Emily Kaplan.
2022.
Owen, growing up, who did you like to model your game after?
Growing up, I wear 27, Scott Niedermayer. But I don't know, I took a lot of things from a lot of different defensemen. I've watched Josh Morrissey for a long time, being a Jets fan.
Good choice.
My favorite player is Miro Heiskanen, but I guess it has to be Chris Letang now.
What do you think it's going to be like walking into a locker room with Sidney Crosby?
Oh, Krebs was the captain
surreal.
before he.
I don't even really know.
I didn't even realize that.
Pretty cool, and I'm looking forward to it.
And what do you think?
Okay,
what do you want
so you did not
Pittsburgh
wear an
fans
A.
to know about you?
I'm big, good skating, two-way defenseman, and that I work hard. I feel like I'm going to be a good ambassador for the organization.
That's what I thought. So the Winnipeg Ice used to be Kootenay.
Fucci?
Which
baseball, pitcher and second
Kootenay used to have a
base,
sick
PNC,
alternate with the, I think it was blue and it had a K on it.
Left-handed hitting Sid. So this was supposed to be
That's
a Bruins
insane.
pick now, number
That trade
22,
package
but of
that
course they
Anaheim
acquired
got for
Hampus
Hampus
Lindholm,
Lindholm. It's
and
like
then signed him right away.
almost
So they
arguably
gave
the
up
same value that the
first-round
Sabres
pick.
got for Jack
One
Eichel,
right
which
now,
is so
second
depressing because that
in
dang
23 and a
injury.
second in 24. So Bruins did give up a lot there. The Ducks took on some salary. That's why they got some of those extra picks as well.
Mason McTavish
Mason,
joining him on stage.
He's going to actually announce the pick. The guy who, again,
had a huge
who was
year
part of the
too.
draft virtually last year, like you talked about. He gets to be a part of it in
any
some way, announcing Pat Verbeek's pick. There's Beaker.
Mason McTavish, who was our third overall pick last year, will make our selection.
Oh, wow. You don't see that much.
The Anaheim Ducks are proud to select Nathan Gauthier from the Quebec Hockey.
Wow, Gaucher.
Tell me about him, Megan Chaiko.
Yeah, well, he's
McTavish
a
didn't play in
type
any
of
games
player.
this year, I
The
don't think,
CHL
right?
scout notes that he
I'll
has
check
the
in a little
best
bit.
chance coming out of the
Let me finish
queue.
this email.
Big guy and good skating who passes that up. Comes from a hockey family. Dad's a scout. Brother also played. He's defensively responsible. Plays a 200-foot game and scored over 30 goals this year. Most comparable to a player like Bo Horvat.
6'3", 207. So again, you talk about a big 18-year-old right now.
Well, you're getting size and skill, and when you play for Patrick Waugh, you can't play on the outside.
Yeah.
Patrick Waugh, the great Patrick Waugh, has done an amazing job of developing players with his Quebec Rampart.
His reputation's good?
Absolutely. He's done an awesome job, be it Radulov. There's so many guys that have come through Quebec. Too many I could mention. Of course, Kucherov, I can go on and on. But in Gauthier, you get a guy that's big, powerful. This has got to be a special moment for him, getting drafted in his home province.
Yeah, for sure.
Just down the highway from where he plays, Quebec City. Now they're here in Montreal. But size, power, skill, physicality, can go nose to nose with anybody. And by the way, would look really nice up front with Mason McTavish with the Ducks.
Yeah, Mason McTavish plays an abrasive game too, right? He can play
There
that
it is.
hard in your
It
face.
has been placed. Now,
It's big time pro potential
Mason
type game in him. He's 6'3".
Is it
He's already well over 200
McTavish? I don't
pounds.
think so.
So
McTavish.
this is not something that's going to shy away from that type of game. And I just think
I don't
we've
think he
said
played it all
before.
this year.
I like the guy that isn't afraid of that. You need these type of players come playoff time.
Oh, he
this is a
did.
guy
He
that
played
some
his
teams
9
have rated
games.
a little bit higher too. So
Did he
the
start
fact
the
that
year or
he's
did he end the
22,
year with them?
is a good pick.
He
And
played the
McTavish,
first
as you
9 games of the
mentioned,
season.
There might be a nice little 1-2 punch between those two.
3 points in 9 games is
You
not
see how
bad,
these
dude.
teams have
Anaheim's
been
going to be good
competing,
too.
Paul. Need a JT Compher.
Totally.
You know, I mean, this if he's a
It's a
great,
role player.
absolutely.
He's probably a third line center at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Great.
But you think of today's game, everybody, top 6.
I was going to say,
it's really,
McTavish is
more
wearing
like,
his draft
I'm
jersey. That's kind of
top
funny.
nine. You know, it's really
That's
top
right.
9.
Really
you know?
top 9.
Yes.
And that's where he is. I think he's probably a third line center.
He
and
played
that's
OHL
okay.
the rest of the
If you're
season
playing on a
last
deep
year?
Team that's very good. You can be an
So,
important piece to
maybe he was
your
hurt.
club,
No, there it is. He got traded.
That's
That's
a
why.
hockey head. That's a hockey skull.
47
right
points in
that's a
29
Kachuk
games.
issue.
It's pretty good.
Kachuk asked
I mean,
right
it's
now.
actually pretty
Anaheim's got to
good.
do something with their jersey, though. That jersey's so boring.
Salvation there too in his home province.
Oh yeah, that's great to see.
What's the reputation of the
All right, so we got St. Louis, the Mini, and Toronto, Montreal,
The
San
Quebec
Jose,
League is
and
now seen
then
as being a little bit more
the
complete.
boys are back.
For years, it was always the highest octane, most electrifying offensive league.
That maybe didn't translate.
That didn't
So we've
always
got,
necessarily
if you're looking
translate.
at
Now it's a little
Bob
bit
McKenzie's
of a blend
list,
between the OHL and the Dub. I think that's
You've
the easiest
got-
way
I
for
would
me to say
agree,
it, right?
but I'd also the AHL is doing really well.
Isaac
but the
Howard go yet? I don't
WHL
think he
has
did.
A huge
No, okay,
crowd
so
this
you've
year,
got-
and they're gonna even
yeah.
have
we're
a
at
bigger one
22.
next year.
Isaac Howard
Right?
is
They have the
is
number
rated
one
at
next year.
20.
Yep.
And, you know,
Yuri
the Q and
Kulich is
the
in
O.
there. Jimmy
This
Snuggerud,
is the latest
Brad
first player
Lambert,
from the
Danila
Q.
Yurov.
Taken since 08, when no
Years.
player went. So it took a while.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
It took a while indeed, but this is a pro.
Honestly, I'm kinda
pro
hoping
ready. Pro
Lambert's
ready body,
available
pro
at
ready
20,
style game.
28.
I want an extreme close up of this hockey head.
Now that Miroshnichenko's gone.
Nathan, when you hear your name called, what's going through your mind?
It's crazy. A lot of people is here for me, like 60 people. I think we've heard him yell a little bit, so it's crazy to go to the Ducks. It's a great organization, great talks. It's amazing.
What players on their roster are you most excited to play with?
Where's
Mr.
Gaucher
McTavish
from?
just called my name.
Is he
got to
American or
play
is he
against
Canadian?
A little bit. We
Canadian?
know each other, so Trevor Zegras, those kind of guys are just unreal.
Yeah, and Mason
From
was
the
invited
Quebec
to
Major
announce this
Junior
because
Hockey
he was
League.
robbed of the draft experience
Maybe he
last
is
year. It was
French
all
Canadian
virtual.
too,
So
possibly.
How would you describe what makes this weekend so special?
It's everything. It's in Montreal. I'm 30 minutes away. Whole family's there. You get to meet
Yep.
so much people. It's just, I don't have any words.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, c'est gentil.
Fucci.
Emily always says thank you in the native language of the player she's talking to. It's a cool little thing we discovered on ESPN this year. And that was, by the way, I just got a text from Duck PR. That was Pat Verbeek's idea because Mason didn't get a chance to be on stage. He wanted to give him that chance. That's really
I like
cool.
that. That's
Showing
very cool.
empathy from Pat Beaker, one of my favorite guys in hockey. Love Pat Verbeek. How about the Blues? Dougie Armstrong. We know Vladimir Tarasenko has not rescinded his trade request. I thought he might get dealt today with some stuff.
Depending on what
but didn't happen.
would need to be get done. I'd love to see Tarasenko in a Sabres jersey.
Okay.
Be paying a lot of money for the left wing though.
Yeah, he might be, but I think they're going to go a different way. I think they're going to go more Ryan Chesley. Chesley's my guy. That's the guy that I think they're going to take.
Pick
he's
is
got a
in.
hard shot, plays a hard game, fits right into the way a guy like Craig Berube likes to play. That's going to be my thought here.
Highest player on the board for you, Megan, would you say right now?
Oh, I mean, I have Yurov, another Russian.
That's right.
I also have Brad Lambert with
Yes.
12. I
Small
think that would be a
defenseman, yep.
steal here too. But I do agree if you're going with a defenseman,
What?
I like your
You like
pick.
Chesley?
Maybe
Buchagraf?
Seamus Casey.
Buchagraf.
Yeah.
I'm mixing
You
names.
had him in the first round, Casey.
Did Buchagraf
so.
just say
Yeah,
Brad
I think
Lambert's a
it's
small
all about
What you
defenseman?
want,
He's
right?
a bubble.
Yeah, but Casey's probably a little bit more skilled, and right, Chesley's a little bit.
Possession.
I mean, there's a
yeah,
few. I mean,
for sure.
I wouldn't mind seeing Snuggerud in a
If it
Sabres
is Ryan
jersey
Chesley that,
if he's there at
heads
28.
to Minnesota this year for the Gophers, who lost in the title game this year to Denver. But they're starting to reload. We mentioned Cooley's on the way there. This could be their third #1 pick.
Oh man, dude, I hope the Gophers do
joined their
something this
team
year.
kind
Don't
of shades of
choke when it
Michigan
comes to the
last
Frozen
year,
Four
though
tournament.
Michigan way top heavy with that draft last year with Johnson and Beniers and Hughes and Power. Chesley did lead all defensemen on the U.S. Hockey National Team Development Program with goals with 12. We'll see if it is Ryan Chesley or someone else for Doug Armstrong in his front
With the
office.
23rd selection, the St. Louis Blues are pleased to select Jimmy Snuggerud,
Oh.
NTDP.
There he is.
All right, well, another Golden Gopher. It's not the one we thought. Instead, it's Jimmy Snuggerud.
Holy cow, he's a
Minneapolis,
Gopher too. What's
Minnesota
that?
kid
4
who's
Gophers that might go in the
heading to
first round?
Minneapolis to play for the Gophers and Bob Motzko this fall.
Yeah, and you think about his
He's
dad,
not from
his
Minnesota, is
father
he?
Played 265 NHL
Jimmy
games,
Snuggerud.
Buffalo, San Jose, and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So obviously he's got some lineage. And
Gonna play for the
guy that makes the right
Gophers.
play is what I've been told.
Oh, he is
He's
from
got a
Minnesota. He's
cannon
from
of a shot.
Chaska.
And he's always in the right spot.
Huh.
And he's got pretty good.
Isn't there
hands. He
another kid
played
from Chaska
on
High
the
that's
line,
supposed to go in the first round as well?
with Gauthier and Cooley at the U.S. National program.
Yeah,
So,
Renzel, or Renzel, however the hell you say it.
He played
Huh.
with some pretty good players. But,
Interesting.
I also think he's a guy that probably, you'd say, well, he probably had success because of playing with 2 really good players. But I think this guy's a pretty
Didn't
good
know
player in his
that.
own right. When you play with good players, you got to go to the right spots in order to get success. He's had some success, and now he
And
gets to get
people
picked
say
in the first
Minnesota's
round.
not the
when
state
you
of
have
hockey.
that uncanny ability to get to the spots.
You're delusional.
To be in position to score. That's something that you can't necessarily teach. A lot of that is.
If I would have known he
innate,
was from
having that
Minnesota, I would
sixth
have really,
sense
really wanted
offensively
him
the
at
way he
28.
does. And then once you get
Not that
there,
it
and you
matters
get
now,
the puck,
but
the ability to beat goalies in different spots. He doesn't always go low blocker. He doesn't always go high glove. He has the ability to mix and match his shot placement, which is a real good sign for a young offensive player.
Also, Nightingale adds that he has a great stick defensively. So he's not just an offensive threat. He's disruptive in passing lanes with an active stick. And he's most comparable to Zach Hyman, who I just absolutely love as a player.
Hyman, Brandon Saad, right? That kind of
That's
guy.
a good comparison to have.
Saad's already on the team, but they have a lot of skill with Cairo and Thomas. So it's nice to compliment if they see
bummer
this
he's
guy
going to
get
the
head
damn
Minnesota.
Blues.
He'll play for the Gophers this fall.
Not that I hate
They'll
them,
be an
but-
absolute wagon this year. Certainly a national title threat. And so the Blues and Doug Armstrong, we've heard
They
Torrey
really
Krug
give him a
would be on the block.
Fanatics
If someone shows
jersey?
interest in him, if it makes sense along those lines.
No, it is Adidas.
We'll see what else. And Doug Armstrong, he's aggressive.
The logo
not
looked like
afraid.
the Fanatics
And
logo.
the Blues still should come back as a
Or
good
fabric,
power next year
whatever you
in
want to
the
call it.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? When you watch these drafts, even veteran players and veteran people in the business.
Okay, so the Blues went. So now we got Mini. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 picks between now and the Sabres' next pick. Mini's going Brad Lambert here for sure. And if they don't get him, then Toronto's going with him for sure.
In the business, even though it's summertime, the real students of the game are tuned in right now. Great to see.
22 NHL draft belongs to the Minnesota Wild. Minnesota, you're on the clock.
There it is. Wild, Maple Leafs, Canadians. The Canadians will make another pick.
I don't remember him announcing
the
the
Minnesota
picks like that.
Wild.
Maybe you just can't hear him.
Once again on the clock. This is their
I thought he was
number
announcing
one.
a
They
trade.
had one at 19th overall because of the Fiala trade. And here's Emily Kaplan with Jimmy Snuggerud.
Jimmy, when you were putting on that Blues jersey and staring into the crowd, what were you thinking of?
Yeah, I think it's just really surreal in the moment. Like, to put it on and, look in the crowd and know you just got drafted in the NHL, it's a really cool moment, and I'm super pumped to be a Blues.
Your father played in the NHL. What's the biggest lesson he's taught you?
Yeah, just, stay humble along the way, kind of enjoy the ride, enjoy moments like this, just, live in the moment, and it's super fun, so.
What would you want Blues fans to know about you?
I'm here to compete, and I'm here to help your team win, and I'm super pumped to, come and play for them, so it'll be super fun.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Bucci?
All right, well, the Gophers losing to Minnesota State in the semifinal game, now hoping to return to the Frozen Four next year. It's in Tampa Bay, by the way. Tampa, Florida.
Again.
Frozen
It was
Four.
2015 there, right?
Good
You
to
guys
see.
had it there. You and Bear?
Dakota won.
Yes.
Beat Quinnipiac.
Quinnipiac.
Minnesota will
Devontae's on that
Yes, he was. Minnesota looks to get back there this year, and here are those USA.
I'm gonna see if I can find a package or something that I can, so I can watch all the Gopher games.
Why is that? What's some of the attributes of that program? Why do they produce high-end talent?
Well, obviously they do a good job of scouting the kids before they
pick the team,
before they get there.
Right.
So they acquire the best
What's the
talent.
benefit of going into?
Well, look, you're up against the best players of your age group.
Gotcha.
You're
In the
competing,
world.
You're competing against one another on a daily basis at practice. You're competing in the weight room with one another. So it's a highly competitive environment. It's a bunch of alpha males. There's no question about that. I mean, it's not for everybody. If you're more of a person that is kind of laid back, docile, maybe that's not the route for you. But I think for kids that are want to get pushed, that want to push
Pick
each
is
other,
in.
they're going to be pushed. And like I mentioned before, their 17-year-old year. It's not about.
I mean,
winning.
Yurov's still on the board
None of
too.
it's
If they
really
if
about winning.
he's
It's
still on the
about
board at
developing,
28, I
getting them in the
wouldn't
weight
mind
room,
that.
Making sure they get stronger, working on their skills, and then the payoff is their 18-year-old year where they try to win the U18 World Championship. So they do a terrific job, but they work hard. There's no question about that. Those kids come out of there, they're ready to compete for jobs in college and elsewhere.
Certainly USA Hockey, it goes back about a decade, they really wanted to follow the Swedish model.
Yeah.
Why was Sweden producing so many high-end talented hockey players with a small population? And it was all about skill, right? The delayed offside, let's try to get the defenseman to handle the puck. Go to the blue puck when they're young, a little lighter to try to develop skill. And this is the long-term benefit we're seeing now of USA Hockey, making that transition to think skill. Parents, don't look at the scoreboard, don't look at the game, more practices, then games as well. Another tenet.
You know what I love about it? It's the humility.
Yeah.
Okay? Because you're producing all these track athletes, volleyball, football, basketball, everything else, baseball, and seeing that there was an area of need and a potential growth in being able to really enhance the development model. I love what they've done at USA Hockey.
And out of all the kids that we've interviewed, they seem like great kids too. Some of them can be pretty cocky with attitude. These kids all seem really cool. Here come the Wild again. Billy Guerin, second pick.
Who we got?
Just in the last half hour.
With the 24th selection, the Minnesota Wild, they're proud to select from Magnitogorsk of the KHL, Danila Yurov.
There's that Yurov.
Again, they have a high-end Russian player.
Yeah.
And whether or not that matters in this situation or any situation, we don't know. But tell us about this player, Meg.
He's a great player. I'm actually surprised he's still available. So they must be over the moon. He plays a puck possession style.
His
He wants
upside is
to carry the
super
puck
high.
and create chances. He plays a high pace and can execute at full speed, exactly what you want in the modern NHL.
Right.
A quality entry player and high controlled entry rate who attacks the middle of the ice. Talented. That's every time I called it.
Okay, we got Toronto, Montreal, San Jose.
So surprised he's there.
Brad Lambert's got to be off the board by
Love
then,
to see what he does in the NHL.
Electricity crossing the blue line. Yeah. That's what one person explained it to me. Look at this. I mean, that's a 1-on-3. Yep. And he'll scare the living daylights out of you when he has that puck coming in.
Shot.
So, I mean, probably teams were scared off right now. And it's understandable.
Only reason.
Yeah, it's understandable as to why they would be. But for Billy Guerin and his crew, probably figuring, with having Kirill Kaprizov there, this is much like the Washington Capitals, they figure, it's a comfortable situation. Once he gets over here, it'd be a nice transition for him. But this is a really talented player.
Talented player. He really shredded up the Tier 2, really. The junior version over in the KHL, but
God, dude on the left has some big bags under his eyes. Holy cow!
He asserted himself well.
40 of them.
Is Mike Medano not there?
Very, very rare.
It's like a trade here. I think it's a Peter Mrazek maybe involved trade with Toronto and Chicago. Let's hear it from the commish.
We have a trade to announce.
Ooh.
The Toronto Maple Leafs trade Peter Mazarek and pick number 25, which will be the next pick in this year's draft, to the Chicago Blackhawks for pick number 38 in this year's draft. So Toronto trades Mazarek and pick 25 to
Wait,
the Blackhawks.
Mrazek was a Maple Leaf? Oh, I suppose he's probably including the Freddie Anderson deal.
So Toronto obviously trying to create cap room. They give up their number one, Peter Mrazek, heads to Chicago. They'll absorb his salary. They don't have to worry about that. They got to get to the floor. Keep trading everybody, but they get another pick in the first round. What do you got this? Anything on this week, C?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one for Peter Mrazek, hope he's healthy because his sample size in his NHL career, he's been a 9-10 save percentage guy.
Yeah.
Really besieged by injury last year. Hoping that he's healthy and can have a bounce back year there in Chicago. For the Leafs to get that much needed cap release in terms of moving him.
Okay, so who are they going to try and pick up with that?
Fleury is signed.
Right.
Now what do the Toronto Maple Leafs do in net?
Kemper.
2 teams for me. Edmonton,
I called it.
Bush, and Toronto as contenders that need tenders, ironically enough.
And how many goalies are out there, really?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You know, like seriously,
yes,
I
I'm
mean,
with you.
You know, the idea that there's enough starting goaltenders out there, real quality starting goaltenders.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like we're at a point in the NHL where the
What a
ability
weird
of the
trade.
scorers is surpassed the goaltenders right
I mean,
now.
I guess
I don't remember a time
Chicago's
that
second round
I
pick
feel
is
like
like
we've always had a lot of
early in
good
the second
goaltenders,
round.
and goals
but
were down. Now I almost feel like there's almost a need for
good move for Chicago. I mean, 3 first-round picks is pretty good. When you came into it and you had none at the start of the day.
Vasilevsky,
Hellebuck.
Maybe Ottinger's
in that
develop into
tier,
that, but man, it's like those teams are searching for goaltenders, and I just wonder if they're really out there where they're going to be satisfied.
Who's
with
Chicago
what they've
gonna
got,
pick now?
Going in the next season?
That's exactly why you have to be bullish and go out and get who you want. And when you leave it to chance, and once that goalie go-round starts spinning, which is exactly what happened, now you leave it to chance. Now you're kind of on the outside looking in based on supply, and there's a whole ton of demand. So I'm curious to see what Edmonton do. I'm curious to see what the Toronto Maple Leafs do, because they have high-octane offense. But in football, you don't have a quarterback, you can't go anywhere. Same thing in the National Hockey League.
Does anybody want John Gibson?
I've been on his train for how many years? 3 years. Toronto, go get Gibson.
Right.
Toronto, go get Gibson.
This helps.
This does help.
$3.8 million.
It
Not
does
a huge
help.
number,
Coming off.
but it's $3.8 million
Yes.
that goes to Chicago, and Chicago basically buys. They give Toronto a break, but they get their first-round pick, which is coming up at 25th overall now. So the Blackhawks, who did really well with their first
Yeah, I
two
mean,
picks, who's on
I
your
don't know
board that they
what
could really
Toronto would have to
another
do to
good
make
night
that
for?
work, because they obviously don't have the cap room for Gibson. I think Gibson's hit is
So
like
I think
7.
maybe Toronto sees that they want to grab him.
Right.
Machard.
John
Chicago,
Gibson
correct?
contract.
So I think
Confusing sometimes with trades.
I know, it's crazy.
I just want to make sure.
That's the last team in the mind.
Yeah.
I'm with you on Lambert.
Yes.
6.5.
I know that there's a lot of people, he's a polarizing player. There's a lot of people that are enticed by the skill. Prior to this year, the expectations were he'd be probably a top 5 guy based on skill.
Yep.
Then the productivity wasn't necessarily there. His uncle Lane is coaching the New York Islanders. There's a lot of hockey pedigree. There's a ton of skill, but there's some question marks. But based on Chicago having all these picks, why not? Why not reach for him right now? Take the chance.
Well, Kyle Davidson is wearing out a path on that stage.
Maybe.
Totally.
Third.
No
again,
tread left on the shoes.
Yeah, but I mean, 6.4.
0 picks.
He'd
This is
probably
their third.
be okay with
They have
going to
3
Toronto.
of the first 25.
And he's signed for the
break
next
the
1,
trade,
2,
obviously. Trade
3,
Doc
4,
as well.
5 years.
Now they absorb a salary to get this one. So the scouting department.
I don't know if they
once
have
again,
anything that
Kyle Davidson will really lean on them. All right, boys, who's
they
the best
want,
player
though.
you got?
Obviously, the odd one out would be
Facca, there he
Willie
is again,
Nylander,
third
but
from the left. Good shoe game, former college hockey assistant.
Absolutely. And speaking of college hockey, Rico Blasi, what up? He's tuned in.
All right, Rico, St. Thomas up there.
St. Thomas at Mini.
Here we go, Kyle. Who you picking for your fans?
Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Chaska High School, Minnesota, Sam Rinzel.
wow. There's the dude I was talking about from Chaska.
Shout out Minnesota. Shout out Minnesota Golf.
Nice.
What do you got on him, Boosh?
Yeah, he's a big
You
guy
gonna be a gopher
who
too?
decided to stay in high school in Minnesota, but also played at the end of the year with Waterloo. And he's a big kid, 6'4", almost 6'5".
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize he's that big.
Skates well for his size, good reach. can create.
I wonder what his
off the
plan
rush.
is. I'm assuming
You
going to
always
college.
wonder, you know, the kids that want to stay home and play high school. You know, I talked about the other guys that want to leave and go to other countries. You know, you got to almost respect when a kid says, you know, I want to stay home. I want to finish up high school. I want to have that experience. Because what it tells me is that they're loyal. They're loyal kids, right?
That's
they
crazy. I
wanna
didn't realize
see,
that.
To the end when
That
they
Snuggerud
started.
is even
But
from
this is a kid that
Minnesota.
has size
Let alone, I
and,
knew he was
I think a lot
American.
of people had rated later, but I think a lot of people saw that there was some.
This
some
reminds me of the
potential.
Ryan
The fact
Johnson
that he didn't
pick
play a full season in Tier 2 Junior
for the Sabres, given
maybe
this is the
you don't get a
Blackhawks, but
full idea of what he is, but this is a guy that I think has pro potential for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a reach, but he did register 1.4 points per game to lead defenseman. And, you know, he pushes the puck in transition, passing, skating, allows his team to attack off the rush, excels in puck carrying. So all of these elements that you look for in a hockey player, but I had him like 43. So to pick him this early, they must have saw something that maybe
I mean, that's
didn't
two
get enough
big
Minnesota
defensemen they
high school
picked.
tape to find out. But
Maybe Caddy did Hazeltine maybe in the summer for some extra coin there.
There you go. And you also mentioned the fact, Bush, I think there's a great look at parents, we presume.
crazy what's happened to Chicago, though, man. Before the season started, I thought they were a playoff team, or very close to a playoff team.
And it's one thing to
And
play
here they are.
really well in
Definitely shouldn't be after
high school
this.
hockey, which is very competitive, I might add. But then the fact that you mentioned going to Waterloo, and then the whole USHL angle, the agility, size, reach, the frame. This is a reach. This is a real aggressive pick, but nonetheless, maybe they found themselves a gem here and got some value with this pick at this number.
All right.
But I think
Two more picks.
you could have waited.
Brad
So
Lambert's still on
why
the
trade
board.
up to take this pick? That would be my question to them.
Fair question. Fair question. That is a fair question. And sometimes, to your point,
Look
how young he is, man.
But I think they need a defenseman too, right?
Without question.
And defensemen were starting to get knocked off the board. And he's 6'4" plus. You know,
this is it.
Thinking a big body,
big
might
body.
go.
Yeah. You know, so you like him,
and you can swing on some of these too, if you're Chicago, because the expectations. They're not going to be a hyper-competitive team next year. Let's phrase it that way, right? So
crazy.
All right, Emily Kaplan, we're surprised. Is Sam surprised?
Going into tonight, what were you hoping for?
You know, I was just hoping that, you know, one team would get their trust in me and end up picking me. And, you know, thankfully that happened, so.
And you join a Blackhawks team that's
Starstruck.
in a rebuild, which means they're creating
Awesome.
a team with all players around your age. What do you think that's going to be like?
I think it's going to be a good opportunity for me and for a lot of other players to come in and make an impact. And, you know, I'm kind of looking to do the same thing, so.
And what are you most excited about in Chicago?
The whole atmosphere, you know, I think maybe meeting Patrick Kane or stuff like that. It's going to be pretty cool, so.
What's the first thing you'll say to Kaner?
I don't know. He's a cool dude, so I don't know. Maybe I'll say something slick. Who knows?
Give some time to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
He'll be a go for 2023, 24 long-range project for them as
Oh,
well.
he's a junior in
So
high school?
Dreams come true on this night. You can see just the players beaming, being in person, having their dream come true, chosen by an NHL team. Hey, if you're looking for Summer League basketball, it's over on ESPNU. We're hockey right now.
Crazy. All right, commercial. Mute it. All right. The two guys I think I have. Yep, Lambert or Furcus, either or. I'm okay with either or. Jagger, Furcus. Is Jagger? Is he what position is he? I know he's a forward. He's a winger, right winger too. Even better. I think he's a smaller winger though, if I remember right. Yeah, 5'10". Well, he fits right in with where everyone else has him. Where does Mackenzie have him? Craig Button, 34. So right outside the first round. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he falls to Where did the Sabres pick in the second round? Is it like... Oops, round 2. 41, so they'd have to... What's that? I'm assuming 9 since they're 9th in order.
Savoie.
This is Juraj Slavkovsky.
This is Seamus Casey.
And you are watching
the NHL Draft on ESPN.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so they'd have to... I don't know if you fall that far.
Thank you, boys. Canadians up again. We have 7 picks left in the first round. They traded Tyler Toffoli to Calgary last year. They got this pick, a 5th round next year as well. And Montreal, of course, began the proceedings. Surprising son with Juraj Slavkovsky, the big Slovak, and now here they are. What could they add here, Meg? Who's your best player available?
I still have Brad Lambert.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's great.
Monty St. Louis would love him, wouldn't he?
Why not?
Small guy, but electric. Fun to watch. Let's see. Montreal.
Maybe I'm crazy. I thought Brad Lambert was like 6 foot.
In the first round.
Yep.
He's 6 foot.
Les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de sélectionner de la Ligue élite de Slovaquie, Philippe Méchard.
Philip Mazar.
Tan LaPointe actually right there looking beautiful in that jacket.
I love that jacket. Veteroni jacket.
What about this pick, Megan?
And he was
Okay.
20th, so this
He's
is
gonna
a
be
good
there at
pick for the
28.
Canadians. He joins the other Slovakian players in the first round and generates chances in transition. Very strong in playmaking and moves the puck.
So overall, the players that are listed in the first round, overall for the most part, so according to McKenzie,
so
you've got Yuri Kulich is still on the board, Isaac Howard's on the board,
that can score.
Ryan Chesley's on the board.
Another Slovakian, which is amazing.
Yeah,
we mentioned history. What a night it is for them.
And then Luca Del Beluz is on the board, and then Tristan Luneau is on the board. So they could technically, possibly, he could be right on every single player that's in here. No one that's been picked is outside of the first round yet.
Smile on his face, hyper competitive, and a lot of people have said, had he been playing,
does Ryan Chesley shoot right?
League, he would have gotten a lot more.
Oh, he does. That's probably what they go with.
But I really think this is a good value pick here by Montreal.
Undersized winger.
And he's from Minnesota too. Yeah, pick him.
So if there's ever a guy that can work with somebody or help somebody, it'd be Marty. Marty really thinks the game on a high level. This is a kid that he's got speed, he's got skill. I guess the only question mark you'd have for him is his size and whether or not he can compete at that level. But certainly seems to have the skill and skating ability to play at the National Hockey League level.
But he was just a tick taller than Marty. There's
maybe it's the he couldn't play
the haircut. The hair is a little
the
taller.
gel.
Feeling it. Look at Marty beaming too, and behind him and Vinny. To my former Tampa teammates.
When I saw him take that one-timer on the one side there, he looked like a right-handed
I like his tie too.
Louis on that side. That's what made me think of that.
Good call. Habs fans
That's they had two, right?
Bell Center.
Jean Beliveau sweater, number 4.
Yes. And that's exactly why Vinny wore 4 his entire career.
Yeah. There's Vinny, second to the right.
Vinny looks like he could still play tonight.
That's big boy.
Yeah. What a player, too.
Him and St. Louis win the Stanley Cup in Tampa Bay in 2004.
Yep.
Now they're back in the organization together.
Oh, Le Cavalier is part of the Canadian
Now,
organization as
Sharks
well.
originally was the
Canadians
Coyotes.
organization
Sharks
as well.
move down. We go Sharks, Sabres, Oilers, Jets, Lightning, Coyotes again.
Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on, like Manny. Event planning with our best plan ever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
With 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra
All right,
cost.
let's get a
Verizon
goodie
Business Unlimited
at
from the
28.
network businesses rely on. Did you know that most cars today
Lambert didn't produce much, but that doesn't really mean much. Isaac Howard, I've heard, is pretty good. I thought Minnie might take him. He produced pretty well at the development team. My boy, though. Jagger Furcus, 80 points in 66 games. I know it's a WHL, but it's pretty good. There's another dude, I can't think of his name. They were talking about on the Sabres like draft preview. But I don't know if maybe that was like later than the first round, but what they were saying about Ryan Chesley, I kind of like that. Then there's one other guy. Yuri Kulich is still on the board too. And from what I remember hearing is that he's a high riser. He wasn't as high during the midseason.
MLS Heineken Rivalry Week continues off tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern, with the Union second in the East, hosting DC United.
It's gonna be
then El Trafico with the Galaxy taking on LA.
Hey, my boy.
International
He's
icons,
into the
Bale, making their
top
MLS
10 remaining players by Megan
and
Chaika.
ESPN app.
Chaika. All right, San Jose's pick is in.
Here's why the Sharks are picking now. They were
Lane Hudson, that's the
go
other guy.
earlier, but they traded down, acquiring this pick and 2 second-round picks. So Mike Greer traded the 11th pick to go 27, 34, and 45, going with volume to try to hit on a pick or two. Right
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. You move one pick and you get 3 picks within 18 picks of each other.
Too long. He'll make his way to the stage. See him right there, the former Boston University Terrier, national champion 1995. Dad, a longtime executive with the New England Patriots. Bobby Greer, very well respected. His brother runs the Dolphins these days as well.
Former Sabre.
Shot. Still has to hire a coach there in San Jose.
Yeah. Totally. Whole new staff.
Yeah.
Maybe Evgeny Novakov, the goalie coach, stays, but aside from that, whole new entire coaching staff.
Yeah, so it's Sharks now. Buffalo on deck, Edmonton in the hole.
Who do they go with?
As Mike Greer step to the mic and make his first selection as GM of the San Jose Sharks.
Blasic's there.
Thank you, Montreal. You guys have been wonderful hosts this week. I'd like to congratulate Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche.
Well, he still looks pretty young, honestly.
Before we make our selection, on behalf of the Marchman family and the San Jose Sharks organization, I want to express our sincere thanks
How old is Mike?
for the outpouring of love and support that we have received over the last 24 hours in response to the sudden loss of our beloved friend and colleague.
Oh, he's only
Brian
47.
Marchman.
That makes sense.
As most of you know, Brian loved the game of hockey. He absolutely loved it. He breathed it. He used it. No one was happier to be at the rink than Mush. His opponents may not have enjoyed playing against him, but as someone who was his teammate, I can tell you that there was no one I would rather go into battle with, or who you would want on the bench than Brian. Brian's reputation on the ice was that of a fierce, relentless competitor. But off the ice, he was honest, down to earth, loving, and he truly cared about people. You could tell this by the way he engaged with everyone, the questions he asked, and the time he spent with you as a person. The imprint that he has left on his teammates during his 17-year NHL career, the Sharks prospects who he has mentored and helped develop, and on his colleagues, both inside and outside of the Sharks organization, will be felt well into the future. Tonight, we again send our most heartfelt condolences to all of Brian's family and friends, but particularly his parents, John and Joanne, his siblings, Wayne, Carrie, and Tara, and especially his wife, Kim, his children, Mason and Logan. We love you, Brian. You will be missed, but you will never be forgotten.
That was nice. That was good.
To make our first round selection is our Director of Scouting, Doug Wilson Jr.
Wow, he looks hair and everything looks just like his dad.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select from Linköping center Philip Bistad.
Wow. I think that's the first guy outside the,
So the Sharks
Bob
go
McKenzie's
center. What kind of player are they getting
first
here,
round.
the fans watching at home, Megan?
Yeah, shout out to Doug Wilson Jr.
Yep.
and the Wilson family. And San
I've heard his
Jose
name a few
had
times,
such
though.
a long tenure, such smart hockey people, and I think this is a great pick. He plays a puck possession style. He protects the puck in the offensive zone.
What position
a
is he?
Tall center, which
Center?
allows plays to develop, and he doesn't force plays. High controlled entry rates and wants to carry the
Yep,
puck into
center.
the zone. He ranks second in the IHF under 18 tournament and face-offs
All right.
taken and wins. He
Both the
creates
guys I
high-quality
am
offensive
hoping for are still on the
chances in
board.
transition.
Are they going to go way off the board here?
A really controlled player. That's the way it was explained to me. Controlled in all three zones, any situation, and the type of player that any coach could put over the boards at any time. And you know, for the young players playing in Sweden, it's very rare to get ice time. But he really earned a lot of ice time and the trust in the coaching staff, which to me says a lot about a young player, especially at the center ice position with all the defensive responsibilities.
Yeah, a good NHL-sized body, right? He's over 6'2". I think he's a notch under the three guys that were taken from your guard. You know, so but this is a guy that, you know, I think a lot of people had inside the first round. You know, for San Jose, you know,
Yeah, I mean, they need a
thought
goally too,
defense,
but
they
you're not going to
they
draft
needed
one in this
to
draft.
address. I don't know how many defense are left at this point, but I also thought center was an area that they
Defensive
that they
depth.
could,
I mean,
you know,
I've never
address as
been that
well.
big
So
of a fan of
this is a
Burns
guy that
or
has an NHL
Carlson.
body, can skate,
But
I just wonder how much offense there really is in his game compared to those three other guys that came out of your guard.
Fair point there. And for the San Jose
got
Sharks,
size. He could
real
develop
tough
into it.
situation
He's
is
a bigger center.
Clearly, with the passing of Brian Marchment, first and most foremost.
Vlasic's still there, given he's like got to be on his way out.
Marc-Edouard Vlasic. You have to wonder if he's going to be there in their long term.
And again, you heard Mike Greer with the condolences to the
Yeah.
Marchman family. That's kind of their salute
Classy
to
touch.
Brian. Yeah,
the
just
mush right there.
unexpectedly passing away at the age of 53. Such a tragic situation, obviously, for his parents, for his son Mason, who we saw really blossom in the NHL this year. And you guys, you know, you knew him, you were around him. What kind of person was he, and what were some of his attributes?
Just a warrior.
Yeah.
A warrior in every way. You know, and really good to a lot of young players. Had his hard rules, but he was good to a lot of young players, which is why he's in this role. Not only as a scout, but also in player development. He helped mentor a lot of these young players and bring a little bit of the old school jam to them, toughen them up. But as Mike Ricci said to me yesterday, when I heard this early in the morning, we see there's no other player that I'd want more in my foxhole with all the players that I played with and or against than Brian Marchman.
Yeah, he was an ex-teammate of mine in Calgary. I had a short stay in Calgary, 3 months.
Brad Lambert.
Spent a lot of time with him. And he was a guy
Jagger
that mentored
Furcus.
Dion Phaneuf, a young Dion Phaneuf.
I have a
at
feeling
that
they're going to go
time, and,
defenseman here, though. You go 2 centers.
A real good teammate.
I don't know.
A real good teammate. Yeah, and I remember back, he played that year with a torn ACL.
Incredible.
You know, put a knee brace on and played the rest of the year. He was
Didn't we say Ryan Chesley was a right shot D too?
Sutter in Chicago and also
Yeah,
in San Jose.
maybe Ryan
and then
Chesley.
in Calgary. A guy that's
Being that he's a right shot
D,
I think they might go with that unless they're going to plan on trading with somebody to get that.
Here's Mike Greer with Emily Kapp.
Mike, you were hired less than a week ago. How would you describe the process of who made this pick and who you relied on?
Well, our scouts did a great job. You know, it's been a long grind for them, a long year, and then, you know, without having a GM in place, I got to give them a ton of credit. They stuck to the task, grinded out, and Dougie did a good job with his European scouts. They really liked the kid, his character, and his game, so we're excited to have him.
You also don't have a coach. What are you looking for? What qualities?
Someone with strong communication skills, someone who can get the best of our players and motivate them. I think that's what it's about today. You got to be able to communicate and work with the players.
You have 3 NHL goalies under team control: Aiden Hill, Kaapo Kakkonen, and James Reimer. How do you see that situation playing out?
But
you know, it's all about competition. I think that's part of the culture we're trying to bring in, is that the best player wins and the best player plays. So it's all about internal competition. We think that's how we'll make our team better.
You obviously made a lot of news this week, being the first Black GM in NHL history. What do you hope people take away from your story?
Pick is
I just
in.
think, you know,
Not moving it.
It's part of, if there's something that you want to do, go after it. You know, believe in yourself and don't let anyone tell you you can't can't do something. I think that's kind of the main point, and believe in yourself. You put in the work, you'll be able to get where you want to get.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Richie?
Thanks, Emily. He used to hire a coach, maybe a Jeff Halpern kind of a guy he knows and can rely on.
Yeah.
It's a first job. First hire is an important one, and we'll see what happens to Mike Freer. Well,
We are the Sam Reinhart deal.
Remember last year they traded Sam Reinhart for the Rice, and Devin Levi, really good goaltending prospect.
Yes.
He will return to college to Northeastern.
Yes.
So he'll be back. Looks like he's got a kind of a UC Saros kind of a game.
Yep. Shredded it up in college hockey at Northeastern.
A little surprised he went back, personally.
A little bit.
Because he's so dominant.
Yeah, I thought next level would have been play more games at the pro level.
Yeah, hasn't had much of a college experience. I think he enjoyed it, so why not do it one more time? Boston's a great city to live in when you're a young kid.
All right, take the chance.
So that's
Go for Brad Lambert.
Kevin Adams is walking to the stage again for the third first-round pick of the Buffalo Sabres. They continue to stockpile young talent, slowly working their way up. Donnie Granato, the head coach, who really came on, did a great job with the gray suit there, just appearing to the right part of your screen. Let's see what the Sabres do this time. When you get 3 picks, you can maybe be bold here. And,
It's weird to see. I mean, no, Kim Pegula isn't in good health, but
28th pick, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Czech League, Yuri
Kulich. So they draft 3 centers.
So
I mean, I don't hate the draft. I don't hate that pick.
Yuri Kulich is the selection for the Buffalo Sabres. Again, their 3rd pick here in the
All
first
3
round.
centers, though. What?
And I'll tell you this. A skilled player, played up in the top league last year in Czech Republic. I think for Buffalo, they have the ability to get as creative as they'd like to. A skilled, very, very calm player, good, confident with the puck on his tape. This is one thing that jumps out to me with him. And I think for the Buffalo Sabres, we can see kind of a pattern of what they're drafting. They're really putting a precedent on skill. I think this is a nice pick for them here.
I agree, and he had a really strong showing at the under-18 tournament.
Maybe Brad Lambert falls to
Probably played into
4141.
it as well. He was leading in power play shot attempts, goals, one-time shot attempts with 19, offensive zone possession time per game at 1 minute and 10 seconds. He has a shot-first tendency, shoots the puck often with quality, so if you're looking at analytics, you like a guy like this, high expected goals, and his positioning is key. A 200-foot player defensively on the right side of the puck and offensively finds space. I think this is a good pick for Buffalo.
Yeah, totally. I echo that.
And versatile too, can play center, can play wing. So there's some versatility there.
Okay,
good
can play
one-on-one
wing.
skills, right off the rush. I mean, I think some people had him rated a little higher than this. You know, so the fact that he slips this far down.
Yeah, I heard some
is a
mock
good
drafts
pickup
had him
for
going to
Buffalo.
mini with the
Buffalo's had
18th
a
pick,
nice-
or
a
19th
nice
pick.
night
So
tonight.
I also say I haven't seen Kim Pegula tonight, but you know she's one of the best owners and very receptive, smart, a woman as well. And I know she was having some health issues, so I hope she's doing better. But just think the Sabres are a smart organization, and the Buffalo Bills are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what a shot. I'd like to see that.
But will you jump on a plastic table? That's
they
what I
win,
want to know.
you can
Man,
make
look at that
it take
jawline.
a
Holy cow.
All right, where's the Super Bowl this year? Did you make your
I
plans
love
yet?
it.
Is it Miami? I'm not sure where it is.
Miami last year.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
LA last year.
LA last year. Sorry, SoFi. It was at SoFi. Rams won in LA. Excuse me.
Right, 4 picks left. Edmonton's up next. Looks like they're going to trade out of this pick. Very interesting. Ken Holland and the Oilers try to make that next jump in support of Connor McDavid. Here's the trade.
We have a trade to announce. The Edmonton Oilers trade Zach Cassian, pick number 29 in this year's draft, which is the next pick. Edmonton's 3rd round pick in 2024.
This is for a goalie.
And Edmonton's 2nd round pick in 2025 to the Arizona Coyotes for pick number 32 in this year's draft.
So they gained some picks.
Jesus. So this is Arizona's 4th pick?
Edmonton Oilers just flip-flop 20.
Right?
They moved down a couple slots.
Oh, no, they flipped because they had 32.
The Oilers
Cap dump
get a
for
32nd
Zach
overall
Cassian.
pick. Coyotes get the
That's kind of a
29th
bummer. No
overall
more
now.
Cassian, Kachuk in the Battle of Alberta.
Like six,
right.
I didn't hear 6 million or so.
That's a big number to trade.
Right?
Yeah, I mean that probably means the Oilers are going to go after Darcy Kemper if I had to guess.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that's big
That's
news.
the essence of that one right there.
That's maybe good news.
It's a good move for Edmonton.
Maybe.
He's great fit there. Awesome fit in Edmonton.
We'll see what's Edmonton. They're trying to trade Puljujarvi. They'll probably do that next couple of days as well.
Baby got back.
Okie doke. 3 more picks to go. 4 more picks to go. We can call it a stream. Then tomorrow, back to some more Zelda. Try and finish that up. Boom, 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 boom. All right, Arizona's 29th pick is in.
He's got the long, luscious flow, as well as I go with Cale Makar and Charlie McAvoy.
I love watching Patrice Bergeron. He's a leader as well in this team, and just overall really fun guy to watch.
Kucherov is my favorite. He's wicked smart, knows where the next play is, and he's just so skilled. And he's got a bomb.
Sidney Crosby is someone I've watched for a long time, and he's a legend.
So again, Arizona, they take on the Zach Kassian contract. As a result, they get to move up 4 slots to this pick now. They also get a 3rd-round pick in 2024 and a 2nd-round pick in 2025. So take on a contract, you can get some stuff and see what they do here. Maybe a defenseman? What'd you take, Boosh?
Yeah, I mean, Chesley's a kid that I've been banging the drum all night long. I don't know why he hasn't been picked yet. See if Billy Armstrong goes for Chesley.
Another U.S. national team player.
Yeah.
How about you, Meg? Who would you take here?
Well, I think whenever you're looking at the first round, you're still questioning, right, who is in that spot. Maybe a Seamus Casey.
Okay. Love a Seamus. A lot of blue suits up there.
Oh, yeah.
Blue Man Group.
The Arizona Coyotes select le voltigeur de Drummondville, Maverick Lamoureux.
All right, here we go.
Huh.
Maverick Lamoureux.
That's a sick name.
That's that name for women's college hockey and women's Olympics.
Oh. I didn't even think of that.
No relation.
And you'll see how big he is when he's walking up too. 6'7".
Bucci Gross, come on, man.
Yeah, mostly talked about that when you talk about him.
Yeah.
But he recorded 24 points in 54 games, comparable to a Jamie Alexiak. Go figure.
Okay.
Very big body.
That's a 6'7".
That's what I got from a lot of scouts. So it may take a little bit longer to get into the NHL than normal. But that's normal for that big of a frame, right? To move like that. He takes pucks away from opponents, uses body position in an active stick, and he's consistently in good positions, defending and defends the middle of the ice. He has good puck management, limits turnovers, and focuses on simple, efficient plays.
Big dude.
Steady, consistent to your point defensively. And in a league that still has a lot of electrifying offensive players, the tendency, especially in your draft years, to want to try to force offense, especially in a draft of this magnitude with this many defensemen that have gone. But I like the fact that he really plays within himself. He doesn't chase the game, and he doesn't force plays offensively. There's something to be said for that, especially for a young D in their draft year.
You got some style too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
And
love
the
it.
three-piece. He's rocking the three-piece.
Confidence.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why not? He's high-stepping. He's in Quebec. He plays in Drummondville.
Socks optional.
I love that, though. Little Euro
Strap.
swag.
See the pants, they can't get down. to
Dude,
the
he's so tall.
Even if he tried.
Yeah.
Little capris.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, looks like he's in Capri right now, too.
Great size on him, though. Again, you can't teach size. I mean, if these guys can develop, I mean, Bill Armstrong's a big man, and he towers over Bill Armstrong.
Yep.
You know, if they, you give them time, fill out into his frame. He's a project to me. I mean, this is a guy that it can be a bit of a reach, but if he can turn into a good player, you got a guy that's got size, that can skate pretty well, and obviously gets a nice chair in his home province.
Tallest first rounder since 2016, Logan Stanley.
Yeah. Who's become a nice D-man up there in Winnipeg, Logan Stanley, number 64. I like him. But in the case of Bill Armstrong, I had the chance to see him play in junior when he played in Oshawa, for the Generals and won the 1990 Memorial Cup, along with the great Eric Lindros and Freddie Brathwaite in that group. As a long, tall defenseman himself, to your point, he kind of knows what this path is like.
Yeah.
He's done it himself. So
not going to be a lot of offense in his game. I don't think it's going to be all about defense for this guy.
Yep.
Maverick Lamoureux. That's like a French-Canadian Gunsmoke.
Totally.
Great smile on the kid.
Yeah. Played lacrosse too. The high-level lacrosse.
Yeah.
Imagine him on the lax field.
Hey.
Gets all right. Hey, we're in.
Come on now.
Hey, we're in Quebec.
It's nighttime in Quebec.
Get after it, Mom and Dad.
It's almost 11.
It's nighttime in Quebec. What are you laughing
funny.
at down there?
Hey,
You're part French Canadian.
It's 10:48 in Montreal. The fun's just getting started. What happens in Montreal stays in Montreal unless it's on national television.
So
then
good. Why are we
everybody.
going to break? Where are we going?
What now?
Come on,
Shoeman.
That was funny. Let's see what Sabres fans are complaining about now. Let's see. Let's go Buffalo Sabres. All right. Let's see what some feedback on Twitter is. Another center, because drafting centers and forcing them to play wing has worked out so well for Buffalo the last decade. All right, what do they say about the Ostlund pick? Because I have a feeling that, well, this one has more replies. Let's see. Brad Lambert was right there. Come on, yeah. Y'all know nothing about hockey. This kid is going to be a stud. Maybe. Centers across the board. Wonder why Lambert is falling so hard. Every year there's that guy. Yeah. Yeah, when did Ratty go last year? I don't think he went until like the middle of the second round.
I like to shoot
We're
the
back.
puck from many places on the rink. I think my shot is a lethal weapon in my game.
Love bringing passion to the game. I think that's what makes me special and makes me different. Like to play with.
Dude, imagine Lambert's there at 41 though.
Player. I'm a two-way skilled forward. Play both sides of the puck. I'm a very offensive forward.
Chris Dury went out and got Andrew Kopp from Winnipeg. Conditionally, first-round pick. It would be this one if they made the conference final, which they did. Also a second tomorrow, I should say. It's 2022. A fifth next year. Morgan Barron.
Oh, Opozo called Savoie. Love to see it.
He's going to get some nice.
All right, let's see what the feedback is on the Ostlund pick.
Cande is the question. He was a nice fit in New York.
Yeah.
Had a chance to see him playing up close numerous times.
Similar to last year. Love the first pick and then no idea about the second. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm at.
Where that goes,
better than Eichel.
So Winnipeg, as we
People
mentioned,
are funny.
hired Rick Bowness recently.
Yep.
They had the 14th overall pick, so here they go again. 30th overall. We go Jets, Lightning,
Buffalo
Oilers,
finally
the
get a
last
good
three
draft
picks.
pick and waste the pick on some bust.
The final 3 picks
By
tonight
the way,
in
the
first
Seattle Kraken are the best drafting team in the NHL.
Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the Lahti Pelicans in Finland.
There's Brad Lambert.
This is about where people thought he would go. What's up with Brad Lambert, Megan?
Well, obviously, Data likes this player more. I had him at 12. He has great puck transporting ability. He carries the puck with speed, which I love.
Furcus.
Zone. He
Let's hope he's there at 41.
With a possession drive style of play and wants the puck on his
Or Lane Hudson at 41 would be kind of nice.
Finding passing lanes and create shots for teammates,
there's that defenseman, Ryan Chesley, maybe? I don't know. He probably gets picked in the first round still.
30? You know, that's more of a top 15 type.
Wow, what a shocker. I thought we were going Kamel or Urov there. Okay, now I'm worried. Where are we getting a good right-hand defenseman from? And what's all, with all the centers? Who's on their way out to make room for these kids? Another highly talented center for the Sabres. He'll need a little more time to develop than Savoie, but I really like the team's emphasis on smart, skilled playmakers with the first 2 picks. Got more Swedes than Team Sweden. True. Just surprised to go with 2 very small centers. We saw what happened undersized Ruotsalainen. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
I think that ultimately this is a good opportunity for them in grabbing him at this pick.
As a late 03 birth date, I feel like we've heard about this kid for
He's already played as many playoff games as Jack Eichel. True. Picked the wrong Swede. Only 9 goals. Should have picked the one who scored 33. Why draft just goal scorers when there's excellent setup guys also available? Can't draft guys who are pure goal scorers and not have any skill. Terrible pick when Urov was sitting there. Well, only in Buffalo is tiny a good thing.
The highest such total in the first round.
They're going to be serving a shit ton of whitefish on the gratis table.
2 picks to go. The Lightning on the clock. John Cooper's not there because he just called me from a dive bar in Idaho. So I know he's not in Montreal.
2 more picks. It's a good pick. Y'all are casuals if you don't like it. I think casual is the most, like, nerd insult towards someone. Like, you just try to sound cool and hardcore.
Refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with 5% alcohol, get ready to turn up your fun in the suns all day long. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on. Like Manny, event planning with our best plan ever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
With 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. Get Verizon Business Unlimited from the network businesses rely on.
Selling a home.
Oh, I'm
is
so hyped.
expensive and stressful.
Savoie is a Sabre.
We created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed.
Good old Sabre fans, never happy with anything though.
One day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's 0 obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast, free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
The new Brown Sugar Cream Cold Brew keeps it calm, cool, and cold brewed all summer long. And it's topped with a brown sugar cold foam. Cold foam on a cold brew? That's double cool. Get any medium cold brew now for $3.
Have you seen who's on Match these days? I definitely love someone who's a little bit unique. I go to bed early,
Oh
but on the times when I am awake, I'm a lot of fun to hang out with. I'm super clear on who I am as a person and what I want out of life. Have you tried Match yet? Check it out.
The way you groom is about to change forever. Introducing Microtouch Titanium Trim, the total body and hair trimmer.
Oh yeah.
Handle that
all right,
extends
2 picks to
get
go.
To reach areas on back and body and retracts for perfect home haircuts and touch-up trimming. Titanium Trim's revolutionary design positions the blades on the side for a more natural feel, and the handle extends a full 40 millimeters to reach where you never could before. Snap on the comb and keep your look tight between barber visits. Snap off the comb and edge sideburns, beards, and neckline. Extend it and tame those places barbers can't. Microtouch Titanium Trim, the one tool that does it all. Get yours now at titaniumtrim.com.
So Tampa might go off the board. They seem to be doing that since they keep picking at the end of the draft. So it'd be nice if they'd get this on here so we can see the pick. I'm a little tired.
Gets the right-handed shooting Brad Lambert, thin, 6 feet 175. Helped Finland earn a bronze medal at the 2021
not small,
Junior
Bucci.
Championship. He had a goal and 3 assists, 4 points in his 7 games. Mom from Finland, dad from Canada. He played NCAA hockey as well. Tampa Bay Lightning. They do well. Late first, second, third. What will they come up this time? The Tampa Bay Lightning, back-to-back cup winners. Almost made 3. Who's their pick?
Bonjour Montreal. Merci beaucoup pour la hospitalité. With the 31st pick, Tampa Bay Lightning pleased to select Isaac Howard from the
Isaac
U.S.
Howard, good pick.
Look at the turtleneck. I love the turtleneck and the chain and the white jacket.
I love that. That's 90s.
He'll be
That's
some
90s swag.
Tom Jones. Look at the belt buckle.
And the white suit. Love him.
That looks like
What a stud. I like it.
What is love?
That's Miami Vice right there.
He knew he was in Montreal.
Of course.
Right?
I love the swag.
Hey, the scouting report on this guy is he does not lack
swag.
confidence.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks,
Swag all
Tips.
day. And you can see it right there.
What about on the ice?
He doesn't lack confidence.
Correct.
Look at this. I mean, hanging on to pucks. Very good offense. I mean, this guy he's a real talented player. Not much defense to his game, but I think that's one of those things that I never like when people say that to me. I'm always like, well, you're playing in the national program, right? You're trying to develop your skills.
Correct.
Why would you be worried about the defensive side of things? I think that's something you can always work on. I think Tampa Bay, with this pick, they needed to get somebody with a high-end skill level.
Yeah.
I think they found it with Isaac Howard. I think it's a good pick.
I totally agree. His nickname's the Iceman, too.
From Hudson,
And I'm
Wisconsin.
telling you,
I
this
live
guy's
5
skill
minutes down
and
the
his
road.
belief in that skill is oozing. Tampa's a nice fit for him. John Cooper, we know, rewards that skill and grit. So I think this is a nice, excellent pick for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Fans are probably watching down at Channel Side in Tampa right
You
now.
surround him with some real quality pros in Tampa Bay, and with the skill that he has, you can mold him into the player that you want him to be.
Yeah, he could
6
possibly go in there pretty well.
NTDP player.
Oh, boo, he's going to
Great
Duluth.
draft for the U.S. See, we'll grab that Tampa Bay Lightning sweater. Julian Brisebois.
One more pick.
He's got some decisions to make with Palat and
Grant
Galord.
Saunier.
There you go. Isaac Howard, drafted by the Tampa Bay Lightning. 1 pick to go in the first round. The Edmonton Oilers will make the final pick of round 1 after this.
Jesus. Cram in as many commercials as you can, I guess. Leave my boy Jagger for the second round so Sabres can get him. Maybe gets moved again. Imagine. What a weird draft. Wow, the Oilers only have 4 picks. I suppose they gave up 2. Didn't they give a couple picks to Arizona? I think so. Commercial over.
Welcome back. Here come the Edmonton Oilers. Kenny Holland.
Here they come. Ken Holland.
You know, they probably won't draft a shrub. They like big players, not the shrubs. They go for trees. Trying to get more trees in the organization. There's Tyler. He's holding the sweater and the glasses, former Columbus Blue Jacket legend.
Now that they traded Cassian, they could use a big power forward, I think.
Okay. Seems to make sense. They got a lot of skill. We know that. So Kenny Holland and Tyler Wright to announce Edmonton's first-round pick, final pick of the first round.
On behalf of the Edmonton Oilers, we'd first of all like to send our condolences out to Kim and the Marchman family. And with the 32nd pick, the Edmonton Oilers are extremely proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Reed Schaefer.
Wow.
What kind of player is Reed Schaefer?
Rambunctious style.
Crazy.
Love that word.
Big.
It's a mom word.
Yeah, and what's, you know, he and Korchinski.
Sweet. All right, that means there's a couple other guys that are available. Might drop 9 spots in the beginning of the second round. That's good for us Sabres fans. Okay, well, thanks everyone who stopped by, checked it out, listened to my reactions, whatever. Yeah, should be streaming tomorrow. Back to some video games, get some Zelda going, and yeah, I hope everyone has a good night, great weekend, and see you soon. Peace out. Bye.